Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. My name is L. Lauren, and I am the author of the story you're about to listen to. Okay, so this week's story is an older one and a longer one. When I cut the audio, it was over 12 hours long, so it's split into two parts. This week you'll get part one, and next week you'll get part two. The name of the story is Beau and the Beast, and yes, it's a gay, interracial retelling of Beauty and the Beast. It's a very loose retelling, so go ahead and suspend all logic and just enjoy the story for what it is. The themes of this story are forced proximity, fake-ish relationships, opposite ends of the track, opposites attract. Slightly different, but they're both there. Class warfare, hurt comfort, and found family. I hope you enjoy part one, and I hope you'll be ready next week for part two.
Beauty and the Billionaire. A gay romance, very loosely based on Beauty and the Beast. Written by L. Lauren. Prologue. A weathered mid-sized vehicle traveled up a recently paved road to a navy blue shotgun home floating in an ocean of land. The driver of the vehicle parked on the left side of the house and turned off the engine. He reveled in the silence before adult children swarmed the SUV. There was no welcome home, no I miss you. Instead, two curly-haired boys unloaded guns and clothes from the back of the vehicle. Two wavy-haired girls unloaded clothes, accessories, and jewelry, leaving him alone in the vehicle with his thoughts and a plucked rose draped across the passenger seat. The petals darkened at the ends and curled, parched with dehydration from its trip to the country from the bustling city. Daddy. A young man tapped against the tinted windows of the vehicle, and the gray-haired man descended the window. A smile touched his tired features. Bello. His tongue caressed the words. How was your trip? You were gone for longer than expected, and you didn't call. Bello's stormy eyes searched his father's wrinkled features. I'm fine. I had a flat tire late the other evening, and had no choice but to spend the night in the city. You worry too much. I'm here now. I worry because we've already lost our mother. We don't need to lose you too. The father clucked his tongue. You worry too much. How have things been? Good, of course. Bello smiled. I'm glad you're home. I made dinner for you. Oh. Well, Bello paused, his smile faltering. It was a pre-made dinner. I warmed it in the oven. Ah, better. A deep chuckle emanated from him. How did your job interview go? Which? The one for the grocery store? The younger man frowned, tracing the pads of his fingers over the vehicle's muddy exterior. I didn't get it. For the better. You're much too talented to bag groceries. You'll find better employment. Step back. He opened the door and hopped out of the car. His son towered over him. With broad shoulders and a lean, muscled form, Bello had received his conventionally attractive looks from his mother. His blue-gray eyes he received from his father. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Daddy, but it's looking bleak. Maybe I should move to the city. I'll have more options there. You could. He snapped his fingers and then reached into the vehicle, snatching the rose from the passenger seat and presenting it to his son. You asked for this. Bello's youthful features brightened, and he took the flower's stem between his fingers. The thorns pricked his skin, and rich red blood bloomed to the surface. He winced. Thank you. I could have brought you more, you know. With this whole family inheritance sorted out, finally, we're not poor anymore. I could have brought you all sorts of things. I know, but I don't need any of those material things. Bello put the rose to his lips, hovering it under his nose, and inhaled a deep breath. We should plant these. We could. Come on, let's go inside. I'm ready to eat this fine meal you made for me. Bello smiled and led his father inside. He fixed the older man a plate of food, placing it at the head of a long table with a fork beside it. Then he uncovered a vase from the cabinets. He filled it with water and dipped the rose in it, setting the vase on the table as well. Tell me more about your trip. The father bit into the cheesy casserole, chewed and swallowed it. It fell to the bottom of his stomach. Well, there's not much to tell. I met with lawyers, and we discussed the assets in your mother's name. The case wasn't even a case. It was a little discussion, and we worked out a solution. Then I started on my way home. Ah. You said you had a flat tire? What time did you leave the other night? Well, I wanted to avoid rush hour traffic and all the sports game stuff, so I left well after dark. It was raining, and you know how the city gets with potholes. I hit a bad one, who knows? All I know is right after I was lumping along with a flat. Why didn't you change it? In the rain? The older man ate another bite from his plate. True. Did you have it towed to a hotel? Actually, no. Turns out, the house I stopped in front of had an extra room for me to sleep in. It even had a maid, a driver, and a gardener. And a little boy. So you stopped in front of some rich person's house. Indeed. They gave me a good meal and let me hole up for the night. I believe the gardener took care of the tire. Bello chewed his bottom lip. It's dangerous to stay in strangers' houses. You could have been killed or poisoned or anything. You worry too much. Anyway, when I was on my way out, I noticed a brilliant rose bush with the most beautiful blossoms I'd ever seen. I wanted to get you something right before I arrived here, so it would still be lush and alive, but I couldn't pass these roses up. Okay, so you picked one. The most beautiful one. And I'm grateful. The father went silent, stirring the food on his plate. What is it? Well, I met the owner of the place. Was he nice? Not so much. We owe him for the rose. Why didn't you hand it back to him then? What kind of person lets you into their home, lets you eat their food and then gets mad over a silly rose? Look, I don't know. I tried to pay him for it, but he refused my money. Okay, what then? He wants someone to work off the debt. The debt of a rose. The father nodded. He tapped his fork against his plate. I was going to send one of the girls. Emma needs a job. Why? Why does she need a job? I expect she wants her own money. No, I mean, why are you sending Emma? I wanted the rose. I'll go. No. You stay here. I couldn't imagine not having you around. I'll leave one day, Daddy, and I don't like the idea of someone else taking responsibility for me. I asked you for the rose. I will go pay off whatever ridiculous debt there is for a silly flower. Bello squeezed his father's hand, kissing his cheek. With a sigh, the older man nodded. All right. Part 1. Chapter 1. Bello. Bello stepped off the airplane with his carry-on bag slung over his shoulders and his cell phone clutched between long fingers. He wandered through the massive airport towards the baggage claim, weeding through a sea of other travelers. Once he posted himself at the baggage claim, he crossed an arm over his body and put his cell phone to his ear after dialing his father's number. After 2 rings, a male voice answered. Bello. Daddy. I'm here. I'm waiting for my bags. He paced around the circle conveyor belt. Good. The other man's voice tensed. How was the flight? For my first time being in the air, not bad at all. I had only a little motion sickness, but it went away after a while. I slept mostly. I'm nervous. Why? This whole thing is ridiculous. I don't even know why we're honoring this request. What's this guy really going to do if no one pays him back for a silly flower? Is he going to come after you? Hunt you down with a pitchfork? Bello rolled his eyes. It's the principal. I took comfort in his hospitality. He didn't charge me for the room and board or for changing the tire either. Sure, but he's not asking for repayment for those services. He's asking repayment over a damn rose. I should come home. Book me a flight to come home. How soon can you book me a flight home? A few days. Too long. Can you come pick me up? If I come pick you up, mijo, it'll still be a few days. Bello sighed. Okay. I'll book you the flight. Is there enough money on your card to get a hotel room? There should be. Bello chewed the inside of his cheek. Thanks. Tell everyone I made it safely, okay? Of course. Call me when you get to the hotel. I will. Bello ended the call and pressed his cell phone to his lips as the conveyor belt cranked to life. The conveyor belt rotated twice before bags popped out. It started with a sparse trickle, but bags quickly filled the belt. He hung back as other travelers swarmed the baggage claim, grabbing bags left and right. When the tornado of people thinned, he was left beside an old woman. She approached the conveyor belt, and her arthritic fingers clawed at the swinging handle of her duffel bag. She missed it, and it chugged back around the circle. Bello grabbed his hard-sided suitcase and set it next to his feet. I'll get yours. He smiled. You don't have to. I can get it. She rubbed her swollen knuckles. No, I insist. I can grab it for you. Where are you taking it? My son is waiting outside for me. I'm visiting him for the fall. Fun. I love the fall. It's the most beautiful time of the year. Are you here visiting someone? The old woman's penciled-in eyebrows lifted to her foundation-caked forehead. It's a little complicated. Bello's cheeks warmed and he turned away from her. Here's your bag. He pointed and leaned forward, grabbing it and setting it on the ground. Oh. Thank you. I think I can get it from here. It has wheels. Let me pop them out for you, at least. With still warm cheeks, he crouched on the ground and fussed with her bag, uncovering hidden wheels and extending the metal handle. You're so sweet. Your mother must be proud. Bello paused, fingers spasming as a pang of sadness coursed through him. She is. He forced a smile. I'm walking out too. Would you like to walk with me? Do you have someone waiting for you too? I don't. I was going to catch a taxi into the city. My son could give you a ride. He works for one of those rideshare things. Liftin'. He chuckled. No, thank you. I'll take a taxi, really. I don't want to delay any of your time with your son. He grabbed the handle of his suitcase and strolled alongside the stranger to the sliding exit doors. In the little foyer, they parted ways as she flagged down her son's red compact car. The older woman squeezed Bello's shoulder before dashing off, and Bello watched her son climb out of the tiny vehicle and tuck the woman's suitcase in the trunk. He even opened the door for his mother before returning to the driver's side and rolling out of the covered pickup area. When the sliding doors opened, again they brought a wave of warm, sticky August air with them, and it curled the feathery tips of Bello's dark hair, sticking them to his olive cheeks. He sat down on his suitcase and thumbed his phone in his hand. His decision weighed on him, and he watched yellow taxis pass between a variety of other vehicles. He watched the people who had been on the flight with him jump into familiar vehicles, hug family members, and load their bags. The airport lulled between flights, and it was barren. The shift workers took rounds, clearing fallen debris, sweeping sidewalks, and emptying overflowing trash cans. The light outside changed with the movement of the sun, casting an orange glow on his skin, burning his cheeks and rushing his decision-making process. Another airplane had long since landed, and the airport bustled again. Droves of people came through with bags rolling behind them. Bello rested his chin in his hands, and his long eyelashes touched his cheeks as he closed his eyes. With one sense down, his others magnified, and he eavesdropped on small conversations going on around him. A mother scolded her child to the left, and a tourist couple fussed over potential attractions. A collection of men lingered in the foyer with him, standing on the opposite end and murmuring to themselves. Bello couldn't decipher their conversation. When he opened his eyes again, a man stood in front of him with hips cocked to the side. His designer shirt lifted at the hems, exposing toned muscles. His jeans sagged on his hips. You here for Pride Week? No. Bello blinked. No, I'm not. The virile man glanced at his friends. Told you he wasn't. A grin highlighted his features when he turned back around. You're cute though. Maybe you should hit it up. How long are you in town? I don't know. Bello leaned backwards, craning his neck as his eyes met the other man's face traveling over swarthy skin. Bummer. How about this? How about I give you my number, and if you feel like hitting up Pride, I can show you around. I come every year. No thanks. I don't think I'll be in town long, and parties aren't my scene. Okay, then how about I give you my number, and we can hang out one-on-one somewhere. Maybe dinner. Bello flashed the stranger a quick smile. And no thanks. I'm not going to be in town for long. The stranger's grinning features fell, flipping from easygoing to harsh. Fine. You're probably no fun anyway. Have fun being by yourself. His words were venom, and his lips curled away from his teeth as he spoke. Soft eyes hardened as he glared at Bello. I will. Thanks. He moved off his suitcase and strolled past the collection of men, greeting the humidity head-on. Wide eyes glanced in both directions before he sighed. I might as well at least check the place out, he muttered. After flagging a taxicab, he crawled into the sticky back seat with his suitcase clutched to his body. One arm roped around his suitcase, and he fumbled with his phone, relaying the address his father had given him. The driver eyed him out of the rearview mirror. You riding all the way to Uptown from here? Yes. Is there a cheaper way to go? Guess not if you don't have anyone to pick you up. Do you know where you're headed, kid? Bello wrinkled his nose, but when the older gentleman turned watery brown eyes to him again, his frustrations dissolved. The man directed the vehicle away from the covered pickup area and merged onto a busy intersection. The city loomed in front of them, but the bumper-to-bumper traffic had already started. No. I've never been here before. I mean, I've been when I was a child, but not since I could remember. The address you gave me. You're headed to the Young Johnson estate. I'm sorry. Pretty yellow gated house on the right side of St. Bernard. He motioned to the right as he drove. Big place. Used to be a pile of nothing until he built it up there. Marcus Johnson. He built it up from nothing. He added 2 more levels, painted it from blue to yellow, added the gated area and everything. Is he nice? The family's all right. Miss Goldie's a fine cook but loves her some jewelry. The old man passed away some years ago. I heard he was a drunk and a theft. They were divorced way beforehand though, and Miss Goldie remarried years ago. Though his son, Marcus Johnson, he's a good man. The driver continued talking about the family. His southern accented voice providing background noise for the trip. Bello lifted his chin, pale eyes tracking the colorful buildings. They eventually turned off the highway onto a major city street with a green space separating 4 lanes. Cars dotted the street parked left and right, and an old red streetcar swayed on its rails. Bello stared out the window, eyes widening as they passed antique buildings sandwiched together with vast front yards and trees blooming with beaded necklaces glistening in the sun. His nose touched the window. The taxicab driver chuckled. Carnival season. Don't ever take the streetcar unless you have nowhere else to be. Streetcar. I've seen it in pictures. Yup. Nice ride, but you'll always be late for work. Plus, it's always crowded with tourists. Not that it matters. If you're meeting the Johnsons, you can't be hurting for money. You kin to them? Aye, it's complicated. Bello's cheeks flamed as they continued up the street. We about there. The architecture is beautiful. I'd say thank you, but I didn't build any of this, so I can't take any credit. What's the son's name again? Marcus Johnson. The taxi stopped in front of a 3-level house painted yellow and white. A black metal gate connected over a smooth concrete sidewalk and traveled around the house, disappearing under looming trees and thick bushes. Bello's eyes landed on a massive rose bush full of magenta blossoms to the left. Small trees decorated the right side. He sucked in his breath. Is he nice? He all right. An acquired taste. Bello hung back, staring at the building until a round woman emerged from the front door. She tramped across the well-kept lawn and opened the gate. Confusion marred her homely features. Get out, the driver encouraged. Chapter 2. Bello. Bello's heart jumped into his throat, and trembling fingers grabbed the door handle. He stumbled out of the vehicle, dropping his suitcase on the ground. It cracked and his clothes spilled into the road. Oh my God, he whispered, crouching on the ground. Desperate fingers grabbed at his shirts and underwear as his cheeks and ears burned. Oh dear. The woman smoothed her apron and crouched down with Bello, collecting crumpled shirts. When Bello's things had been collected, she looked at him again. Can I help you? Yes. You can. I'm looking for Marcus Johnson. Is this his address? It is. Is he expecting you? My father, wait, hang on. Bello dug in his wallet, pulling out two $20 bills and handing them to the taxicab driver. Thanks for the ride and information. Not a problem. The driver saluted Bello and shifted gears, rolling away. Bello turned back to the plump, gray-haired woman and clasped his hands behind his back. He's not, I don't think. He chewed his bottom lip. My father stayed here. The Rose situation a few weeks ago. The woman stared at him. His car broke down? She shook her head. He picked a rose from the bush there, and someone demanded he repay the debt. A pause. Of the rose? Bello flicked his eyes at the looming building. Yeah. Oh, of course. I've heard a little about this. Come in, come in. How was your trip? The woman took Bello's suitcase and beckoned him through the gate, leading him up the concrete walkway and into the house. It was fine. Thank you. Bello stepped inside the foyer and blinked. Oh my God. The words tumbled from his lips as he peered around the room. He rocked his canvas shoes on the square-patterned rug covering glossed mahogany hardwood floors. He glanced to the left, spying a matching rug underneath a luxury dining room set and hanging chandelier. A sitting area with a cream wingback chair and a matching couch was to the right. I should give you a tour. Yes. A tour would be nice. What's your name, by the way? Anna, but everyone calls me Mrs. Potts. Okay, Mrs. Potts. You, live here? She shook her head as she carried his bag up the winding staircase. I do not. This is my job, and I've worked for Marcus for years, but I don't live here. I'll make sure dinner is prepared, and I'll leave for the evening. I used to live here when I was a single woman, but since I got married and had Chip, I've had my own place. Chip. My son. He's about 10 years old. She furrowed her eyebrows. He's around here somewhere, probably on the third floor in the playroom. It's nice you're able to bring your son here during the day, right? He enjoys it. Marcus has many discarded video games and toys from his youth. And books, of course. There are shelves of books up there, too. Chip loves reading, and Marcus buys him books all the time. Anything he wants. To him, Marcus is more of a doting uncle than anything else. Once up the stairs, she turned to Bello. The left side of the house is Marcus's. I suppose you can have the right side. Sure. I'll take the right side. The first door on the right opened into another seating area with a crisp white couch, a bench coffee table, and a desk illuminated by sunlight. Mrs. Potts carried his suitcase into the attached room, resting it on the bed. Everything's so beautiful. It's all refinished antique furniture. The floors are original and the rugs are all from the same collection, she explained. Now I should leave you to get settled. Right. See, can I talk to this guy? Do you know where he is? All of this over a rose seems a little, ridiculous. Perhaps so. I can't speak on it. It's none of my business what he does. I'm only the maid. Yeah. Where is he right now? I believe today he had a business meeting. He should arrive in a little while. Oh. Bello raked his fingers through his hair and peered at his suitcase. Right. Thanks. She nodded. If you need anything, I'll be downstairs. Let me know when you want a tour. Okay. Mrs. Potts breezed out of the room and disappeared back down the stairs. Bello paced his new space, fingers tracing over the sharp corners of the refinished dresser and side tables. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, chewing his bottom lip before selecting a name and putting the phone to his ear. The cell phone rang 3 times. Hiya. A cheery voice answered. Are you there yet? Hey Diana. Yeah, I'm here. I arrived an hour ago, maybe. Cool. Have you met him yet? Are you going to stay? No, and I don't know. I met his maid though. She's nice, I guess. She told me more about him. The guy seems well nice. Except he wants service in exchange for a rose? Except for that. I've been thinking about it. Maybe he dries roses. Maybe he has a flower shop. Maybe I'm really paying him back for my father spending the night at his place, eating his food and using his services? Maybe, but why would the rose be the tipping point then? I don't know. Maybe he's really into his garden. Diana gave a hollow laugh. Maybe he's a creeper. You better stay in touch. If you don't call me every night, I'm coming after you. I don't know. The taxicab driver knew his family, and the maid said he buys books for her son. I don't think he's much of a creeper. I think you should ask how many people he has hidden in the basement of the building, but if you really think he's somehow honest despite this rose fiasco, work up a price for the services your father used, then divide it by minimum wage per hour, and tell him you're only working so many hours to pay off your father's debt. Yeah. I should. Anyway, how are you? Bored since my best friend found a new home and is off in the city doing who knows what. She chuckled. I'm not doing anything. A guy at the airport asked me to go to Pride with him. Oh yeah. Was he cute? Not really. Plus, I'm not sure how long I'm staying, and I don't feel comfortable wandering around an unfamiliar city at night. I considered getting a hotel, but I guess after the taxi driver knew his family, I decided to take the chance. You could still go to Pride. Ask Mr. Possessive over plants to go with you. Pride is a gay thing. I know. I haven't met the guy. I don't know if he's even gay. So? He can be a supportive straight ally. Bello whistled through his teeth. Yeah, I don't think he's going to want to go to Pride with me, ally or not. Straight guys don't make a habit of going to Pride events for obvious reasons. You don't know if he's straight though. I don't, but I can assume. Assuming makes an ass out of you and me. Bello chuckled. Okay, well. I need to call my dad and let him know I'm here. Then I think I'm going to take a tour of this place. I mean, this could be a stepping stone. I could find an apartment and go to school here, maybe. You could, but it's so far away from me, Diana crooned. So very far away from your best friend. I can come visit or you can come visit me. Promise? 300% promise. Good. Find a cute place for us to have the full independent girl in the city experience. So we can get drunk, make out with strangers and soak it all up with pizza and fried chicken. Yup. Bello snorted. Maybe not the drinking. I can drink enough for the both of us, no worries. I bet you can. Bello slipped off his canvas sneakers and tucked them under the bed. He moved out of his bedroom, closing the door, and out of the attached sitting room. He left the door ajar. There are so many rooms in this place. Is it a mansion? I'm not sure if I would be able to identify a mansion if I was in one. It could be a mansion. It has 3 floors and at least like 10 rooms. Each room has an attached room to sit in. What's the difference between a mansion and a really nice house? Bello peeled the curtains away from a window. A private balcony and pool? I was going to say moat. No, I mean, this place has a private second-floor balcony and a private pool. It sounds suspiciously like a mansion. I didn't bring anything to swim in. Swim naked. It's a private pool, and maybe there's a cabana boy hidden somewhere you can have a little fun with. You're entirely too invested in my sex life. Only because you don't actually have one. I have one. I'm in a dry spell at the moment, and I'm completely okay with it. I don't want a relationship influencing my decisions right now. You're not making any decisions. I made the decision to come here. True. I'll give you 1 point there. Thank you, Bello preened as he strolled down the main staircase back to the foyer. Okay, so I'll talk to you later. Promise you'll call me back when you meet him. Of course. Bello ended the call and turned right at the base of the stairs. He walked through the dining room into the kitchen, slipping his cell phone into his back pocket. Combing his fingers through his hair, he circled the center island and opened the refrigerator. Everyone always finds the kitchen first. Mrs. Potts chuckled heartily. Bello glimpsed over his shoulder. His gray-blue eyes brightened with a smile. Sorry? Yeah. I'm a little hungry after traveling. Dinner will be in a couple hours, but if you look in the bottom drawers, there are fruits and vegetables. Marcus has always preferred his raw fruits and vegetables cold and pre-sliced. Let me get you a bowl. She shuffled around the kitchen, grabbing a white lace-patterned bowl. Thanks. Now, what would you like? To stay full before dinner, a spread of vegetables with ranch dressing-flavored yogurt would be very satiating. Mrs. Potts plopped a dollop of yogurt in the center of the bowl and tucked vegetables around it. Sliced carrots, white cauliflower, and colorful sweet peppers decorated the bowl. Bello nodded. Okay. Thanks. Where can I eat? Anywhere you like. Even on the couch. If you want. She handed him the bowl. Think of this place like home and make yourself comfortable. I'll try. He inhaled a deep breath, studying the vegetables before looking back up at the woman. Thanks. I think I'll sit at the table. Bello moved from the kitchen to the breakfast table, sitting in one of the 3 available chairs. Mrs. Potts stayed in the kitchen, pinging from counter to counter as she started dinner preparations. Bello retrieved his cell phone from his pocket and tapped on it as he dipped vegetables and brought them to his lips. He texted his father, his 2 older brothers, and his 2 sisters, sending them brief updates before browsing his social media profiles. Chapter 3. Marcus. It was too muggy for a streetcar ride and too busy for a taxicab, so Marcus found himself walking alongside his best friend with a briefcase tucked under his arm and loafers squeaking against broken concrete. His full lips pursed together as he ducked under hanging tree branches and veered past bikers, skateboarders, and dog walkers. We should have taken the taxi, his deep voice rumbled, annoyance coloring simple words. If we had waited for the taxi, we'd be sitting in near standstill traffic right now, and you can't be late for dinner. The woman beside him chuckled, pushing thick dreadlocks behind her shoulders. Full hips swayed as she strutted alongside him, taking long strides over the concrete. I can miss dinner. Can you? If you're late, Mrs. Potts will lecture you until morning. She wants to make sure I'm fed. My point exactly. Hell, sometimes I even want to make sure you're fed. You work yourself too hard, keeping up with everything your father dumped on you. He did not dump it on me. Is there a different name for abandoning failing franchises after naming your son as the heir to them? He lost interest. And ruined your credit at the same time. It does not matter anymore. It was years ago, and I fixed it. I checked the numbers today, and this year's profits alone will probably hit $1 million. Probably as in you're hoping so, or probably as in we're already 2/3 of the way there. The second one. And in 4 years. Not bad, little grasshopper. She smiled. I have been thinking about what we should do with the extra money. I've been cutting back on advertising since word of mouth is sending us more business than billboard placements. What did you have in mind? We could invest in another hotel. How much would we need? Altogether, or the initial fee? Both. Marcus flicked his eyes up ahead, ducking under another tree as the leaves brushed the top of his short-kept curls. Well, the initial fees are around $2 million, but we would not have to pay it all up front. The application and legal agreement will take a few months, then finding a location, and then building. We may have to throw a little savings at it, but we have already made the name. It's a surefire win, Tiffany. We just got out of the weeds, and you want to jump right back in. No risk, no reward. Tiffany groaned, squeezing her eyes shut. Let me think about it, okay? Write up a 12-month plan and email it to me. It will take a few days to get done. No worries, we don't have $2 million to invest right now anyway. We can always get a loan, you know. Or take out a loan against the property we already have. Or my house. Seems risky. She wrinkled the bridge of her nose. It is what everyone does. No one has $2 million lying around. Just because everyone does it isn't a reason for us to do it. Write your business plan and let me look at it. You're not going to convince me until I see some numbers, dude. Yes, okay, fine. He cruised to a stop in front of his yellow house, leaning against the metal gate. This is my stop. Would you like me to walk you home, or you got it? I'm not a little girl anymore. I can walk myself home. I know you can, but it's getting dark and there are little boys running around thinking they're men. Tiffany eyed Marcus and shook her head, chuckling. If you want to spend more time with me, you could invite me in for dinner. She winked. Marcus continued past his place, bumping shoulders with Tiffany and grinning from ear to ear. Oh, but then your man may get the wrong idea. It's already taken him 3 years to get over his initial reservations. Let's not screw it up while things are working. I know, right? I don't know how many more times I have to tell him there's nothing between us for him to understand. You haven't told him, have you? About you. I mean, he knows you and I co-own a franchise. About you know what? Oh. Nope. You said you wanted to keep it a secret. Your secret is safe with me. Good. Thanks. You know, it's nothing to be ashamed about, right? I know, but I don't want people to look at me differently. Especially my mother. I get it. It sucks though. I want you to find someone and be happy, but it's impossible to find someone if you're going to hide who you are. Marcus shrugged. It will happen when it happens. Let's talk about something different. How is the pregnancy thing going? It's not going. We're visiting a fertility specialist later this month. He's going to get his junk checked out. It's much easier to check the man first, they say. It makes sense, but damn. You two are rather committed to this baby thing. I'm fine to adopt, but he really wants a biological baby, so fertility specialist, here we come. Tiffany's warm laugh touched his ears. Are you going to be Uncle Marcus? Of course I am. I will spoil them too. Anything they want, they can have it. Oh great. Love it. Another laugh. They turned the block onto Tiffany Street, and Marcus stopped at the corner, watching her walk down the neighborhood street to her house. Once she was in the front yard, he waved to her and returned up the street to his place. He checked his watch as he opened the gate and pressed the code to the front door. It chimed and swung open, and Marcus tossed his keys and cell phone on the antique chest of drawers directly in front of the entrance. Dinner smells good, he called through the house as the scent of meat and potatoes filled his nose. Mrs. Potts poked her head out from the kitchen. Thank you, but you're late. I've got your plate fixed, but Chip and I can't eat with you tonight. He's already left for practice, and I'm leaving now to go watch. Ah shit. I forgot. I am sorry. There was traffic down the street and Tiff and I walked home. Mrs. Potts clucked her tongue but smiled at him. It's fine. I know the change from Monday, Wednesday, Friday practice to Tuesday, Thursday practice has been throwing us all off. We'll get used to it. No, really, I am sorry. You should go. Next time just leave. You do not have to wait for me to get home. I know, but you live in this big place alone. Either I wait for you to get home, or you invite your mother to stay with you again. No, indeed. He shook his head. No. She visits once a month. And the week she visits is already too long for me. Mrs. Potts laughed. Oh, I quite like her. I miss her presence. I thought you were leaving. I am. She waved him off. Dinner is in the kitchen. Your plate is at the table already. Marcus nodded, shrugging out of his blazer and hanging it in the closet to the left of the accent chest. He toed off his shoes and tucked them in their place between his running sneakers and another pair of designer dress shoes. I'll see you in the morning. Yes, indeed, she promised and breezed past him. Chapter 4. Marcus. The enticing scent of grilled steak and mashed potatoes teased his stomach, but he moved upstairs first, shedding his button-down and slacks for sweatpants and a sleeveless white shirt. He meandered back down the staircase, grabbing his cell phone from the chest of drawers, and moved into the kitchen. Marcus grabbed a beer from the refrigerator and prowled around the center island before making his way into the breakfast nook. After he popped open his beer, he flicked his eyes up and froze. His breath hitched in his throat as his eyes landed on a curly-haired man with olive skin and perfectly downturned lips. His cock instantly hardened in his sweatpants and his nostrils flared. The stranger flicked gray-blue eyes up at him and sucked in his breath. Sorry? Who are you? Marcus set the beer on the table. Bello. Why are you here? My dad. He sent me. He stayed here a few weeks ago. Marcus stared at him, studying his high cheekbones and plump pink lips as they trembled over his words. What? My father. Bello straightened up in his seat. His Adam's apple danced in his throat as he swallowed. He had a flat tire in front of your house, and he spent the night here, and then he picked a rose the next morning, and you told him he owed you for it. Marcus lifted one eyebrow, then relaxed it. Right him? He frowned. Yeah. So I'm here. To repay you, or whatever. Yes, Marcus drawled, picking his beer up again and downing a huge gulp. He hissed through his teeth as he looked at Bello again. He thought I was serious. No one expects repayment for a rose. You said. What did I say? You weren't here and you should leave. Bello bit his bottom lip and looked down at his half-eaten plate of food. I can't yet. Why not? No flights out, and my dad won't be here to pick me up for a few days, even if he left today. When is the next flight? 2 days. I'll buy the ticket. Bello shrugged his shoulders, eyes glancing up again. You should eat. Mrs. Potts is a really good cook. I know. Marcus wet his lips, pursing them at the corners. Bello pushed a covered plate across the table and combed his fingers through wild curls. He chewed his lip again as he picked up his fork and clanked it against his plate. If you want, I can let you eat alone if I'm bothering you. Marcus's nostrils flared and his eyes hooded. An unfamiliar knot formed in his throat. He swallowed around it and guzzled more beer. No, it's fine. You can stay down here, I guess. No, really, I can go upstairs. Bello motioned to the staircase and pushed his chair away from the table. He stood up with a rush, and a cloud of his natural scent reached Marcus's nose. Lips parted, Marcus tasted the air as he wet his lips again. Right. Sit. Bello paused, fingers bracing himself against the table. He shuddered at the command, and the apples of his cheeks colored. Sealing his lips together, he studied the ground. Seconds passed, then several minutes before Bello sank into his seat again. Okay. Marcus sat after him and uncovered the plate. The food was lukewarm but still appetizing. He picked up his fork and sliced into fluffy yellow potatoes, mixing them with the serving of steamed vegetables overtaking the majority of his plate. When only a marinated piece of juicy steak was left, he jabbed it with his fork and sliced it with a knife. Should we talk? About? Why you thought it was funny to scare my dad? Marcus shrugged. I thought he knew I was being facetious. I did not expect him to send someone here. Well. Bello puckered his lips and crossed his arms over his chest. My father's a good person, and he thought you were really mad. Besides, the rose was for me. The real question here is why you asked your father for a rose. I what? Because they're beautiful and they smell nice. They're fragrant. I know what smelling nice means. Bello flushed again, gripping the edge of the table. Of course you do. I'm sorry. I noticed your father had all kinds of items in the back of his vehicle. None of it was for me. Who was it for then? My brothers and sisters. I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters. My daddy found out he had a little extra money coming, so he asked us what we wanted. My brothers and sisters wanted guns, clothes, and jewelry, but I didn't want to put an extra strain. Why not? Well. There's 5 of us and only 1 of him. Where's your mother? Bello shook his head, turning to the side. Moisture at his eyes gleamed in the artificial light. My condolences. So, you didn't ask for gifts because you didn't want your father spending money on you. The other man nodded. Correct. His voice was tight. And because I told him he had to repay me, you came all this way to settle his debt? See, correct. Interesting. Marcus finished his food and stood. Are you finished eating? Yeah. He reached across the table and Bello flinched. I am getting your plate. You are fine. He stacked the plates on top of each other and migrated into the kitchen, dumping them in the sink and turning on the water. Yeah. Bello stayed in his seat, shrinking into himself. By the time Marcus finished washing the 2 plates, Bello had shrunk to half his size. Marcus sat down across from him again. Are you in school or something? And no. I was looking for a job in town before this. A job doing what? Anything really. I wasn't having much luck. Do you have any skills or talents? I don't think so. I mean, I'm good at learning. I pick up on things real fast. Marcus squinted. What's your plan for when you go home? Look for a job. I'll get one eventually. The businessman nodded, propping his elbows on the counter and peering around the room until his eyes landed on Bello again. He drank in his little movements, every slight head tilt and easy flutter of his eyelids. The man was undeniably beautiful and understated about it too. Bello offered him a light smile before he diverted his gaze, peering through open glass doors to a pristine side yard. Marcus cleared his throat. Do you want to be my personal assistant? No. Wait, what? Bello blinked. His glassy eyes widened as he looked across the table. His skepticism grew by the second. Are you going to pay me? Why wouldn't I pay you? Bello shrugged. I don't know. Where am I going to live? Marcus waved his hand. I have 4 vacant bedrooms. You can have any room you want. Hell, you can have all of them if you want. I have never been a personal assistant before, and I don't have any experience. I'm going to screw it up. It's not a difficult job. I'll tell you what I need completed, and you help me with it. You can send emails, right? Bello nodded. You can make copies and go to the post office? Bello nodded again. You can read? Yeah. Good. Tomorrow, 9 in the morning. Meet me in the study, and we'll talk about what all needs to be done. Okay. How much are you going to pay me? Marcus rolled his shoulders. I'm giving you room and board. You can add whatever you want for groceries to Mrs. Potts' list, so I'm covering your food, he mused. How about $18 an hour? What? Bello's eyelashes fluttered. Is it too little? And no. Not at all. It's fine. I should get ready for bed." He popped out of his seat, swaying and bracing himself against the table again. With a musical laugh, he rushed out of the room, shuffled up the stairs and closed a door with a soft click. Marcus closed his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose with a sigh. "Fuck," he muttered as his phone buzzed on the table. He glimpsed the name and then put it to his ear. "Hello? Are we still on for tonight, sir?" A female voice purred through the cell phone. "Yes," Marcus rumbled. "Good. I'm almost there. I'll be waiting." He ended the call and finished his beer, dropping the bottle in the recycle bin before flicking off the lights in the kitchen. He lingered in the den, kicking his feet up on the coffee table and flicking on the television, shutting his brain off as he watched the moving pictures. When his phone buzzed again, he turned off the television and strolled to the front door. A slender woman with a pixie haircut and a wealth of tattoos greeted him with a smile. "Hi." Her hazel eyes glittered, and she handed him an overnight bag. "Selena. Come in." He closed the door behind her, shouldering the bag. "You don't have to be so formal. We're not dating or anything." "I know. You know where my room is. I'll be up in a minute." I can't wait." She ran a hand up his chest and around his neck, standing on her toes and pressing their bodies together. "I'm really craving it tonight. Don't make me wait so long next time." Phone works both ways. "True, but you're the one keeping secrets. Not me." "Sure. I'll be up in a minute." She kissed his cheek and sauntered up the stairs, shedding clothes on her way. By the time she reached the second floor, she was left in her bra and panties. She winked and then scampered from his view. With a soft growl, he settled the downstairs, turning off all the lights, setting the thermostat for the next day and activating the house alarm system. He collected her clothes as he ascended the stairs. There were 2 bedrooms on the right side of the second floor, and he entered the smaller room, setting Selena's bag on the floor and her clothes on the empty dresser. Selena had stretched out across the 4-poster bed, still in her matching panties and bra. She rested her arms over her head, wrists brushing against leather cuffs, and arched her back. Her tattooed belly hollowed. "You're going to feel this for days." She groaned. "Promise?" He moved across the room, opening the closet and retrieving a selection of items. When he returned to the bed, he placed a leather flogger on the side table, pairing it with a cane and whip. She shivered with anticipation, and a dark smile touched his lips. His cock strained against his sweatpants, but his movements didn't accelerate. Along with candles, he added a handheld instrument with a wheel of spikes on one end and a black rubber handle on the other. She whimpered as the instrument hit the counter. "It's your favorite, isn't it?" "No, but it may be yours," she quipped back. "Not this week." He laid out a string of connected clothespins and thumbed over a strip of black silk fabric. "Pick a number 1 through 10. 7. You're blindfolded all night." He dropped the strip of fabric on top of the rest of the items and closed the closet door, approaching the bed and trailing his fingers down her side. He stretched her limbs, fitting her wrists and ankles inside the leather cuffs. "Safe word? Do we still need it? We've been playing together for years now." "Yes. We still need it. I need it." "Pineapple." He nodded and covered her eyes with the blindfold, tying it at the back of her head and kissing the corner of her lips. Chapter 5. Bello. Bello woke up in the antique bed frame on top of the unfamiliar firm mattress and stared at the ceiling. The air and the sounds were different, clean and silent. He strained his ears for noise, hearing shuffling over the stairs and the wind whistling through open windows. Bello threw thin summer sheets aside and stepped out of bed, pressing bare feet onto the cold floor. In the marble-floored bathroom, he splashed water on his face and threw a shirt over his body. Half-dressed, he tramped down the stairs, bracing himself on the railing with his phone clutched in his fingers. He glanced at the time. 8:45. Sweet. Bello meandered into the kitchen, lured by the collected scents of bacon, eggs, and buttery pancakes. "Breakfast smells good," he said to no one in particular before he peered into the empty kitchen. Nimble fingers snatched a piece of bacon, and he nibbled it as he turned to the breakfast table. His eyes landed on a figure, and he paused. A short-haired woman looked up from her cell phone, and her features brightened into a smile. She folded a fluffy violet robe over her lap, but she exposed a sliver of skin trailing down the center of her body. "Mornin'." "Hi." Bello quirked an eyebrow. "I'm Selena. I didn't realize someone else was here, or I would have dressed." "And no. You're fine. It's my fault. If I had known, I would have." "Right. Bello scratched the back of his head. "So you know." He motioned around the room. "Marcus?" She lifted bleach-blonde eyebrows. "I know him. We're friends." She adjusted her robe again, exposing her creamy thighs. He chewed the piece of bacon, eyeing the newly exposed skin before looking into her self-satisfied features. "Yeah. Him. Marcus. See, cool. I work for him. Since last night. Actually, I think I'm going to go back upstairs." "No, please sit. It's only awkward if you let it be, but we're adults, right?" She tied the rope at her waist and slipped to her feet. "I was hoping he would slice fruit, but it seems like he's going for a heavy and filling breakfast this morning." With a smile, she piled her plate full of food. Bello crossed his legs at the ankle and leaned against the counter. "There's fruit and vegetables in the drawer in the refrigerator. I could get them for you." "No thanks. This is good." Her cheeks dimpled with a smile. "So why do you live here? What do you do for Marcus?" "What? I'm not like a domestic person. I'm his personal assistant, I think." "You're the new personal assistant?" She winced, wrinkling her forehead. I am. Is it a bad thing?" "I mean, no, it's not, but he hasn't had a personal assistant stick around for more than 3 months. Good luck to you, though. Maybe you can hack it." I hope." Bello pinched off one corner of a fluffy pancake. "We have a meeting at 9. And you are half-dressed for it." Marcus's steel voice preceded him as he turned the corner into the kitchen. He adjusted the lapels of his blazer and the cuffs of his shirt before his dark eyes landed on the other man. Bello chewed his little piece of pancake and swallowed it, but it lingered in his throat. His cheeks tingled under Marcus's gaze. Sorry," he whispered. "It's fine. You're lucky it is just us this morning." Marcus looked at Selena. "Eat upstairs. We have a meeting." Okay, sexy." Selena added a dollop of honey to her pancakes and circled the counter, pausing in front of Marcus. She dwarfed him by several inches and craned her neck, peering into his face. "Will I get around 3 this morning?" "No. Eat, get dressed, and go." She teased the buttons of his shirt and tilted her head to the side, exposing the column of her neck and delicate bruises along her collarbone. "I enjoyed last night." Bello set his jaw, pressing his lips together and shaking his head. "I can see." Marcus cleared his throat and stepped away from her. She giggled and exited the kitchen, leaving the two men to an awkward silence. Bello pinched off the pancake again. "Your girlfriend is cute." "She is not my girlfriend. Do you like pancakes?" "They're okay." "What is your favorite breakfast food?" I'm kind of a waffles person. I know they're made with the same batter, but I like the crispness of waffles more than the softness of pancakes, but pancakes are fine too." "I will make you waffles." "You don't have to make me anything." Bello's cheeks tingled again, and he lowered his gaze to the ground. Wait, his eyes shot back up, widening. "You made all of this? Where's Mrs. Potts?" "She comes late on Fridays. Pilates, I believe." "Do you like coffee?" "Tea." "I like tea more than coffee." "I'm sorry, we should start the meeting right. It's past 9. "I'm sorry." "Why are you apologizing?" Because the meeting. I don't want to fail on my first day." "You're not failing. Take a seat at the table, and I will make your coffee. Bello blinked, pressing his lips together as Marcus continued through the kitchen. His cedar and cinnamon cologne tickled Bello's nose, and his mahogany skin matched the homely decor. Marcus was exquisite, a pleasure on the eyes. Okay. He grabbed his plate and moved to the table, taking his seat from last night. What kind of tea? Earl Grey if you have it. Sweet tea would be fine if you don't. Marcus put a pot of hot water on the stove. I own a hotel, and within the next year, I want to work towards opening a second one. This means I need to reevaluate all the expenses for the current hotel. I do not want to cut corners, but I want to cut any excess spending. Oh, okay. I will help in any way I can. Of course you will. It is your job. I want to focus on marketing and advertising first. This is usually the location where we can adjust spending the easiest. Currently, we're listed in all directories, utilize pay-per-click ads on social media websites, and we have our own website. Bello squirmed in his seat, crossing his legs as Marcus danced around the kitchen. When the water boiled, he poured it into a high-sided coffee mug and dipped 2 tea bags into the water. I have several billboards around town as well. Should I be writing this down? Are you going to forget what I'm saying? Curls of steam drifted off the coffee mug. Marcus added 2 cubes of ice. I don't think so. Then you don't have to write anything down. He set the mug of hot tea next to Bello's hand, twisted it, and brushed the back of his fingers against Bello's. Electric shocks coursed from Bello's fingers through the rest of his body, and he yanked his hand away, placing both hands in his lap. Aha. Okay. Advertising? His mind clouded, and he leaned back in his seat, forcing his chair backwards and adding distance between their bodies. Indeed. Do you have a computer? Bello shook his head. Sorry, no. All right, Marcus drawled, digging into his pocket and retrieving a royal blue bank card. He pressed it into the table next to Bello's untouched tea. Your first task of the day is to purchase a laptop. I can't have someone working for me without a laptop. I will send you the login information to the accounts. You trust me? Marcus rumbled. I need you to review them and see where we may be able to shrink the budget and how much we would be saving overall. I need it done by tomorrow morning because my business partner, you and I will sit down and discuss your findings. You will take notes during the meeting and make whatever necessary changes afterwards. Bello bit his bottom lip, and blood rose to the surface of his skin, reddening both his plump lips. You trust me? He asked again. Marcus studied him, glimpsing into Bello's eyes before fixing his gaze on blood-swollen lips. His jaw ticked. Yeah, he groused, I trust you. Oh. Bello inched the card closer, reading the name on it and tracing over it with his fingers. Marcus Elijah Johnson. Elijah is your middle name. It was my father's name. Ah. He drummed his fingers on the counter. I should go put on pants and get directions to the nearest electronics store. Straight down the street about 2 miles. Marcus scanned over Bello's body. His gaze stopped at Bello's crotch, hesitating there before continuing down and back up. You should. A shiver worked down Bello's spine, and his cock grew under Marcus's discerning gaze. Yeah. I'll see you for dinner, then. Bello hopped to his feet, bumping his knee and his hip against the table. Sorry. I'm sorry. You have nothing to apologize for. Are you walking 2 miles down the street? I was going to take public transit. Marcus puckered his lips, digging into his pocket. He twirled his keyring, removing a car remote and a key. Thick hands placed the set on the table. Do you have a license? A driver's license? Of course, who doesn't? Good. You're an authorized driver. Find my insurance card in the car and add calling the insurance company to your to-do list. Bello picked up the keys and juggled them in his hand, staring at them and the bank card. Is this normal? Is what normal? You've only known me a day, and you're giving me access to your things. You are my personal assistant, so it comes with the territory. Besides, you came all this way to repay a fake debt. I am not worried about you stealing my car or the money in my account." He jutted his chin to the bank card. "The card has a $300 withdrawal limit, and it notifies me with every purchase. You could try to steal what's in my account, but you wouldn't get very far." "Oh. Smart." Bello fidgeted on his feet. "Do I make you nervous?" "A little, yes." Marcus's lips quirked. "Why?" Bello shook his head. "And no reason." He hazarded his eyes up to Marcus's face and sucked in his breath. Their eyes met, and Bello's heart swelled in his chest. His ribs ached, and the thin covering of his boxers betrayed him. "No reason. I need pants." Marcus's shadowy smile grew. "I will leave my number for you. Call me when you've got your computer and you're ready for the information on the accounts." "Right. Okay." Bello nodded, juggling the keys, the card, his tea, and his plate of food in his arms as he darted for the stairs. Chapter 6. Bello. For the rest of the morning, Bello meddled around the left side of the house, pacing through the 3 attached rooms and pushing furniture around. He turned the third and smallest room into a work area, breaking down the extra bed and assisting Mrs. Potts as she tucked it into storage. He left his part of the upstairs once the front door had opened and closed. Dressed in jeans and an old t-shirt, he bounded back down the stairs at lunchtime. "Mrs. Potts," he called. "In here." She poked her head out of the kitchen. "Oh, I hate it when Marcus cooks. He leaves every single dish in this house dirty, and I have to wash them before I do anything else," she groused as she returned to the sink, dunking her hands back in soapy water. "Hi. Thanks, for helping me rearrange things this morning." "Oh, you're so sweet. You don't have to thank me. Now tell me why you're avoiding Marcus." "Avoiding Marcus? Me?" Bello's voice fluttered. I'm not. I was busy this morning. If I'm staying and working for him, then it makes sense to rearrange the rooms, right? I have no use for 2 bedrooms, but a lounge room, a bedroom, and a study seems better." Did he say something? Is he pretending to be a hard boss? No. Shish. No. I wasn't avoiding him. Bello dug a spread of vegetables out of the refrigerator, building his own lunch platter with the colorful foods, piling them around a dollop of yogurt. He placed it on the kitchen island and leaned across it as he ate. "Don't let him intimidate you. He's not as strict as he seems." She dried her hands on the crisp white apron tied around her wide hips. "You're going to need more than a few vegetables to fill you up in this heat." "Oh, I'm sure. Are there leftovers from last night?" "Marcus packed it for his lunch, but I can make you anything you want." I don't know, actually. What did you eat when you were at your parents' place?" "For lunch? I would usually make a protein, fruit, and vegetable smoothie." Bello dipped a head of raw broccoli into the yogurt and popped it into his mouth. "I'll make it for you. Would you like chocolate, vanilla, or hazelnut protein powder?" Chocolate." Bello's cheeks flushed. "Yeah. Chocolate. Is there a gym anywhere around here?" "Marcus has a home gym on the 3rd floor. It has all the equipment you can imagine, free weights, and a television." She bobbed her head. "Of course he does." Bello exhaled, shoulders sagging. "Okay, well. I have to go to the electronics store and buy a computer." Mrs. Potts waved her hand. Hold on. I will make your smoothie drink to take with you. 5 minutes." Nodding, Bello devoured the rest of the vegetables on his plate and rinsed it in the sink, tucking it away as Mrs. Potts dumped ripe fruits, fresh greens, and a scoop of brown powder into a stainless steel blender. It whirred as Bello laced up his canvas sneakers and filed Marcus's bank card in his wallet. He put his wallet in one pocket, his cell phone in the other, and twisted Marcus's car keys around his first finger as he watched Mrs. Potts pour the smoothie into a to-go container. She delivered it and gave him a shallow hug. "Dinner will be around 5 o'clock. I won't be here tomorrow or Sunday. Do you want me to make meals for you? Dee, do you make meals for Marcus? Oh no. She laughed. No. He cooks for himself on the weekends and leaves me stacks of dirty dishes on Monday. Bello nodded. I can make my own meals too then. I can do my dishes as well. You're sweet. Have a good day. Yeah. Thanks. He waved and turned to the opposite end of the house from the kitchen, opening 3 random doors before he found the garage and matched the keys to the appropriate vehicle. Bello jumped in the driver's seat of a sleek, black luxury sedan with a custom leather interior and a convertible top. He drove the 2 miles to the electronics store with the wind rustling his hair and extended the top over the 4 seats when he parked the vehicle. Inside the store, he browsed the aisles, peeking at the specifications and the price tag of each laptop and knitting his eyebrows. He turned on his heels when he reached the last aisle and bumped into a smiling man wearing a bright blue shirt. Can I help you find anything today? The man smiled more. His name tag read Jerry. Actually, yeah. I'm looking for a laptop. Bello hooked his fingers in the belt loops of his jeans and rested his weight on one leg. His wind-tossed hair fell lazily around his face. Are you looking for anything specific? Something reliable. Something I can drop a few times before it breaks, something really sturdy. Price range? Oh. There isn't one. Bello winced. Marcus's card was lead in Bello's wallet, weighing down his pockets as his heart pounded. That makes it easier then. The man winked and led Bello back around the aisles, stopping at a hefty laptop with a heavy base and wide monitor. This one here is probably the best bang for your buck. I could have shown you the highest priced model, but I don't want to cheat you. If you're not a gamer or anything, this one here will do everything you need and more. Oh. Bello studied the computer before turning back to the worker. It makes coffee? He laughed. Not yet, but it has a good processor and a lot of memory. Can I ask what you're going to be doing with it? Not very much. I'll be doing online work, spreadsheets, documents. Bello nodded, confirming his answer. Well, you're good with this one, but if you have to take notes or anything, then you could get one with a touchscreen. The man stepped backwards and tapped a laptop 3 down from the first one. This one here turns into a tablet screen, and you can use a stylus to write on the surface. It's a little pricier, but a lot of students at the university use it. I use mine for taking notes. Oh. Bello traced the keys. I'm not at the university, but it's a really nice laptop. Does it have the memory and processor, like the last one? Better than the last one, actually. And it's durable too, since it's meant to be used by students. Comparatively, it's not much more expensive. Jerry listed the specifications with confidence, and Bello nodded. The pop art colors pushed him over the edge, and he selected a bubblegum pink version of the more expensive touchscreen laptop. He added a leather case to his purchase and held his breath as the cashier scanned his items. He handed the bank card over and signed Marcus's name with a quick scribble, grabbing the receipt once it was offered. Thanks, Bello muttered and shuffled back to the vehicle, depositing the purchase on the passenger seat and settling in the driver's seat. Sliding his hands under his thighs, he glanced around the parking lot and waited. When 10 minutes with no phone call passed, he turned the key in the ignition and drove back to Marcus's house. Chapter 7. Bello. When he arrived back at the other man's place, he parked the vehicle in the garage where he had found it. Fingers clutched his bags as he moved inside, depositing the keys on the chest of drawers in the foyer and entering the kitchen. Hello, he called. The house was silent, but a new sticky note rested in the center of the refrigerator next to Marcus's cell phone number. It read, "Call me." Bello's heart jumped into his throat, his ears fogged, and his fingers trembled as he reached into his pocket for his cell phone. He tapped the 10 numbers provided into the device and put it to his ear. His nerves grew as the phone rang. Marcus answered after the 3rd ring with a rumbled greeting. Hi. You said to call you. You left me a note. Correct? You purchased your laptop. I did. Was it too much? I can take it back for a cheaper one. I'm sorry if I spent too much money on it, but the guy who helped me said it was good for taking notes, and I wasn't sure what all I was going to do with it. He said it also had a fast processor and a lot of memory. I'm not sure what those things mean, but bigger usually is better, right? Usually. Marcus stifled a chuckle. What? Oh, I didn't mean I could take it back. I could return it if you wanted me to. Your laptop is fine. As long as it will work for you, I do not care. I hope so, but I haven't opened it yet. I just got here. I need for you to do me one more errand. Sure, of course. It's my job, right? Indeed. I need you to go to the grocery store and pick up paper goods for the Maasai Club picnic. When is the picnic? In a few weeks, but the officials are requesting all of the non-perishables as soon as possible. Okay. How much should I get? Enough for 100 people to use at least 2 of everything. 100 people, Bello murmured as he dug around the kitchen for a pen. He yanked open painfully organized drawers before he found the miscellaneous drawer and retrieved a pencil. Okay. Paper goods like plates, cups, plastic forks, and spoons? Correct. Okay. And enough for 200 people. Bello drawled his words as he scribbled on the sticky note. Got it. Anything else, boss? One last thing. Do you want to go to the picnic with me? What? Bello's stomach churned, and all the calmness he had cultivated disappeared. The phone slipped out of his fingers and clattered on the counter. Shit. Bello snatched it up again and pressed it to his face. Sorry. I dropped the phone. Well. Again, Marcus's simple reply was filled with suppressed amusement. I don't know. We barely know each other, and I may not even be here in a couple weeks. I could be gone. True. If you're still here in a couple of weeks, will you accompany me? Bello's eyes darted around the room as his brain scanned for an appropriate excuse. He whimpered when he failed. I guess so, yeah. Anything else? Nothing else for now. Marcus ended the call. Bello sighed and tucked his phone back in his pocket. He rinsed his to-go mug and placed it in the drying rack, and he placed his new laptop and leather carrying case on the breakfast table. When he opened the laptop and pressed the sleek power button, the screen illuminated and moved through a quick welcome sequence before prompting Bello for a password and username. It asked for more information before taking him to an empty desktop. He flattened the laptop to a tablet and stuffed it in his bag before grabbing Marcus's keys and leaving the house again. After stashing his new laptop under the passenger seat, he navigated through the city, stopping at a local grocery store and purchasing 2 packages of paper plates, 5 economy-sized boxes of assorted plastic silverware, and 3 packages of plastic cups. He swiped Marcus's card at the checkout counter and signed the man's name a second time. Back in the vehicle, he produced directions to the Maasai Club on his cell phone and circled the city 3 times before he pulled into the deserted parking lot of an old brick building. He shared the vast parking lot with 2 other vehicles, 1 run-down truck and 1 moderately priced compact car. Bello rearranged the disposable items and slung them over his forearm as he climbed out of the luxury convertible. Chewing his bottom lip, he walked to the front of the building and poked his head inside. Quiet. Tables littered the room with chairs on top of them. The floor sparkled in the soft indoor light, and Bello frowned. Hesitant steps carried him further into the room, and he followed the wall until he approached another set of doors. The doors opened to a steamy stairwell with mold hidden inside the walls. It burned Bello's eyes, but he stepped inside and gripped the metal railing. The door slammed behind him, and the sound of metal meeting metal cut through the eerie silence. Bello cursed, but voices erupted from the top of the stairs. Footsteps followed, and 2 dark faces looked down at him. Bello squinted, and ascended the stairs until he was midway between the first floor and the two men blocking his path. "Can we help you with something?" the older man spoke in a booming voice. "Yeah," Bello cleared his throat. "Yeah. I brought paper goods for your picnic in a few weeks. Sorry, these are from Mr. Johnson. Marcus Johnson." The man's stony expression shifted. His eyebrows relaxed and 10 years melted off his face. "Oh good. Last year, he forgot until the very last minute. Come up here with those." He beckoned Bello up the stairs. "Right. Okay." He stumbled up the last half of them, skin prickling under 2 pairs of eyes. "My name is Bello. Bello Gonzalez. I'm Mr. Johnson's new personal assistant." "About time. Marcus works his ass off. He's nothing like his father." "Oh, I'm Emmanuel Williams, president of the club. This is my son, Solomon." "Oh. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Williams." Bello shifted the items around in his arms and shook Emmanuel's hand. "Solomon." The younger man jutted his chin to Bello, smirking. "Bello. You don't have a position." "I do. I'm the assistant treasurer. It's a glorified position. They don't let me touch a single thing." Solomon grinned. "Your boss is the chairman of finance. He took over when his father flaked out. Here, let me help you put these away." Solomon grabbed half of the bags from Bello. "Oh thanks. I hate to do this, but I have a few things to complete before I'm done for the day. If you'll excuse me, Solomon will help you get these things stored away." Emmanuel squeezed Bello's shoulder. "Tell your boss not to be a stranger around here." I will. We've got storage this way." Solomon moved down the hallway, leading Bello to a disorganized supply room. He fought his way inside, kicking half-empty boxes aside. "Gotta clean this up one of these days, but we can store everything up in here." "Thanks again for your help," Bello offered, holding the door open as Solomon rearranged boxes and bags of yellow, purple, and black items. "No problem. Almost good." He nudged a box full of straw skirts and stacked it on top of a pile of imported coconuts with a coat of white paint. So, assistant treasurer, huh?" Bello forced a smile. "Yeah. It's a family thing. When I was a little kid, all I wanted to do is be a part of Masai. My dad told me all I had to do was stay out of trouble and make it to 21. The day I turned 21, I became a member. I grew up calling all the men in the club uncle. It's nice to call them brother now." "Do you call the women in the club sister?" A little frown touched Solomon's face. Masai is a men's-only club. But women can join the subgroups, and they have the same privileges. "Oh." Bello chewed his bottom lip. "How long you been in the city?" 2 days. "How do you like it so far?" Solomon unpacked the cups and stashed them on the middle row. "It's really muggy, but also colorful. The houses are gorgeous. The trees? Oh, you mean all the beads on them." Solomon's face lit up in a boyish grin. "It's how they bloom around here. Mardi Gras beads." "Mardi Gras?" "Yeah. Shrove Tuesday, Fat Tuesday. Day before Ash Wednesday. 40-something days before Easter." "Oh. You're religious?" "If by religious you mean do I care about Easter? Not hardly. But I love king cake, I love parades, and I especially love celebrating with my brothers. Stick around until the spring at least. You won't be sorry." Solomon's excitement was infectious, and a smile spread on Bello's face. He stacked the paper plates on the shelf next to the cups. "I'll see. I'm not sure if I'm staying or not." "What's got you on the fence?" It's complicated. The short version is Marcus is a stranger, and I'm away from my family. I miss them. When you get to a new place, you have to make your own family. You said you were Marcus's personal assistant, right? Yeah, but I don't know what I'm doing. I think he felt bad. Probably. You've got a kicked puppy thing going on. Solomon grinned again. Hey. Bello scoffed, elbowing the other man. I don't. Yeah, okay. I guess you can't see your face then. A cheery laugh. What else are you doing? Nothing else. Oh. You're not in school or anything? Bello shook his head and balled up the plastic bags. I'll toss these. No way. Solomon snatched the bags away from Bello. We can use these for something. You never know. Are you in school? Yeah, I go to Xavier. It's down the road a bit. He pointed to the exit and then hiked his thumb to the left. Oh yeah. I know exactly where it is. Bello chuckled. I mean, you can't miss it. Solomon grinned. What are you in school for? I'm pre-med. Oh, so you're real smart then? Nah. A little smart, but I've always loved science. Solomon finished with the boxes and turned off the light in the storage room, pulling the door closed after they walked out. Say, what are you up to right now? Nothing. This was my last errand for the day. Cool. Then, do you mind helping me unload some things? We order all the Mardi Gras stuff for next year in the summer, and it's all finally arrived. So, I need to get it up here and organized. Sure. No, I don't mind at all. Bello followed the other man down the stairs and back to the parking lot. They approached the run-down pickup truck, and Solomon lowered the back, revealing a sea of corrugated boxes. We get them delivered to the house because we don't want someone stealing them from here. Plus, the thief would be sorely disappointed to steal a box full of sequins and feathers. No problem. Where do you want me to take the boxes? Solomon leaned against his truck, knitting his eyebrows and turning dark eyes to the sky. The storage closet was kind of full, wasn't it? It was, but if it was better organized, we could probably fit everything in there. Some of the boxes were half empty, and I'm sure they could be further condensed. Yeah, you're right. Let's clean up the storage closet and get everything organized in there. It'll save time when the other supplies come in too. Bello smiled and carried boxes in sets of 3 to the building and up to the closet. He stacked the boxes in the hallway, squatting as he lowered them to the ground. It took them 3 trips before the truck bed was empty, and Solomon slammed it closed. Then, with hands on their hips, they choreographed a new system for the storage closet. Once they settled into their new plan, Bello glanced at Solomon. So tell me more about this place. The city or the club? Solomon repackaged multicolored feathers and layered them in a box with sequins. The club, I guess. Well, it was founded about 100 years ago now, so when you start asking about how the club started, you'll get a bunch of different stories. One story says it started with a group of laborers who called themselves the Bums. They went to the theater to see this comedy about the Maasai tribe, and there you go. It's all history, so to speak. It seems too simplistic. Right? I agree. Here's the other story. If you talk to the old heads, the original members of Maasai belonged to a benevolent aid society, or basically, the first forms of insurance in the black community around here. People paid into it, and then when they needed it, they received financial aid when they were sick or to pay for funerals. They still saw the comedy show, but they were already vaguely formed and simply changed the name. This makes more sense since the door says Maasai Social Aid and Pleasure Club. Pleasure Club makes it sound dirty, don't it? A little. Bello's cheeks warmed. So what else? Well, the first time they marched in Mardi Gras was around 1901, but they didn't appear as Maasai until 1920, Solomon explained, and they continued chatting about the history of the club as they reorganized boxes. They downsized from a dozen boxes of varying sizes to 4 large, well-packed boxes and labeled them as miscellaneous items with the specific contents listed underneath the header. There's a lot of pride in being a Maasai, Bello observed. Yeah. We've come a real long way, honestly. In the 60s, when segregation laws still existed, you had to travel the back streets in the black neighborhoods to find the parade, and they didn't have much of a route. Neighborhood bars sponsored the different floats, so they were obligated to go past them, right? Sure. Right, but the problem was once they stopped in, it was hard to get them back out and walking again, so some floats would go one way, others would go another way. Just like a bunch of, Solomon's eyes sparkled again, and laughter colored his voice. Oh. Bello laughed and placed the last of the new boxes on the shelf. You're ridiculous. I'm not. It's the truth. You can ask any of the old men about it, and they'll tell you the same. We'll see. I'm going to ask. Good. Hey, thanks for the help today. Solomon clapped Bello on the shoulder and yanked him into a casual hug. No problem. It was nice. You're the first person I've really talked to since I got here. Sounds like you need to get out more. Probably, but I figured I was doing okay since it's only day 2, right? Solomon shrugged, leading Bello to the first-floor entrance and opening the door for him. He leaned against the open door, letting cool air out and hot air in. You're doing all right, I guess. Hey, I have more stuff to do in preparation for the picnic. You think you could help me out? I'm not a member of the club, though. Yeah, I know. You should be, but I was thinking more as friends, you know. Hanging out and getting stuff done. Oh, right. Sure. Yeah, it sounds fun. Let me give you my number. They exchanged numbers, and with a half-wave, Bello jogged back to his vehicle and drove home. By the time he made it from the club back to Marcus's house, the convertible's clock flashed 5:15, and a third vehicle occupied space in the multi-vehicle garage. Bello's pulse accelerated, and he slithered out of the vehicle and moved inside the house through the side door, entering the den. He kicked his shoes off there before traveling around the house to the foyer, where he deposited his keys and inched into the kitchen. Marcus was already seated at the table, in front of a wealth of food. Bello's heart ached as his eyes rested on Marcus's stony features. Where's Mrs. Potts? She has left for the weekend. Marcus glanced up from his cell phone. Ah. Bello gripped the doorframe as Marcus's attention drifted back to his cell phone. The man had already changed from his sleek work attire to lounge clothes. A thin shirt stretched across his muscled form, and cotton joggers covered his lower body. They bunched at the thigh, and Bello searched the thin fabric for an outline of Marcus's cock. Are you hungry? Yeah. I could eat. Bello's cheeks flamed as he floated to the table and sat down across from Marcus. Fried chicken, jambalaya, coleslaw, cornbread. Marcus pointed to each item in their respective cast-iron pots and floral-patterned bakeware. Let me fix your plate. I think I can fix my own plate. You're a guest, Marcus replied, grabbing an extra plate and spooning burnt orange jambalaya onto it. He rested a crispy fried chicken breast on the left of the rice dish and a scoop of creamy coleslaw on the other side. His cornbread sat across from the jambalaya. The plate was full, and Bello's cheeks warmed again. Thanks. You didn't have to do it for me. Marcus put the plate down in front of him and lingered there until Bello looked up from his lap and met his intense brown eyes. I didn't, but I wanted to. His canorous baritone voice caressed Bello's ears, waking his body up, tightening the crotch of his pants. Thanks. You are welcome. He moved back around the table and took his seat again. How was your day? Bello blinked. We're talking. Sure. Why wouldn't we talk? I don't know. You don't seem like the guy who wants to hear about some stranger's day. I didn't say you were a stranger. You said I was a guest. Right. A stranger and a guest are two different things. A stranger would not still be in my home, eating at my table, spending my money, driving my car. A guest is someone who does not feel at home in a particular space. Bello picked at his jambalaya, scooping it onto a fork and putting it to his lips. His taste buds danced as the rich taste of garlic and cayenne accented by a blend of herbs touched his tongue. He groaned. Good. This is good. I will let Mrs. Potts know. So, how was your day? Right. Well. I picked up the laptop, and I delivered the paper and plastic goods for the picnic. Then I helped this guy Solomon clean out the storage closet and put away all the Mardi Gras supplies. Ah, Brother Solomon. Marcus nodded. He's the son of the current president. Yeah, him. He's cool. I think I'm going to help him with some other errands for the picnic. Marcus nodded. It sounds like you made a friend. Bello smiled, taking another bite of jambalaya. Sounds like it. How was your day? Uneventful. Where did you go all day? To the hotel. Oh, right. So you built your own hotel business? Not quite. I own one hotel in a small franchise, and I'm considering purchasing another within the next year. You own a franchise? No. I own one hotel, and I pay money to the original creator of the franchise. How should I explain this? I pay money to use the already popular name while growing my individual hotel. However, the name is not much of anything anymore, so I pay very little. I think I'm still confused, but it's okay. What do you do there? Today, I stopped in to see how things were running. I have 3 hotel managers who do most of the day-to-day tasks, and I meet with them regularly to discuss hotel improvements. This was one of those days. Oh. I get it. You're the upper management guy who's never really worked a day in his life, but wants to tell others how to work the most efficiently. Bello wrinkled the bridge of his nose. The starting pay for my hotel is $15 an hour, and it goes up from there. Marcus bit into his fried chicken. He chewed and swallowed, blotting his full lips before he spoke again. The cost of paying people fairly is time or profits. When I first obtained the hotel, I was the one cleaning rooms. The co-owner was at the front desk. We had 4 employees, and we acted as the managers. Wouldn't you have had enough money when you bought the hotel to hire enough employees? Isn't that short-sighted on your part? I didn't purchase it. In so many words, I inherited it and its debt from my father. Disdain seeped into his words, though his veneered features didn't crack. Oh. It was in the red thousands of dollars. How many years ago was this? Many. He bit into his fried chicken again, signaling the end of the conversation. Bello followed his lead and ate quietly. When his plate was clean, Marcus leaned back in his seat, resting his hands on his thighs. Bello still picked at his food. Tell me more about your family. Are your sisters and brothers all as attractive as you are? Bello flicked his eyes up from his plate. Marcus's grin made Bello's pulse thunder in his ears and fog his thoughts. What? Oh. He wet his lips, eyelids fluttering. And no. I'm by far the most attractive. Good to know. Yeah. I'm the youngest of everyone. We have a farm, sort of. Sort of? I mean, it's not been much of a farm lately, but we plant some crops in the spring. We have an old mule and a few horses. My brothers enjoy hunting, so since my dad owns the land, it doesn't take much to keep us all fed. What do your sisters do? What do you mean? For work? Marcus lifted his eyebrows. Oh. They don't. I mean, they float between jobs. They'll leave home for a few months sometimes, but they usually come right back. My dad wanted to send Emma, my oldest sister, here instead of me. She's working on getting back on her feet after her latest divorce, Bello snorted. Latest divorce? It's her 3rd. You know, as soon as she gets a job, she'll meet a perfect guy there and run off with him. I don't want to be like her. In what sense? Marcus focused his attention on Bello, hanging on every word of his mindless chatter. Well, in all the senses, I guess. I don't want to have 3 divorces, and I don't want to come back and forth home until I'm 30 or older. I want to leave once and stay gone. I think I want to go to school too. Like college. Oh. Bello nodded, wetting his lips and sitting straight-backed in his chair. He leaned forward in his excitement. Solomon told me about Xavier, and I think I may check it out. My dad always wanted me to go to college. There are colleges here, and I can save up while I'm working for you too. I can maybe take a class or two in a few months, come January. You could. What do you want to study? I'm not sure. Solomon is studying pre-med. I know. Marcus exhaled in a deep chuckle, amusement clear in his eyes. Xavier is a good school for sciences and medicine. They have an engineering program as well. What are your interests? Well, in high school, I enjoyed science classes and math. After my mom, I always kept the finances at home. I've done the family taxes for years. If you're not sure what direction you want to go in, you could select business as your initial major. You would not get into serious classes until around your 4th semester, so there is plenty of time to decide. Or perhaps double major. Bello chewed the inside of his cheek. Did you go to college? Yes. Nights, weekends, and online while I worked at the hotel. I like it. Like what? A man who knows hard work and how to get what he wants. The muscles in Bello's neck clenched as he spoke, and his eyes darted away from Marcus as his hard stare scorched him. The silence hung between them like static before a lightning strike. The fine hairs on Bello's arm and the back of his neck extended, stretching with anticipation. Marcus chuckled again, but it was huskier this time. So, what do you do on the weekends? The other man's reply was slow, brooding, and calculated. Work, usually. He stood, collecting his empty plate and the dirty silverware, carrying them to the sink. And you? Me too when I was home. Marcus nodded. There are plenty of events going on around here on the weekends. You can go to day festivals or bars at night. I'm not really a party person. There are 1,001 art galleries and hole-in-the-wall shops downtown. He returned for the pots of food, covering them with fitting lids and stashing them in the refrigerator until the only thing left from dinner was Bello's half-full plate. I could accompany you sometime, but not this weekend. Oh. Yeah, okay. What are you doing this weekend? I want to be at the hotel most of the weekend to see peak hours and how the team responds. Oh. Right, yeah. I could help you observe. I mean, it would be good for me to see the inner workings of a business if I may go to school for it, right? It would, but you do not have to work weekends. It's not a huge undertaking. Besides, I have nothing else to do. What time are you leaving in the morning? Around 10 o'clock. The hotel is open all hours. However, the peak checkout time is 11, and the peak check-in time is around dinner. I'll be ready. Bello jumped out of his seat. Oh. I'm done eating. I'll wash my plate. No, I'll handle it. Marcus grabbed Bello's plate from him, brushing their fingers against each other. An electric shock buzzed between them, and Bello yanked his fingers back. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm going upstairs. Good night. See you in the morning. 10 o'clock sharp. He saluted Marcus, then frowned and rushed from the room. Sweet dreams, Bello, Marcus's rumbled words chased after him. The way Marcus's tongue rolled over the double letters of his name sent a chill down Bello's spine. He lost his breath and raced up the stairs in gasping silence. Chapter 8. Marcus. Marcus lay awake in his king-size bed, staring at the ceiling. The sun had crept into the window and warmed the foot of the bed, but his morning alarm clock hadn't sounded. He had 5 minutes before 7:15, before he trudged his way up to the 3rd floor in a sleeveless shirt, loose shorts, and worn sneakers. In those 5 minutes his mind drifted to Bello, and he replayed their interactions from the previous evening. He replayed all of their conversations, lamenting over the other man's casual movements, the bright blush to his cheeks and his piercing blue-gray eyes. Bello's light chuckle rang in his ears. He grunted and flicked his eyes to the clock on his bedside table. 2 minutes. With a groan, he threw the thin comforter off of his legs and stepped barefoot on the chilled hardwood floor, escaping to the bathroom. He brushed his teeth and idly flexed his biceps in the mirror, observing corded muscles and bulging veins as the alarm clock blared in his bedroom. He pissed, splashed water on his face, dressed, and slapped the alarm clock as he shoved his feet into his sneakers. Saturdays were free days, meaning he had no scheduled workouts. Mondays and Wednesdays were upper body, while Tuesdays and Thursdays were lower body. Fridays were a combination. Saturdays he performed his favorite workouts, handling the free weights until the muscles in his arms throbbed, and squatting deadlifts in front of the mirror until his legs were soggy noodles. He soaked the front and back of his shirt and peeled it over his head, rubbing it down his torso and draping it over a treadmill after his last set of lifts. Then he ran until his heart was bursting, until he had forgotten the pain in his legs, pushed himself harder, and remembered it again. He finally stumbled off the machine, wiping sweat from his body a second time and roping his shirt around his neck. Fatigued fingers snatched room temperature water from above a miniature refrigerator, and he paced the length of the room as his glands worked overtime, coating him with a third sheen of sweat. He wiped himself down one last time, finished the bottle, and stepped out of the room onto the stairs. "Oh my God!" Bello greeted him. One step down from the top of the stairs and still eye level with him, the other man's stormy gray eyes flew wide, and he pressed his palm into the wall. "I thought you, oh." He looked from Marcus's face down his exposed torso and bit his bottom lip. "You thought I what?" "I thought, I don't know. I came to work out." Marcus's shoulders touched wall to wall, blocking Bello in the hallway as he flitted from one side to the other. Messy curls framed his youthful features, still marred with morning grogginess. "I see. So can you move?" "Indeed." Marcus shifted to the left, turning his body sideways, mashing his shoulders and ass into the wall and offering Bello a sliver of space. The other man eyed it and turned his body sideways away from Marcus. He advanced on the space, putting himself between Marcus and the wall, his ass brushing over Marcus's front, waking up the only muscle in his body not well spent. "Oh." Bello yanked himself back out of the passageway, nostrils flaring as he turned to Marcus, facing him instead of having his back turned. He cleared his throat. "I'll just His cheeks were blooming fresh roses as his eyes darted around the little space. "I will make breakfast. Do you have any requests?" "And no. Anything you want to make is fine," Bello chirped, shoulders shrugging up to his ears as he sidled between Marcus and the wall. Their chests met, and Bello's runner's thighs brushed against Marcus's compact muscles. Marcus rumbled. The heady scent of shea and cocoa butter wafted off Bello's skin. "All right." He clenched his hands at his side, waiting until Bello had disappeared inside the home gym before stalking down the stairs and into the kitchen. He slung his damp shirt across the breakfast table and dug around the kitchen, setting out 2 cast-iron pots and turning on the stove. He sliced bacon and sausage, and he cracked eggs, arranging them neatly in the large cast-iron pans. After adding tomatoes, mushrooms, and toast to the meal, he set 2 full plates on the breakfast table and poured 2 tall glasses of orange juice. With a satisfied sigh, he sat down, nibbling the mushrooms and tomatoes until Bello strolled into the kitchen. "Ah. Something smells good." His skin glistened with sweat and his eyes were bright. "I made breakfast." Marcus motioned to the place settings. "Oh wow. I could have done with cereal or a smoothie. You didn't have to make me a full 3-course meal." He sat down across from Marcus, surveying the plate of food. "It's a full English breakfast." "Really? Well then, where's my Earl Grey tea?" Bello's cheeks dimpled as he smiled. "Still in the cabinet. And the water is still in the faucet." Marcus picked up his fork, slicing his sausage. Bello laughed and lifted out of his seat, jogging into the kitchen. He filled a tea kettle with water and set it on the stove. "So, you're a morning workout kind of guy?" "Sure." "As opposed to working out in the middle of the day or before bed," Bello continued. I've always been a morning workout person because I like to work out on an empty stomach and I don't want to shower twice." He hung around the stove as the water increased to a boil. "Indeed." Marcus watched him, eyes trailing over the slight curves of his lean form. An oversized shirt hung on his torso, and fitted joggers covered his bottom half. His shirt bunched at the swell of his ass, and big feet anchored him to the ground. He looked good in Marcus's kitchen, backlit by the sun shining through feathery curls. Bello glanced up. What? Nothing. He tucked a few curls behind his ear. No, really? What? I would like a glass of tea as well. His features deflated, and he nodded. Right. He poured steaming water in 2 mugs and dipped a tea bag in each. They ate as the tea steeped, forks clanking against the plates. Marcus finished first. I need to get ready. Okay. I'll do the dishes. Don't. I'll do them later this evening when I make dinner. You're making dinner, too. Unless you want to. Marcus deposited his plate in the sink. Oh no. I'm a terrible cook. Then, I'll cook tonight when we get back from the hotel. A smile touched Marcus's face, and he dipped out of the kitchen. Upstairs he showered and dressed in a pair of jeans, a collared shirt, and a blazer tailored for his broad shoulders and his pinched waist. He snapped the metal band of a designer watch on his wrist and nestled his feet in derby-style dress shoes, pulling the laces tight. He met Bello at the base of the stairs. The convertible. Bello grabbed keys from the chest beside the staircase. No. The convertible is yours, for now. Unless you don't like it. Marcus grabbed a modest set of keys. No, I like it. Good. We're taking the red car. The sedan? Why? Because it gets good gas mileage, and I don't like driving around town in a convertible. Bello rolled his eyes, giggling. Then why do you have it? You ask a lot of questions. I'm sorry. I'm just excited to, have a job and see the hotel and spend the day with you. Marcus froze with his fingers clutched around the garage door handle. Those sincere words pierced right through him. I mean, I'm excited as friends. As an employee to an employer. I'm excited to see your business is all. I knew what you meant. Let's go. It's going to be a long day. He climbed into the driver's seat of the sedan and drove 15 minutes across the town from his 3-level house to his high-rise hotel. The city's buildings were stacked on each other, and what couldn't be built outward was built upward. Marcus parked the vehicle behind the hotel and stashed his keys in his pocket as he moved inside. The hotel was a whirlwind of uniformed employees buzzing around in preparation for an influx of guests. Very few guests checked out of the hotel, but the line for check-ins extended all the way out the sliding glass doors. The employees greeted Marcus with a smile, and greeted Bello with silent curiosity. He received smiles too, as he tagged along behind the other man. Marcus buzzed around the establishment, jogging up and down the stairs with fresh towels, drink refills, and extra refreshments for the front desk. When the check-in line exploded, he worked behind the counter alongside his 2 front desk employees until the line dissipated. Then he ducked into his office and stole a few minutes for himself. With his eyes closed, he dropped down into his cushioned office chair, resting his head on the back of the chair. His door opened and closed, but he didn't open his eyes. What can I help you with? I didn't know it was Bring Your Pito workday. Tiffany chuckled. He's not my pet, Marcus rumbled, sitting up in his seat and peering at his best friend. Is he doing something wrong? No. He's just the ever-ready bunny and, well, he's kind of cute. She smiled, crossing the room and sitting on the corner of Marcus's desk. He is a good assistant. He's only been your assistant for a day. Marcus shrugged. And he can still be very good at it. How good? Marcus inhaled a slow breath and narrowed his eyes at Tiffany. Are you implying there is more than a working relationship between him and I? If you need an assistant, we can share him. Oh no. You're not very good at sharing your things. She patted his shoulder. He's not mine. Yet. Not yet. I see the way you keep sneaking glances at him. How long has it been since you were in a relationship again? A while. Still playing with Selena? Occasionally. I'm not going to tell you what you should do with your personal life, but I think you should end it with her and focus on finding someone who can satisfy you 100%. It starts with finding a man. Selena satisfies me fine. She knows the terms and conditions of our relationship, nothing sexual, just games. Besides, I thought I wasn't due for this lecture for at least another 6 months. My birthday just passed. Spare me. Nah. Christmas has come early this year. Drop Selena. Get off your lazy ass and take a chance on the new guy. Marcus stared, clenching and releasing his jaws. Did you come to say anything else, or simply to critique my personal life? I'm all in for a second hotel. I thought you wanted the weekend to think it over. She shrugged. Today is the weekend, and I've thought about it. Let's do it. Talk to the franchise owners. She pushed off the desk and rapped her knuckles against it. Oh. When you talk to the owners, haggle with the price. This franchise was in the mud until we brought it back. We have the upper hand. Yeah. Do you want to talk to them? No. I look like hippie Mother Earth, they will write me off. You're better at this part. Marcus wrinkled the bridge of his nose. Fine. I'll have Bello set up an appointment with them. Do you want to help me look for a location? Oh, have Bello help you with your house hunt too. She winked. How late are you two staying around here? Not much longer. We got here a little after 10, and it's nearing 5 o'clock. I promised him I'd make dinner. Tiffany's eyes flew wide and she laughed. Already making him dinner, too? When's the last time you made Selena dinner? Never. I've never made her dinner. If I admit I am attracted to him, will you leave me alone about it? Maybe. Odds. Solid split. I ain't telling you nothin', he drawled, kissing her cheek and standing. I'll see you Monday. He exited his office and drowned in busy hotel work until he had completed an 8-hour workday. He grabbed a snack from the kitchen and scarfed it down in his vehicle as he waited for Bello. Bello joined him a half-hour later and collapsed into the car with flushed cheeks and the smile of completing a hard day's work. Hi. Hey. Sorry I took so long. There was a check-in situation. Apparently, one suite was accidentally double-booked, and the only other comparable room we had was a mess because the guests left late. I had to rush up and assist the cleaning lady in getting it turned down. All is well though. He snapped his fingers. Oh, but I did throw in the extended channel package for the confusion. I think it's silly to watch television on vacation, but they were happy to have the add-on. Marcus watched Bello's lips move, wetting his own. A rush of energy swirled through him, pushing him to act on his impulses. He leaned closer to Bello, hanging in between their seats as the man continued chatting about his day. How was yours? He flicked shining eyes toward Marcus. What? How was your day? Fine. Busy of course. My business partner gave the go-ahead for us to set up meetings with the franchise owner and start looking for a place to build. Oh, exciting. I can schedule the meeting and look for places. What type of place do you want? Wait, no, when do you want the meeting scheduled for? Marcus drove home. Whenever they have the time to schedule me. You can contact them on Monday. Okay, cool. What about the building space? Any specifications? I need to know the crime rate, an idea of the yearly land taxes, and the amount of foot traffic the general area gets. Ideally, I would prefer a space close to eateries. It's very easy to market around eateries with a hotel because people want easy options. Okay, noted. I'll start looking. I'm excited for you guys. Bello's genuineness stained his features. Really? Of course. What else would I be? Jealous? I mean, I guess, but why? You clearly work hard every day. The employees here love you, and people are always honest with me. So you deserve this. His lips tugged into a half-smile, dimpling one cheek. Thank you. Marcus pulled into the driveway and turned off his vehicle. I will start dinner. If you want to wash up before we eat. Bello laughed. Sure, I guess. I was hoping to watch you in the kitchen, though. I love watching men cook. Marcus cleared his throat, his own cheeks tingling as his face warmed. He fixed his gaze on the car's dashboard. You can watch if you wish, but you have to stay out of the way. And no sneaking food. You must keep your hands to yourself. Bello puffed out his cheeks and laughed. All right. I'm still going to run upstairs and change clothes. I'll be back down in a few minutes. Without another word, Bello exited the vehicle and moved inside the house. Marcus followed him, but by the time he had entered the house, Bello had already disappeared up the stairs. Marcus removed his jacket, resting it in the hallway closet, and washed their dishes from breakfast. Once he had set new cast-iron pots on the stove, Bello had joined him again, sitting at the kitchen island in a sleeveless shirt and lounge shorts. He twisted around on the bar stool, with his elbows bracing him against the counter. What's for dinner? I was going to make something nicer, but since it is so late in the evening, mixed vegetables with ground meat and rice. You really like vegetables, don't you? You have them sliced in the refrigerator, and since I've been here, they've been a feature of lunch and dinner. Marcus shrugged. It is not about like or dislike. Vegetables are nutritious, so I eat them. So you're a health nut? Sure. Marcus smiled as he poured fresh vegetables into a high-sided pan. They sizzled and beaded with sweat. So, tell me something a lot of people don't know about you. Marcus poured rice in a pot of boiling water and mixed raw red meat in the last pan. He seasoned the meat and tossed it with a fork as he stewed over Bello's question. I've never had a boyfriend, he spoke finally, dragging over his confession. Is that something a lot of people don't know, or something I don't know? Both, I guess. Bello rolled his eyes around the room. Does this mean you're a virgin? A low rumble. I'm not a virgin, no. All right, spill. It is simple. I haven't found the right person. Are you looking for the right person? No. Why not? Marcus ignored the question, draining the rice and fluffing it before returning it to the pot, removing it from the heated stove and placing it over a fabric square. He covered the vegetables and tossed the meat until it was browned all the way through. What about you? You haven't spoken of a boyfriend. Because I don't have one either. But I've had a man before. Indeed. And what happened? We're already talking about our past relationships. You brought it up. Actually, I really didn't. Bello bit his bottom lip, sucking it and then releasing it with a pop. You picked telling me you've never had a relationship as your big secret, so technically you picked this topic. For the record, he cheated on me with someone else, and when I found out, I ended it with him. I'm sorry. I'm not. It was a mess. I found out he was sleeping with all sorts of other guys because he traveled for work. He wasn't using protection with them either. Ah. Yeah, but I'm clean. I mean, not because you need to know my status or anything. I guess I'm relieved. I thought we were exclusive, and yeah. Anyway, since then, it's been a while. I haven't been ready to take the chance again, you know. Oh wait, Bello flashed a smile, you don't. Cheap shot. Marcus spooned rice into 2 bowls, adding a wealth of vegetables and a few spoonfuls of meat. He sprinkled the top with sesame seeds and passed a bowl across the counter to Bello. I couldn't resist. Thanks. Do you want to keep talking about relationships, or the lack of them? What else do you want to know? Do you have a type? Marcus stabbed a stalk of broccoli with his fork. Do I have some things I find more attractive than other things? Yeah. Everyone has a type. Eat your food. Bello ate his first bite, groaning at the taste. Ah. So good. He bounced in his seat and twisted his fork in his fingers. Fuck. You're a good cook. I didn't really do anything but steam vegetables and brown meat. This was hardly cooking. It's better than what I can make, so it's cooking to me. And it's good. You can cook for me anytime you want. Bello shifted in his seat, resting all of his weight on one elbow, and downed his food. He licked his fork clean. "What's the plan for tomorrow?" "I won't be here, so you can do whatever you want." "Where are you going to be?" "Oh shit. Sorry, you don't have to answer my question." "I'm sorry." "It's fine. I am going to the next town over, and I am spending the day with my mother." "Do you spend every Sunday with your mother?" "No, just second and fourth." "Why?" "Well," Marcus scrubbed his cheek. "She's Catholic and she doesn't drive. I take her to church, so she's not walking down the street in heels and a dress." "Oh. Well, I mean, it's sweet of you. Are you, religious?" Marcus shrugged. "Not particularly. I went to church as a child, and I enjoyed the teachings and the community aspect of it, but I never believed the stories." Bello nodded. "My family's deeply Catholic too." "What about you?" Bello half shrugged, smiling. "Thanks for dinner. Try to enjoy yourself tomorrow, okay?" He slithered out of his seat. "I will do my best. There are leftovers from Friday if you get hungry tomorrow." "I won't starve." Bello hazarded his eyes to Marcus's face. I had a good day today. A better day than I've had in a long time." He clasped his hands behind his back, stretching his broad chest. Marcus smiled, grabbing Bello's empty bowl. "Good. Then, I'll see you Monday." "Yeah. Monday. Bright and early." Bello ducked out of the kitchen. Chapter 9. Bello. On Sunday, Bello rolled out of bed an hour before midday and dragged his feet to the bathroom. He showered, relieved himself, and splashed water on his face. Then he got dressed. The house was still as he descended the stairs to the kitchen. A handwritten note beside an aluminum foil-covered plate drew his attention, and he picked it up, reading Marcus's scrawled handwriting. "You didn't have to make me breakfast," he replied to the note as a slow smile spread across his face and his heart grew in his chest. He folded the note and tucked it into his pocket before uncovering the plate. Marcus had made the same full breakfast as the day before, and Bello nibbled from the plate as he browsed the news on his cell phone, sliding his finger across the screen as he scrolled through articles. When he had eaten his fill, he covered the plate again and explored the house. He started in the kitchen and browsed through the breakfast area to the first-floor study flanked by two porches. A small private porch was on the right, while an extended porch was on the left. A cushioned wing-back chair with a small side table sat on the private sitting area. The other porch had a couch, several chairs, and a long table. It connected to the breakfast area. Bello wandered into the dining room, eyeing the display cabinets full of patterned dinnerware and antique glass decorations. This is a big house. I think I need wine for this," Bello announced to the decorations, snapping his fingers. He wandered back into the kitchen, digging in the pantry and pouring himself a glass of red wine before going back to the dining room. A light step carried him through the den full of hodgepodge furniture and into the carefully designed living room. A clawfoot couch with two matching chairs straddled the edges of a rectangular rug. With an approving nod, Bello stepped back into the foyer, poked his head into the half-bathroom, and returned to the second floor. He knew his own rooms, but he toured them anyway, fingers tracing over the canvas fabric of the couch in his personal sitting area. His bedroom was smaller than the sitting area but cozy, with a bed full of tousled sheets and calming dark walls. The minimal collection of clothes he had traveled with taunted him from the walk-in closet. The room he had deemed as a study room housed his laptop on a corner desk and 4 rectangular windows on the exterior wall overlooking the side yard. The attached bathroom led him back into the hallway, in front of the staircase leading up to the 3rd floor. The right side of the 2nd floor was Marcus's, and it was 2 quiet doors. Bello sucked his bottom lip as his curiosity piqued. Light steps carried him through the shallow hallway and across the landing. His heart rate accelerated as he stood in front of the door directly across from his. Slender fingers wrapped around the handle and twisted. The door creaked open to a room with the same design aesthetics as the downstairs. Marcus's bedroom was impersonal, with a mahogany bed, high ceiling windows, and a hidden walk-in closet. Unlike Bello's room, Marcus's walls were ecru-colored and wainscoted. Brown wood furniture and a fireplace warmed the sterile walls. "Fireplace," Bello murmured. Aside from a turquoise and gray abstract painting above the fireplace mantel, the room had no pictures. No art. No personality. Bello chewed his bottom lip, walking around the stretched king-size bed and poking his head in the surprisingly modest bathroom. "This room says the only thing you do in here, Mr. Johnson, is sleep." His fingers traced along the fluffy comforter as he retreated and closed the door. He opened the door to the last room and froze. The atmosphere shifted, and the scent of stale bodily fluids and used lubricant hit his nose despite the room's cleanliness. "Someone smells loud." He backed out of the room, until he saw a wrinkled golden condom wrapper wedged between the dresser and the wall. His eyes narrowed, and he rolled his tongue around his mouth before changing plans and easing into the room. Bondage cuffs hung on each post of the full-size four-poster bed resting in the center of the room, accented by empty, well-dusted surfaces. The swept-clean counters fueled Bello's curiosity, and he opened the drawers. He found condoms, lubricant, and wipes arranged in the top drawer. The condoms had collected a thin layer of dust, and some of Bello's frustrations dissolved. With a snort, he closed the first drawer and opened the second. It rattled before sliding open and releasing a breeze of a vibrant, earthy scent. The scent of leather. Bello's eyebrows knit together, and he sighed as his eyes landed on a collection of black leather items. Collars with rubber balls lay on one side, and devices with braided handles and an explosion of free leather strips lived on the other. Some of the free leather strips had knotted ends. Some had a mix of barbed wire and leather. Beyond those were riding crops with leather tips. Under the riding crops were square-handled instruments with inset studs and pyramids. Bello's eyes bugged, and he swallowed, rubbing his hands down his thighs after he closed the drawer. He didn't open the last drawer, nor did he peek in the closet because his cell phone rang, and he jumped out of his skin. "Oh my God." Gasping, he put the phone to his ear. "Hello?" "Beau," a female voice cooed. "Oh my God. Oh my God, you scared the shit out of me." "Okay, nice to talk to you too." "Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So what's up?" "Nothing, except I'm pretty sure you promised you'd call me back and you haven't. I had to make sure you weren't dead." "So are you dead?" "Not yet, no." "How do I know this is the real Bello?" "Ask me a question only I would know the answer to." "Oh, smart. What was the name of my third-grade boyfriend?" "Austin." She snorted, "Lucky guess. How are things?" Fine. He, gave me a job working as his assistant. I started Friday and it's not bad so far. It's only been 2 days though, so I can't say for sure." "Is he nice?" "Yeah. He's nice. His employees love him. He owns a hotel, and he's considering purchasing another one." I'm sensing some reservations." "And no. He's fine really." "Is he cute?" "Well, yeah. He's very cute, but there's more to a person than being cute." "I'm sure there is, but everything starts with cute." "You're attracted to him?" Yeah, I am." Bello tiptoed out of the bedroom, pulling the door closed behind him. "You know I'm not here to find a man and get married, right? This is about my future." "You can find a man and still have your future. They're not mutually exclusive things." "I know, but I don't want to sacrifice what I want for someone else." "The right man won't make you sacrifice what you want. He'll celebrate it and help you." Bello sucked in his breath. "I don't think he's right for me." "Moving on, tell me about your life." "Well, I got a new job." Diana launched into a full rundown of the interview process, the job qualifications, and everyone she met at the initial interview. Bello listened, adding appropriate noises of understanding as she paused to breathe. "It sounds like a perfect job for you." "Oh, it is. I can't wait." "Oh yeah, so I heard something else." We got on the topic of my best friend. I told them you recently moved, and they said there was a music festival there on Halloween weekend? I guess. You don't know? No. I mean, I'm sure there is. You want to go? Of course. I already got us tickets. Do you think your new man'll let me crash at his place? Who? Marcus? Yeah, I'm sure he'll be fine with it. Your confidence is truly inspiring. Anyway, I can't wait to see you. I have to make sure this stranger is treating my best friend right. You're embarrassing. I was with you when you bought your first dildo. Okay, now this conversation is over. With fake identification cards. You were so red the whole time as the employee explained the different kinds. I'm hanging up, Diana. Text me with your flight information. I still think we should have gotten the vibrating one. Yeah. Bye. Bello ended the call and rolled his eyes. He glanced back at the door, chewing his bottom lip before he disappeared into his side of the upstairs, settling in his office and opening his laptop. Marcus had sent the list of the week's work in the morning before he had left for his mother's place, and Bello organized the information flood into daily tasks. He further divided each task into a series of smaller tasks and built his to-do list from there. By the end of the day he had Monday's work almost completed, and he closed his laptop, wandered down to the kitchen, and ate leftovers at the kitchen table in silence. He washed his plate before collapsing on the couch in the den, wrapping up with a blanket and flicking on the television. He fell asleep on the couch and slept well through Marcus's return. When he finally woke up, the television had been turned off, and the remote control weighed down a new handwritten note. Bello's eyes swept over the note, but his eyes never focused on the words. Instead, he wrapped himself tighter in the blanket and trudged up the stairs, collapsing on his bed and drowning in sleep again. He woke up late the next morning and leapt out of bed, showering and dressing in record time. Then he raced down the stairs with his laptop tucked under his arm. Mrs. Potts' smiling face greeted him with a plate of shrimp and grits and a glass of orange juice. While he ate, he tapped on his laptop. He worked in the kitchen until mid-afternoon when Marcus requested his presence at the hotel. After a quick afternoon snack, he packed his things and traveled to the hotel, where he spent the afternoon working alongside the employees. Working at home in the morning and at the hotel in the evenings became his routine for the rest of the week. He easily completed his administrative tasks in the mornings before buzzing around the hotel in the afternoons. By Friday, his canvas sneakers had worn down. His feet ached, but he was more satisfied than he had been in a long time. Marcus and the co-owner of the hotel, Tiffany, had boarded a flight Friday morning, and Bello had been left in charge of the affairs at the hotel. It wasn't much, as the managers had already become used to the owners leaving town for a few days, but since they had gotten used to Bello's presence, they welcomed him as a familiar face around the business. He spent his entire day Saturday working every job in the hotel as needed. During the morning, he flipped rooms, cleaning them alongside the older Spanish-speaking women. He laughed as they recounted the most recent Spanish novellas and nodded as they filed their job complaints with him. At noon, he relieved the string bean of a girl at the front desk and handled the rush of checkouts with casual grace. In the evenings, he stood in the moist and muggy air next to the valet, parking vehicles and loading bags onto carts. Sunday was a repeat of Saturday, except the commotion died earlier, and he returned home while the sun was still in the sky. With no Mrs. Potts and no Marcus, he ordered Chinese food from a local restaurant and sat in the den using the coffee table as a dinner table. He programmed the television to the Spanish-speaking channels and spooned salty noodles in his mouth while watching reruns of the most popular soap operas. Marcus returned once Bello had filled up on noodles and buried himself in a mass of blankets in front of the television, and he dropped his bag inside the door. Bello heard the thump and the footsteps strolling through the house. Eventually, he heard his name roll off Marcus's tongue, and he uncovered himself from the layered blankets, greeting Marcus in the kitchen. Hi. Bello hung in the doorway of the den in lounge shorts. His bare calves rubbed against each other as he crossed his legs at the ankle. How was your trip? Marcus's chin had accumulated 2 days of curly stubble, adding a rugged appeal to his sharp features. His deep-set eyes lifted when he heard Bello's voice. "I thought you had run away." "What? Why would I run away?" Marcus shrugged. A smirk lifted one corner of his lips. "No reason. Perhaps I am projecting my insecurities." "Oh. So your trip?" "It was fine. Thank you for asking." "What did you do?" "It was a conference on hotel maintenance and safety, nothing interesting." "Unless you're a hotel owner, then it's at least a little interesting, right?" Are you hungry?" "I ordered Chinese food." "I can smell it." "Here. You should go relax. I'll put your bag away and fix you a plate of food." Bello stepped away from the doorway and shuffled around Marcus. "I can put my bag away." "I know you can be, but I can too. I know where everything goes." Marcus blinked. His eyebrows quirked together. "How do you know where everything goes?" Bello froze in his spot, gripping the counter as he rocked back on his heels. I don't. I'm guessing your room is organized, so it will be very easy to put everything in its place." Marcus rumbled. "I'll handle my bag." "Tell me about the event." "I did. It was boring. You should come with me next time. Me being there will make it less boring." "No, it'll still be boring, but then we could explore the town in the evenings after the seminars." Bello grabbed a bowl from the cabinet and rested it on the counter. His fingers traced the rim. "What about Tiffany? Didn't you explore with her?" "Ah, no. She brought her husband." "Oh, okay. Well, I thought Tiffany and I were together." "Why? She's never here." "I know, but you two are friendly and you smile a lot when you're around her. So I thought there was something there." "It's stupid. I'll stop talking now." Marcus shook his head. "There's nothing but friendship between her and I, plus her husband and I are good friends. They are working towards starting a family." "Oh. How long have they been trying?" "A while. With all the teenagers getting pregnant, it is always surprising when an older couple cannot. It is almost punishing. They will get there, however." Bello nodded. "The food is in the den. Join me there?" "Of course." Marcus kicked off his square-toed loafers, draped his blazer over a chair, and unclicked his watch from his wrist, resting it on the table. He unbuttoned the top buttons of his collared shirt as he changed rooms, and eased down on the couch. Bello joined him with the bowl and fork, and he spooned noodles and vegetables onto the plate. "Do you want kids?" "It would be whatever my partner wants. I am neither here nor there, but we are getting off topic." "We had a topic." Marcus nodded. "Oh. Okay, what's the topic?" "Let's go bowling." "What?" Bello paused. "Bowling? Why?" Marcus smiled, taking the bowl from him. He brushed their fingers together, covering Bello's cold-tipped fingers with his own warm, velvety hands. "To get to know each other better. That is what first dates are about, right?" "It's a date?" Bello swallowed. His heart danced in his throat as Marcus stabbed the noodles and twisted them around his fork. "Yes. It is a date." When? "How about Wednesday?" "Sure. I've never been bowling before." "I'm going to be terrible at it," Bello warned. "So?" I don't want to embarrass you." "Have you been bowling before?" "Yes." "Why would you embarrass me?" "I don't know. What if the ball flies out of the lane and gets in someone else's lane and ruins their roll?" Marcus knit his eyebrows together again, tilting his head at Bello. "Bowling balls are too heavy to fly anywhere." Bello looked away. Color rose on his cheeks, and he wrapped his arms across his body. "We could do something else if bowling is too much?" "And no. Bowling. Bowling is fine. It's better than dinner or drinks or whatever." "I thought so, since we often have dinner together." "Right. Dinner is nothing really special, though I missed you cooking for me this weekend." Did you? Bello nodded and motioned to the spread of Chinese food. You shouldn't leave your guest without food next time. Marcus exhaled in a warm chuckle. Noted. I'll do better next time. He swayed forward, and their bodies brushed against each other. The spare touch stole Bello's breath and his heart sputtered. The room spun around them, and Marcus's warm lips hovered inches from Bello's cheek. His skin blazed. You should, Bello rasped, scooting away from Marcus and grabbing his blankets again. He wrapped up in them, resuming his Spanish soap opera. A flood of jumbled foreign words spilled from the television speakers, and Bello exhaled tense laughter. Marcus cleared his throat, muttering an apology under his breath. You speak Spanish? I do, yeah. We speak Spanish at home mostly. Makes sense, Bello Gonzalez. Bello closed his eyes, jaw tightening as Marcus said his name. The light puffs of breath kissed his cheek, and Bello's entire body tingled. Yeah. I should go to bed. You know, work tomorrow morning. He jumped to his feet, latticing his fingers together. Sure. I am going to look at a few places you could possibly build a hotel tomorrow. You know, because you wanted to know the area and everything. Correct? I could make a video walkthrough for you. You can. If it's a really good place, we can schedule a second viewing. All right. Of course. So yeah, I have a busy day tomorrow, so I'll see you for breakfast. Bello pranced to the door, then paused again. Shit. I need to put away the food. Marcus's eyebrows twitched, and his lips curved down as he suppressed a smile. I will put everything away. You should go on to bed. Oh. Thanks. Bello dipped out of the room, cursing himself under his breath as he stomped up the stairs and locked himself in the sanctuary of his bedroom. Chapter 10. Marcus. Marcus kept himself busy for the first 2 days of the week. If he wasn't whipping around the hotel, giving the employees a headache, he was taking trips to and from the Maasai Club, delivering more supplies for the picnic taking place in less than 2 weeks. Wednesday morning, he had created an impossible list of tasks. It was a weak attempt at forcing his mind away from his afternoon date. He skipped breakfast in favor of a morning run down the neighborhood streets, returning after Bello had left the house. He paid a short visit to the hotel after Bello had stopped in with the delivery of clean towels. And he popped into the Maasai Club after Bello and Solomon left for a trip to the craft store. He arrived back at his residence before Bello and pinged around his room, trying on one outfit after the other. He switched shirts several times and bottoms many more times until he settled for casual jeans and a button-down shirt tucked in the front, and he strolled down the main staircase as Bello entered through the garage. Worry painted the other man's face, and he uttered a shy hello as the door clicked behind him. Hello. Marcus's lips tugged into a smile. I am ready early, but if you are exhausted, you can rest. I have things I can work on. Oh, date right. Bello's blue eyes grew wide. Did you forget? No. I thought you were joking. I didn't realize we were really doing it. Why wouldn't we? I suppose I could have confirmed with you, but confirmations are typically for dates planned for more than 3 days away, Marcus mused, pressing his lips together as he watched Bello's shy movements. The gorgeous man wrung his hands and flicked his eyes everywhere but Marcus's face. I don't know. I'll change. He breezed past Marcus and moved up the stairs. All right. Marcus adjusted his watch, grabbed his laptop from his downstairs office, and camped at the kitchen table. He opened the device and stared blankly at the screen, thumb stroking the touchpad as the words danced in front of his face. His mind drifted to thoughts of Bello fretting upstairs as he changed clothes. Marcus knew he was worrying, and it broke his heart. After a second scroll through his unchanged email inbox, he jumped to his feet and went upstairs, knocking against Bello's door. There was a crash, a curse, and quick footsteps to the door. Bello yanked it open. His chest heaved. Yeah. He was breathless, startled, and stunning against the golden backdrop of the room. His eyes shined, magnified by his tan skin and the luminous hues behind him. Ah. Marcus scrunched his eyebrows together. Are you changing your mind? I'm almost ready. I'm sorry I'm taking so long. No, you're fine. You weren't taking long at all. Oh. Bello stared at Marcus. Then what? Marcus scratched the back of his head. Well. You're changing your mind, Bello frowned. I am not. I am excited for our evening. I was thinking we could go eat somewhere afterwards. Bello sucked his plump bottom lip into his mouth, weighing Marcus's suggestion. Where? Does it matter where? He nodded. I want seafood. Why? Because I heard the seafood here is really good. I want crawfish, specifically. I've never had them before. All right. We will get you crawfish. Any other requests? His features softened at Marcus's promise, and a little excitement seeped into his eyes. Yeah. Are you going to let me win tonight? Win bowling? Marcus grinned. Not a chance. You invited me. You're supposed to let me win. With the door hanging open, Bello moved back through his room, grabbing a clean shirt from his closet and ripping the other one over his head. He discarded it on the floor. Marcus cleared his throat at Bello's display, wetting his lips. Oh, really? Yeah. Especially because I've never played this game. I'm sure I suck at it. I will show you how to play. Marcus's eyes browsed over Bello's exposed skin, lingering on his brown nipples and the diamond of fine hair at the center of his chest. It dipped down the slope of his abs, curved around his navel, and opened at the line of his waist before disappearing. Still standing in the doorway, Marcus crossed his arms over his chest. A hands-on demonstration. He turned his back to Marcus as he shoved his arms in the new shirt and tugged it over his head. It fell over the wings of his shoulder blades and pooled at the small of his back before the swell of his ass. Marcus sucked in his breath. If you want, yes. Bello glanced over his shoulder. His eyes gleamed. I want. All right. He nodded. I will be downstairs. No, hang on. I'm basically ready. Let me get shoes. He tucked his feet in grungy canvas sneakers, glimpsed himself in the mirror, and tucked his phone in his pocket. He squeezed past Marcus, slipping out of the room and leaving a wave of sage and bergamot behind. All right, Marcus rumbled. He followed Bello down the stairs, eyeing his pinched waist and the casual sway of his hips. Once in his vehicle, Marcus buckled himself in, reversed out of the enclosed garage, and merged into mid-afternoon traffic. They traveled in silence with the radio rotating through overplayed pop songs, and both men keeping their eyes glued to the road. Marcus stroked the leather gear shift and glanced at Bello. Bello turned his cell phone over in his hands. So, Marcus prompted, how has your day been so far? It's been okay. I didn't see you for breakfast this morning. Ah, yes. I went for a run. I didn't see you in the gym either. Bello furrowed his eyebrows. I went for a run outside. Oh. Well, okay. It was just weird, I guess. I've gotten used to seeing you at breakfast. I am sorry. Okay. Another lapse of silence before Bello looked at him. I want to say something. All right? He took in a quick breath, puffing out his chest and twisting his body towards Marcus. I saw the stuff you have in the other room. Is it true you're really not dating anyone? What about the girl? What girl? The girl I met the first day I was here. She was cute and short? Oh, Selena. We're friends. Bello's face fell. Like good friends? The vehicle rolled to a stop in front of a red stoplight, and Marcus studied Bello's features. Yes. I would say we're pretty good friends. She mentioned around 3. Are you sleeping with her? No, I'm not sleeping with her. Okay. Bello chewed his bottom lip and looked out the window. What is it? I don't know. I feel like you're lying to me. How so? Well, she comes over, and she's incredibly flirty with you, but then you're asking me out and saying you've never dated anyone. We haven't addressed why you were even in my rooms, Marcus rumbled. Ha. Bello glanced at the car's illuminated center console. I was lost. She and I have a friend with benefits relationship. Currently, it doesn't include intercourse. This isn't getting less confusing. You have another option called Trust Me when I say I am not sleeping with her. Besides, you are asking relationship questions on a first date. And should I ask them on the third, fourth, fifth date? You can ask them whenever you would like, but you cannot call foul before an exclusivity talk has been prompted. Exclusivity? Correct. As in, either of us is free to do what we please with others, until we discuss being in a relationship. I'm old-fashioned then. Meaning? The light changed, and Marcus continued driving, strumming his fingers against the gear shift. I mean if we're talking, I don't want to compete with her for your attention. Marcus pressed his lips together, tilting his head before nodding. I understand. Okay, good. And I don't want to think about you with anyone else. Then don't. Besides, I am not with anyone else. Does she know you're not? Yes, she does. Sometimes she tries for more, but there isn't more between us. We have a common interest, but otherwise, we don't work as a couple. Why not? Because she's a woman, and I am primarily into men. Bello blinked. I am confused. You're not putting your cock in her. Got it. Any other questions? I saw all the leather stuff. Do you like leather? Clearly yes, Marcus rumbled. Stay out of my room. You made yourself upset because you went into my space and found a reason not to trust me. You don't? Okay, fine. Indeed. He turned into the bowling alley and parked the vehicle, walking inside with Bello. The other man had his arms crossed and a surly expression on his features as they approached the counter, traded their shoes for dual-colored bowling sneakers, and padded barefoot to the lane Marcus had reserved. The alley was filled with families and other couples. A family with more children than available chairs occupied the lane across from them, with 4 adults as chaperones. The children kicked their feet and talked to their partner as they took turns dropping the heavy balls down a bumpered lane. Bello sat down in a sloped chair across from the family and rested his shoes on the ground. Marcus placed his shoes in the empty seat next to Bello and crouched in front of the other man. What are you doing? Bello quirked an eyebrow. Helping you with your shoes. I don't need help. I want to. Marcus slipped one of the shoes on Bello's arched feet, stroking his ankle as the shoe covered his heel. He laced the shoe, tying it and tucking the strings into the front. Then he did the same to the other foot and looked up at Bello from his crouched position. Thanks. Bello bit his bottom lip, resting a hand on Marcus's shoulder. Marcus turned his head, brushing his lips against Bello's hand. It wasn't a kiss. You're welcome. Bello's hand twitched, closing his fingers into his palm and scraping his nails across Marcus's shirt, denting the flesh under and leaving faint stripes of pain. Ha. We should bowl now. Let me get my shoes on. Marcus lifted his shoes from the seat and a little boy sat down. The boy's wide hazel eyes looked up at Marcus. Oh, Johnny. I didn't mean sit there. A woman with matching eyes scowled, resting her hands on pear-shaped hips. You said a seat, and I found a seat. In his defiance, the boy folded his arms across his chest, yanking them back and forth with his anger and puffing out his cheeks. Bello chuckled. It's okay. You can sit there. We weren't using it. He smiled down at the little boy before he stood up and tapped their names into the digital score machine as Marcus laced his bowling shoes. Bello put asterisks and squiggly lines beside his name, and a less than symbol in front of a 3 next to Marcus's name. Cute, Marcus muttered. I thought so. Okay, so besides the obvious of roll the ball down the lane and knock the pins down, how do I play? How much do you lift? In the gym? Not much. I prefer cardio, so I guess 200 pounds? Why? Because bowling balls have different weights from 6 pounds up to 16 or even more. The weight helps you control the ball as it rolls, and different people have different preferred weights. What weight do you use? I am no professional, but I like 14 or 16. I will grab both for you to try. A moment. Marcus left Bello at their station and browsed the establishment for bowling balls, finding a blue marbled 14 and a red marbled 16 before returning and depositing them in the carousel. In the time Marcus had been gone, Bello's anxiety spiked. It electrocuted the air around him. Marcus ignored it and touched Bello's side as he stepped over to him. Do you want me to go first? Bello offered him a watery smile. Yeah, please. With a nod, Marcus picked up the 16 ball. He eyed the pins before shuffling up and rolling the ball down his arm to the slippery lane. The ball spun as it rolled and hit the pins to the left of the first pin with a crack. All but the 2 end pins fell. Damn it, Marcus wandered back to their one seat. How do you knock both of those down when they're split? Ideally, you hit one pin, and it flies to the other side and hits the other. Oh. Bello pressed his lips thin, but a little smile played on his face. Can you do it? Sometimes. I'll wait for the 16 ball to come back. Then I'll take my second roll. Oh, okay. So, we have a minute to talk. And I would have a minute to sit if you hadn't given away our other seat. You can still sit. Bello grinned, moving his hands from his lap. In your lap? Marcus arched an eyebrow. Bello nodded. His grin spread across his face even more. Marcus's face did the opposite. No. He grabbed the 16 ball and rolled it down the lane, missing both pins. Okay. Your turn. Marcus adjusted his watch. Take a turn without any help. I want to see how you do. Right. Okay. Bello bounced out of his seat and grabbed the lighter ball. He advanced on the lane and stood in front of it, clutching the ball in his arms. After a glance over his shoulder, he rolled the ball down the lane. It moved at a glacial pace, creeping closer to the pins and hitting them on the right side. The ball tipped over 4 pins, teetering a 5th and leaving the rest unbothered. With their previous conversation forgotten, Bello fluttered back to Marcus. I hit some. His blue eyes sparkled. You thought you wouldn't? I don't know. I didn't know what to expect. How did I do? If the ball would have gone faster, you could have had a strike. How can I make the ball go faster? Well, the obvious solution is to roll it faster. Is the ball too heavy? I could get a 12-pound ball for you. Then it should roll faster. Bello nodded. I'll try a 12. He peeked at the numbers on all the balls in their carousel before grabbing a purple ball from the shelves. He used the same awkward movements for his second roll, and besides the ball rolling a tiny bit faster, Bello received the same results. The ball knocked into a few pins. They wobbled. Marcus went next, striking all of his pins down on the first roll. When the pins reset for his second, he knocked down half. I want to try rolling it the way you do, Bello announced after they had taken 2 more rounds, and it was his turn for the 4th time. The children on the opposite lane had left, and for now the lane was empty. Marcus nodded. All right. He uncrossed his legs and approached Bello. It is 2 separate actions. The first action is rolling the ball, and the second action is building your momentum before you release it. Bello nodded, grabbing the purple 12-pound bowling ball. You need to hold it with one hand and use the other as support. Are you left or right-handed? Right. Use your right hand to hold the ball. Stick your fingers in the holes there and use your left hand for support. Marcus stood behind Bello and stretched his arms around his slender body. He twisted the bowling ball until the 3 holes were visible. Oh. Bello inserted his thumb first. It's tight. You need a bigger ball then. Marcus cleared his throat, lifting the purple ball out of Bello's hands and getting the red marbled ball. His fingers slipped in the holes of the 14-pound ball. Better. Good, now brace the ball with your left hand. Marcus covered Bello's hand with his own and walked him up to the edge of the lane. When you're ready, you're going to bend forward, raise your right arm in the air, swing it down, and release the ball down the lane. Okay. I think I'm ready. Marcus stepped away, and Bello followed the instructions. The ball skated down the aisle, rolling from the center all the way into the gutter and missing all the pins. I did better the other way. Sure, but you said you wanted to do it the way I do. Bello pouted once more before recovering, standing beside the ball carousel. Marcus leaned against it. As a child, what did you want to be when you grew up? Why? Marcus asked. I'm curious. All right. I had the idea of being a chef and owning my own restaurant. I wanted to serve my parents' recipes mixed together. English breakfasts alongside seafood gumbo and red beans. Did you have a name for your restaurant? Marcus's Joint. Marcus laughed. It wasn't the most original name. I like it. It has the hole in the wall with good food and better prices type of name. Bello tilted his head, exposing the lean column of his neck, surrendering to Marcus. What's stopping you from having a restaurant now? It's no longer my dream. Why not? I have the hotel. It is lucrative and easy to maintain. Restaurants spend more time in the red and most fail within the first 5 years. Hotels are much more successful in the long term. Sure, but dreams aren't always the smart choice. Sometimes they're just the passionate choice. Sure, but sometimes you have bills to pay, so you cannot always go with your passionate choice. If you didn't have bills, would you open a restaurant? The carousel vibrated, and Bello's 14-pound ball popped out. You can take your next roll. Try the new technique a few times before adding the second part to it. A smile touched Bello's face and he nodded, taking the ball and rolling it down the lane. He missed all the pins a second time, but as he continued practicing, he developed better control over the ball. By the time they finished their first game, Bello had mastered speed and control, and he consistently knocked down the right side pins each time. Marcus won the first game by almost triple the points Bello had. After his last turn, Bello collapsed in a plastic seat next to Marcus and curled dark feathery locks behind his ears as he surveyed the scoreboard. I knocked down the same pins each time. Consistency is a good thing. It means your muscles have memorized the action. I guess so. The next step is memorizing the different actions for different outcomes. Soon, you will be able to recall the muscle memory for adding a spin to a ball versus rolling it straight. Bello crossed his legs and focused on Marcus. His blue eyes floated between Marcus's lips and eyes. Okay. So more practice? Yes. Do you want to play another round? Yeah. I'll get you this time. Bello grinned. I bet. What was your childhood dream profession? Bello's cheeks warmed. Well, I wanted to be a parent. Oh. Yeah. Like, I used to treat my stuffed animal toys like babies. Make them bottles and put them down for naps, I don't know. I guess it's embarrassing now, but every single what I want to be when I grow up paper was a parent. Well then I said mommy. I wanted to be a mommy. Ah. What was your second profession? A fireman. Why? This was when I was old enough to know I liked men. Marcus laughed. I see. He sucked his bottom lip as his cheeks and ears flushed. I'll start the next game. Yes. Bello smiled. He eyed Marcus when he stood up. I'll watch. You're not as sweet as you look. Oh no. I am. His cheeks dimpled with his smile. Marcus's heart rate galloped at Bello's tease. He grabbed the 16-pound bowling ball and raced it down the lane, knocking all the pins down. He pumped his fist as the pins reset, and he rolled a second ball down the lane. Another strike. And a third. Marcus won the second game too, but the gap between their two scores was smaller. After the second round, the business at the bowling alley picked up again, and they found themselves surrounded by an older group of patrons. Marcus hooked his thumbs in his belt loops and stood in front of Bello. Do you want to do another round? It's getting really busy. We should probably finish up and give someone else a turn. Bello kicked off his bowling shoes. Hungry? Getting there. Marcus nodded. He returned their shoes and paid for their games before leading Bello outside. We can leave the car here and walk to the restaurant. He extended his hand to Bello, who slid his fingers between Marcus's. Perfect. Bello squeezed his hand, leaning into Marcus as they reached the sidewalk. He set the pace at a stroll. So, if you could get on a plane and go anywhere right now, where would you go? Marcus rubbed his thumb against Bello's skin, drawing invisible circles. It depends. Right at this moment, traveling with you or by myself? Both? All right. Right at this moment, nowhere. I am enjoying our time right now. By myself, I would like to go to Europe. The whole continent. I don't have a specific location in mind. Perhaps the southern part, near India. You? Where do you want to go? Everywhere. I heard if you go to the northern part of Michigan, you can see the northern lights. Anywhere you want to go, and you want to go to Michigan. I want to see the northern lights. There are places all over the world to see it. Places in Canada and Ireland. I know, but Michigan is the easiest to get to. I want to see all the natural wonders of the world. Have you seen any of them? The Grand Canyon once when I was a child, you. The Great Barrier Reef and Mount Everest both when I was a child. How many natural wonders are there? 7. And I want to see the man-made wonders too. There are 7 of those as well. Marcus nodded. 7. Which are the most interesting to you? The Northern Lights, the Grand Canyon, Great Barrier Reef, and Victoria Falls. I'm not particularly interested in the others, but I still want to see them all. I may change my mind when I'm standing in front of it, you know? Marcus nodded again. Makes sense. Hey. You know, I'd rather you make dinner for me back at your place over eating out. Really? Bello nodded. It's sweeter and you're an excellent cook. There is a catch. No. Bello's eyes widened again. He feigned innocence as he looked at Marcus. No catch. I just like how comfortable it feels. All right. I'll cook for you. What do you want to eat? Will you cook with your shirt off? Would it make you happy? Yeah. Marcus chuckled. Then it's done. He turned at the end of the street and led them back to the vehicle. You like making me happy? Apparently I do. Is it a problem? No. It's nice and different. Usually, I'm the one who goes out of my way for the other person, so it's nice for it to be the other way around. Ah. Well, my father did not teach me much, but he taught me to pursue what I wanted. Marcus squeezed Bello's hand. I've never been interested in another person like I am with you. You avoid me mostly. Yes. Why? Because I want to keep an appropriate boundary. We live in the same space. So there can be a tendency to drop off of traditional dating practices because we can walk across the hall and see each other. I want to keep things, how you say, fresh. Boring? Fresh. I like you. I do not want to ruin this. Bello froze. Oh. The muscles in his neck tightened, and the rest of his teasing died away. Marcus let the silence continue until they reached his vehicle. Did you have a dinner request? I already put in my request. You can pour corn cereal in a bowl of milk, as long as you do it with your shirt off. Marcus shook his head, opening the passenger door for Bello, and then walking around the car to the driver's side. They mulled over dinner ideas on the drive home, until they settled on grilled salmon with rice and vegetables with a promise for breakfast in the morning. Once in the kitchen, Marcus peeled his shirt over his head and tossed it at Bello. Here. The other man caught it and pressed it into his face, laughing. It smells like you. How do I smell? Good. Like cinnamon and virility. I'm keeping this one, he announced and placed the shirt aside before grabbing the hems of his own and ripped it over his head, tussling his curly hair. The shirt traveled down his arm and pooled on the kitchen tiles. I think this cooking is a ploy to get me completely undressed. Bello feigned innocence as he sat down on the kitchen table, leaning back and dangling his feet off the side. Not at all. Marcus watched, falling into Bello's trap. His pulse pounded in his veins and his stomach turned over. Excitement tickled his nerve endings, starting from his navel and spreading up to his chest and down his arms again. His cock hardened in his jeans, and he hid himself behind the kitchen island. He concentrated on the spread of fresh vegetables in front of him. What is the most spontaneous thing you've ever done? Board a plane and move in with a random stranger. Let him give me a job. Get half undressed on his kitchen table. Marcus sealed his lips together as he cut the vegetables in neat slices, concentrating more than necessary on safety. Bello's words teased his control, threatened it. Bello leaned farther back, bracing his weight with his elbows instead of his palms. The waistband of his jeans lifted away from his body, and the harsh overhead lights magnified the shadowy ridge of his cock. His shaded eyes traveled upward at Marcus's desperate silence. You. His one word was breathy. A soft whimper worked through Marcus's throat. I have been skydiving before. Bello's plump lips glistened with moisture after he sucked them into his mouth and released them with a light pop. When? With the club. Marcus felt the muscles of his jaw working around his words, but he couldn't hear them. His pulse was too loud in his ears. Ah. His tone was silky, chiding as his chest rose and fell with lazy breaths. His fingers touched the curve of his hips, slipping in his jeans. He adjusted himself with a slight frown on his face and a casual shift of his hips. Marcus dropped marinated salmon into a preheated cast iron pan. It sizzled. Come over here. Grinning, Bello slipped off the table and approached the counter. Yeah. Warnings fired in Marcus's brain, but he touched Bello's hip. His thumb caressed his steamy skin. Intoxicating. Did you enjoy bowling? I did. We could make it a regular thing, like some people have a regular breakfast date or lunch date. We could have a regular bowling date, maybe. In his next breath, Bello shook his head. Sorry. It's a dumb idea and we're not there yet since it's still our first date. Marcus poked the cooking salmon with a fork. We already have meals together, which I enjoy, but we can have our bowling night too. And eventually other nights. He hooked his fingers in the belt loops of Bello's jeans. Eventually. Are you a 3-date minimum kind of guy? There's no precedent, but not necessarily. I'm enjoying getting to know you. I have a question for you. What? If you knew you were going to die in a year, what would you change about your life or how you live? I think I would be more outgoing and less of a pushover. I would stop trying to please others, and I would focus on doing what I want. Why do you try to please others? Bello shrugged. I've always been this way. Marcus released him. Keep talking. He flipped the salmon, tossed the steaming vegetables, and stirred the rice. It's a personality thing, I guess. Your brothers and sisters aren't people pleasers? No. I don't want to be high maintenance or selfish like them. You can do what you want without being either of those things. What do you want to accomplish in this lifetime? You mean with the rest of my life? Marcus nodded. What do you want to accomplish with the rest of your life? He spooned vegetables over a bed of rice and salmon over the vegetables and handed a bowl to Bello. I got as far as college. I definitely think I want to go to college. After college, I don't know. You want to raise children, yes? Yeah. Bello cut into the salmon with his fork and tasted a small bite. He moaned. So good. I love it when you cook. What kind of parent do you want to be? A working one, a stay-at-home one? I've always imagined myself staying at home, maybe on a little farm or ranch. I want my children to have the option of homeschool or otherwise. Ideally, I would like it if they could pick private or public, but if I'm staying at home, it depends on who I'm with at the time. Which would you prefer? Bello shrugged. It doesn't matter. Both can be terrible. Public school has slow learning speed so all the kids can keep up. With private, sometimes you're paying for a degree. At home, well, they could learn at their own pace, but they need the socialization. You've given this a lot of thought. Not really. I'm thinking about it because you mentioned it. What else do you want to accomplish? Marcus prepared himself a bowl of food and moved closer to Bello. He wrapped an arm around the thinner man's body. Traveling too. The wonders of the world. I know realistically I need to make money somehow, but I'm not exceptionally good at anything, not like you. Like me. Yeah. You're good at business, and you're good at cooking. I read your proposal for the second hotel. You're good at writing and you're beautiful. Beautiful? Marcus chuckled. Yeah. So beautiful, I have a hard time believing you've never once had a man. Marcus's muscles clenched, and he jerked Bello closer to him. His lips touched his neck in passing at first, but then Marcus puckered them and pressed them into Bello's velvety skin. I have never once had a man. Believe it. Bello stilled against him. The fork dropped from his fingers and clanked against his bowl. I'm trying, B, but you know how to touch, you know what to say. You know what you're doing. I imagine it comes naturally. Perfect people always think things come naturally. Marcus laughed. I am not perfect. Do perfect people know they're perfect? Bello tilted his head, glancing back at Marcus. I have no idea. Marcus glanced at Bello's full lips and then returned his gaze to his achingly blue eyes. He twisted against Marcus, meshing his hips with the other man's. Bello had abandoned his food. His fork pointed to the sky, supported by his slab of salmon. I'll take it as a no. He leaned forward, pausing with centimeters between them. The connection was feather-light as Bello's lips moved with his words. Marcus's heart pounded in his chest, clogging his ears as Bello's soft touches continued. Sure. His words were rough in his throat. Bello lifted a hand, fingers stroking along his jawline around to the back of his neck, and he administered one kiss. On his retreat, he tasted Marcus's upper lip with a little rumble. Marcus was paralyzed, and he opened and closed his mouth, gulping air for his racing heart. Hello. Hi. Bello peered into Marcus's eyes, draping his arms on his shoulders. Marcus cleared his throat. You should eat. Bello slid his hands down Marcus's chest, teasing his exposed nipples. His muscles rippled, abs clenching as Bello's tease sent shockwaves through him. Eat. Kiss me. If I start, I won't stop. I don't see the problem. Bello pushed their bowls out of the way and lifted himself onto the counter. First date? You're really sticking to it. Yes. I really am. Why? Bello traced Marcus's abdominal muscles. Because I want to. There is no reason to rush. He caught Bello's hands and laced their fingers together. Please eat. I made this for you. He lifted one of Bello's hands to his lips and kissed the back of it. Fine. I think this is stupid, but fine. You can think it is stupid all you want. Good. But one thing. What is it? You want me? A flicker of worry shined in his eyes. Very much, Marcus confirmed. Okay. Bello sucked his bottom lip. Good. Marcus's lips tugged into a smile, and he fit himself between Bello's legs as he returned to his meal. Chapter 11. Bello. The second weekend after their date was the weekend of the Maasai picnic, and Bello spent the time finishing last touches with Solomon. They purchased the meat early in the week when it was on the best sale, and they packed it in the industrial freezer. Midweek, they bought everything for appetizers, side dishes, and salads. Friday, Bello arrived at the Maasai Club after breakfast and greeted Solomon with a handshake and a hug. Brother Gonzalez, Solomon teased. I'm not a brother, and you know that. Bello wrinkled his nose as he stepped inside. I brought the spices from Marcus's kitchen. Aha. No problem. I set the meat out to thaw last night. I bet it's good and ready for marinating and slow cooking now. He led Bello into the kitchen after grabbing the bags from his hands. And you'd be a brother if you'd apply. You're a shoo-in, considering what's going on with you and Marcus. I'll think about it. Bello poked at the sweating meat. So, Solomon drawled, what's going on with you and Marcus exactly? What? He took me out on a date last week, but nothing since. Oh, well, he invited me to the picnic tomorrow, of course, but I think it's a friend thing. Huh. What? Bello quirked his eyebrows together. Nothing, just thinking. About? You and Marcus together. I mean, we've set him up on some dates with some women and he never really bit. We stopped trying a while back, figured he wanted to die alone. He may still want to die alone. Bello unpacked the spices. Solomon chuckled. Maybe. Anyway, you two look okay together. A smart couple. Smart couple. Yeah, it's something my pop says. I think it means a good couple, you know. Ah. Well, we're not officially a couple yet, so hold off on calling us smart. Marcus wants to take it slow, and you don't really want to hear about this. Bello smirked. If you want to talk about it, I'll hear about it. It's just conversation. It's okay. I think it's more of a conversation for my best friend. Suit yourself, but don't say I didn't offer. My girl says I need to be more open. Oh. Yeah, well, technically she said men don't talk about feelings because we have this social pressure to be manly or some shit. So I'm trying to be more in touch with my feminine, emotional side. How's it working out for you? Well, Solomon paused, I sat through a chick flick last night. Bello frowned, turning the corners of his lips downward as he looked at the other man. I'm sorry. I'm not. Who knew actually watching the movie meant more ass? And you know what else? The movie wasn't half bad either. It was all bad. Nah. I mean, the other half was good. Sure, it was a little bit cheesy, but you know it was cute and sappy, with a nice happy ending. Chick flicks are the same as action movies. No, they're not. Yeah, they are. Listen. Hear me out. In an action movie, you like them because it's fast cars and adrenaline, and it pumps you up, right? Yeah. Well, the chick flick is the same thing except for women. They watch it because the whole romance is an adrenaline rush, and it pumps them up. I'm sorry, no. What? Women watch chick flicks because they want to believe in the fantasy of true love. They want to believe their boyfriend will actually randomly get them flowers on Wednesday because he thought about her at work. Why the hell would I think about her at work? See? Fantasy. Solomon screwed up his features as he processed Bello's assessment. At the same time, he unwrapped a family-size package of chicken drumsticks and dumped them into a stainless steel bowl. Don't make any sense. When I'm at work, I think about work. Right, but see, when she's at work, she thinks about you and what you're doing, and if you're thinking about her while she's thinking about you. Solomon poured thick barbecue sauce over the chicken and added dried ginger before tossing the chicken with a pronged utensil. Really? Huh. Bello nodded. Maybe not all the time, but it'll cross her mind. And you know, she'll think about the sweetest thing you did last or what she hopes you'll do. Yeah, I don't think about anything when I'm working except what I'm working on. Well. Bello opened a package of ground meat and slid it into a second stainless steel bowl. Well, what? He grinned. Nothing. Am I making this into patties? Yup. Toss in some garlic powder, onions, crackers, little salt, little pepper though. He motioned to all the ingredients. Then mix it with your hands. It's easier than using a fork or something. He followed the directions and rolled up his sleeve, dunking his hand into the ground meat and mixing all the added ingredients together. "Marcus's mother is coming for the picnic." "Oh yeah, Miss Goldie Young Johnson. She's something." Solomon whistled. "Marcus has been busy the last few days, but Mrs. Potts has been cleaning non-stop and moving things around. His house is already gaudy and over-decorated, and she's making it worse. She's pulling these really ugly things out of storage." "Yup," Solomon drawled before laughing. "She's something. When's she arriving?" "Tonight, I think." "This evening. Do you think he's saying something by introducing me to his mother? I mean, he could have told me to get a hotel for the weekend or gotten her a hotel." "Oh, Miss Goldie won't stay in a hotel. She thinks they're filthy." "He owns a hotel." "Exactly. Miss Goldie thinks it's just a step up from a prostitution club or something." "Really?" "Oh yeah. Totally. It's why Marcus ended up with it in the first place. Rumor is, his old man used to conduct some shady business there." "How long ago?" "Like when Marcus was a baby, I'm guessing. Either way, Miss Goldie hates hotels. Even ones as nice as Marcus's. Suggest it and see what happens." "No way. I want her to like me." Bello separated the mixed meat, rolling a chunk of it into a ball and flattening it with his palms. "Where should I put these?" "Oh, stack them on the tray over there. We'll put parchment paper in between each layer." "Are we going to freeze them?" "I guess we could freeze them and pull them out first thing in the morning. It's going to be a real long day tomorrow, and they'll be out in the sun, so they'll thaw up pretty quick once it gets time to grill them." Bello nodded. "I want to make a good impression." "You will. You're a likable kinda guy." "I thanks." Bello nodded. "Thanks." With a laugh, he focused on turning the large mound of ground meat into individual patties. He layered the baking tray with 3 layers before he scraped the bottom of the bowl. Solomon dumped the chicken into 2 layered plastic bags and knotted them. "This is going to marinate overnight." Then he browsed the other grocery bags, retrieving thick cuts of steak. "And we're going to cut this into smaller pieces, so everyone can try a bit, but no one's getting full off it." "Okay. I think there's another pack of ground meat in here. I'm going to mix it and make it into more patties." "Awesome." The men worked in silence, prepping all the meat before washing their hands and starting on the preparations for the side dishes and appetizers. Bello focused on the sides, slicing and seasoning vegetables for future grilling. As he dumped cut potato wedges in a bag, there was a knock at the door, and it swung open. "How's it coming in here?" a deep voice asked. "Hey, Pops. It's coming along. We've got the meat done. Now we're working on the sides," Solomon replied. Bello looked up from his task. The whites of his eyes surrounded blue irises until his initial shock subsided. "Hi, brother. Oh, Mr. Williams." "Yeah. Good. I've got the other brothers lined up to set everything up tomorrow morning and start grilling. You two don't have to be here so early tomorrow. You can sleep in." "Aw, gee, thanks." Solomon grinned, popping a piece of raw broccoli in his mouth. "Mr. Gonzalez." Emmanuel looked at Bello. "Yeah." He pulled a stapled packet of paper from behind his back. "I figured I'd bring this down for you. You've been hanging around the club a good bit now, and helping out as much as everyone else." "Oh." Bello rubbed his hands down his jeans and moved over to the older gentleman, accepting the papers. "I know my son already considers you a brother, so do I, and so do a lot of the other brothers, but I need you to fill out this paperwork first though, so we've got your information on file. We have to do a routine background check too." I'm happy to be a friend to the club." Bello flipped through the pages before offering the information back to Emmanuel. Emmanuel smiled. An elderly warmth radiated from him. "We're happy to have you as a friend to the club too, but if you ever want to become a brother, all you need to do is fill out this paperwork here. I'll leave it, and you can take it home with you." You can use it as a coaster in your room. Solomon ate another piece of broccoli. I wouldn't use it as a coaster. Bello jabbed Solomon in the side, glaring at him. I'm honored you guys think of me as a part of the organization. I'm just not ready, I don't think. Understandable. We'll be here for when you're ready. Emmanuel paused, squinting one eye at Bello. This isn't about your sexual orientation, is it? What? No. Because if it is, I want you to know, all of us here don't care if you're heterosexual, homosexual, transgender, or any of those other things you can be. It's all okay to us as long as you're a man. Bello's cheeks warmed. All right. Everyone's equal here, and we fight for it. We don't discriminate. A few years back, the organization donated money, so one of our members could have bottom surgery. It's what you call it, right? When you turn one thing into another. Bello shaded his eyes. Oh my God, he whispered under his breath. Yeah. It's called bottom surgery. Yeah. We paid for it. This was back when insurance was saying it was some elective surgery, but I think people got a right to look in the mirror and see what makes them happy. Bello turned pleading eyes to Solomon, who had prepared him a sample salad from the available vegetables and homemade dressing. Help? Bello hissed, jabbing Solomon in the side again. Ah, Solomon grunted. Hey Pops, I think he gets the point. We're cool with all sexual orientations and situations, as long as the person identifies as a man. Emmanuel nodded, blowing out a breath. Well, good. I wanted to make it clear. It's very clear, sir. Bello cupped his blazing cheeks in his hands. Thanks for the information. I'll look at it when I get home. Good. You'd be a good addition to our organization. Emmanuel looked at his son. Jaleesa coming tomorrow? Nope. I'm not dating her anymore. It's Calliope now. I liked Jaleesa. She was in your biology class, wasn't she? Solomon ducked his head. Yeah, she was. And if you liked her, you can call her up. She broke up with me for some sports guy. It is what it is. How long you and Calliope been together? Well, we're not official yet, so it's all right you didn't know. Emmanuel shook his head. Youngins. Back in my day, we weren't hopping from partner to partner. We had one partner, and we took it slow. We knew what we wanted. I only dated one person before your mother. He wagged a finger at Solomon. Did you also walk to and from school barefoot in the snow? It doesn't snow down here much except one time in 1975. Ah. Solomon and Bello pressed their lips together, exchanging hesitant glances. Well, Dad, we need to get back to our preparations. Don't you have some paperwork to finish up? Emmanuel snapped his fingers. You know what, I sure do. Dark eyes scanned the kitchen before he stepped backwards, shoes creaking under the old floorboards. One last thing. Solomon groaned, what? We split the coconuts up with Mr. Gonzalez included in our group, so make sure he gets his box at the picnic tomorrow. Emmanuel grinned. His weathered lips stretched across his equally weathered features, and crow's feet spidered from the corners of his eyes. You're kidding, Solomon muttered. My own box? You and Marcus have to decorate double the amount of coconuts. How many is double? Wait, how many did we have to decorate in the first place? Worry filtered through Bello's soft blue eyes. Well, I guess around 100 is what each member usually has to do, so adding you in drops the total to 99 or something, but it means you and Marcus have to decorate damn near 200 coconuts. We'll be decorating coconuts until our fingers bleed. And don't forget about building floats. We're starting them right after Halloween. Emmanuel nodded once. Resolution was in his tone and movements. Don't forget to get your box of coconuts, Mr. Gonzalez. Bello laughed. I won't. Thank you for including me in your customs. He waved as Emmanuel left the kitchen and looked back at Solomon. Floats? Yeah. It's Mardi Gras. It gets real busy after Halloween up until Fat Tuesday. You're going to ride on the parades with us, right? I mean, maybe. How does it work? We paint our faces and wear grass skirts and throw coconuts. Bello fluttered his eyelashes, raising his eyebrows. Isn't that a little problematic? It's tradition and it's pride. It's not like we're painting our faces to make fun of other people. We're painting our faces to have pride in our heritage. I-O. Like reclaiming. Yeah, kind of like reclaiming. Plus, I think Brother Emmanuel is considering making you and Marcus the kings this year. Usually, it's a king and a queen, but we're probably one of the most progressive clubs. They've been wanting to honor Marcus for years. Why haven't they yet? Well, he's won awards and stuff, but the Maasai king and queen are most often couples. It's a whole thing. The queen has to leave town the week before Mardi Gras, and the club and the Maasai king greet her at the airport. It's dumb, but again, it's a fun tradition. If there are two kings, which king will leave town? Good question. I guess whichever of you wants to. It probably makes the most sense for you to be the one to leave town. Why? Because you moved here? Solomon shrugged. Salad dressing recipe is good, by the way. Oh. Yeah, I guess. He allowed the conversation to change. Well, I'd hope so. You ate 2 bowls of it while we've been working. Bello poked out his tongue. So? You could have fixed you a plate. We're working hard here and we have to eat. Sure. Bello's cell phone buzzed in his pocket. He retrieved it and glanced at the screen. Marcus. Oh, hang on. Let me get this. He put his phone to his ear as he stepped out of the kitchen, crossing an arm over his chest. Hello? Bello. Marcus's warm voice filtered through the phone, tickling his ears. Yeah. What's up? I need you to do me a favor. If it's work-related, it's not technically a favor. Bello chuckled. It's not work-related. I planned to take the evening off once my mother arrived, but there's a situation at the hotel. Do you mind spending some time with my mother? She wanted to go shopping for an outfit for the picnic. Me hang out with your mother? Bello tensed, sucking in a quick breath. Yes. I understand this is a huge request, but would you mind? If someone doesn't entertain her, she will run Mrs. Potts crazy. I guess I can. When will you be home? Hopefully in an hour or 2. I can meet you guys wherever you are and take over for you. Okay. When is she arriving? In 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Marcus, I'm at the club prepping food. I understand. The other man deflated. I can make other arrangements. I had nothing else. I will see you at home. Wait. We're probably almost done. I'm sure Solomon won't mind me pinching out. I can take your mother shopping. I owe you. You really owe me. My mother leaves right after the picnic because she hates driving in the dark. Perhaps we can do something tomorrow night? Okay. Don't forget you really owe me. Bello's voice sweetened and he smiled against the cell phone. Bye now. He didn't wait for Marcus's reply. He ended the call and slipped his cell phone back in his pocket, returning to the kitchen. Everything all right? Solomon looked up from spicy vegetables. Actually, no. I have to go meet Marcus's mom at the house. He's stuck at work. Bello winced. I can come back in a few hours if you think you'll still need help. Solomon surveyed the kitchen. Honestly, we've gotten a hell of a lot done here. I can finish this last bit up. Say hi to Miss Goldie for me, all right? Bello smiled, inching towards the door. Sure thing. Hey, don't forget your paperwork. Solomon pointed. Oh, right. He snatched it up. I'll see you tomorrow. See you round, Brother Bello. Not part of the club, Bello scoffed. Yeah, but it doesn't stop me from calling you a brother if I want to. You guys aren't going to convince me to join the club, because you keep hinting. This is peer pressure at its finest. Bello waved again, before jogging out of the building. Chapter 12. Bello. It was a quick trip from the Maasai Club back to Marcus's 3-level home in the north of the city. When he arrived, a pink compact car occupied his usual spot in the garage, so he parked in Marcus's spot and climbed out of the black convertible. He entered through the garage and lingered by the door, listening for unfamiliar noises. Mrs. Potts was an invisible presence, and Chip was still at school. "Hello?" Bello called as he flipped the bolt lock. He dropped his keys on the antique chest of drawers in the foyer between the kitchen and living room. "In here," a cheery voice called. The chime of jewelry accented the voice, and a woman filled the kitchen doorway. "Oh well, hello there. You're Bello, huh?" Yeah. My name is Bello." The woman's laugh lines creased her eternally youthful features, and thick dark waves of hair framed her face. Bracelets roped up her arms and jingled with her erratic movements. "Don't just stand there, come on and help me in here. I'm working on dinner for my boy. He got a maid, but I don't know what she's cooking him because none of it looks like real stick-to-your-bones kind of food." With a huff, she flourished back into the kitchen. Bello trailed after her, lacing his fingers behind his back. "Marcus told me you wanted to go shopping." "I am going shopping, but right after I make him a good hearty meal," she repeated. Her dark eyes matched Marcus's, but her skin was lighter. Her skin was tawny, swatches lighter than Marcus's swarthy shade. She peeled the skin from a potato, sliced it in cubes and dunked it in a pot of water. Then she moved on to a head of cabbage, separating long leaves from the stem. Bello had never seen Marcus eat cabbage. "I can help. What's next?" He moved around the kitchen island, tracing his fingers along the sharp corners and coming up next to her. The top of her head reached his shoulder. "Oh no. Men don't need to waste their time cooking. I'm sure you've got all kinds of things to do. Leave the cooking to me." With a sad chuckle, she finished ripping the cabbage leaves and moved on to seasoning slabs of fatty stew meat. "I don't, actually. Marcus told me you wanted to go shopping, so I'm here. Marcus usually cooks dinner on Friday nights, though." "Does he now?" She clucked her tongue. "Can't figure out why he's paying for that old woman to hang around here, if he spends most of his time cooking and cleaning." "I've never seen him clean." Bello laughed. "He's a great cook, though. Did you teach him?" "Oh no. He used to hang around the kitchen as a child, but my husband put an end to it once he was old enough to work." "Your husband? Marcus's father?" She shook her head. "Nope. That no-good son of a bitch left me just as soon as Duke dropped out of my womb. Then his triflin' ass left my boy a mountain of debt wrapped up in a nasty hotel, but he was so proud of it, so proud to have anything from his pa." "Oh." Bello bit the inside of his lip. "So is his stepfather still alive?" "Of course. Now he and Duke don't much get along. It's Duke's fault, though. He always been a little soft, not interested in any kind of hard work or nothin'. He hated getting his hands dirty, wanted schoolin' and whatnot instead of learning a good trade." Her face puckered into a frown. Bello shifted against the kitchen island, half listening to Goldie. "Oh, figures. He's a brilliant man. We're looking for a location for a second hotel right now." She ignored him, humming a quiet tune as she seasoned the meat and warmed a cast-iron pan. "Still wish he'd have learned a real craft, something to make the old man proud. Marcus's stepfather has a lot to be proud of. He's making millions of dollars yearly from a hotel he saved from going under. A lot of people find his success kind of impressive." Bello shrugged one shoulder. She clucked her tongue again. "You don't get anywhere by thinking you're better than you came from. I'm sure he doesn't think he's better than where he came from. He ran off, came to the city, only comes home every few weeks, and you think he's proud of where he came from." The smell of warm spices filled the room as meat sizzled in the pan. "I'm going to get changed, I think. I'll be down in about an hour, and then we'll go shopping." "Uh-huh." She nodded. Bello raced up the stairs and shut himself in his room, leaning against the door and closing his eyes. His heart ached for his own mother, who was the opposite of Goldie. Perhaps because she had died years ago, or because everyone remembers the dead in a positive light, Bello's mother was warm, eternally loving and kind. He remembered her arms around him as all 5 of them, him and his 4 siblings, piled into a king-size bed between his squat father and his slender mother. They piled up in the bed in the order of their age. The oldest rested next to his father, and they whispered about hunting and algebra. The youngest he nestled next to his mother, weaned off breast milk but still falling asleep to her steady heartbeat. The chances of Marcus ever falling asleep on his mother's chest were slim. Bello shed his clothes and prowled around his bedroom, opening his laptop and drowning himself in the weekly statistics and numbers. By Marcus's request, he had lowered the advertising and marketing budget, while pushing free methods and business-to-business trading. The profits had dipped the first week, but were again on the climb. He browsed available lots for the next 45 minutes with his legs crossed at his desk and his bare ass in the chair. He propped his elbow on the table and supported his chin in his palm. His blue eyes darted over the backlit screen, and he scribbled addresses and prices in a notebook. When the faint sounds from the kitchen evaporated, he dressed in casual clothes and strolled down to the first floor. "How's dinner coming along?" She sat a plate of cabbage rolls on the counter. "All done. You should eat a bite before we get going." "Oh no, thank you. I had a big lunch, but thanks for the offer. So, what do you need to go shopping for?" "Well," she sighed, "I need the perfect outfit for the picnic tomorrow. I need a hat." "You didn't pack any hats." "I need a new hat. A nice autumn hat." Her words were affirmative. "And I may get a whole new outfit. I have to make sure I look good for tomorrow. If I don't look good, what's it say about my husband?" "Nothing. Says he can't take care of me is what it says. I don't want anyone thinking he can't take care of me. Now, what are you wearing tomorrow?" "I haven't thought about it, honestly. I figured I would wear jeans and a collared shirt." "What's your girlfriend wearing? Did you get her a nice outfit already?" "Oh." Bello laughed. "I don't have a girlfriend." "You're single? Why? You're a good-looking man. You make a good amount of money, don't you? I can find you a woman if you're looking. Now, we got customs in our culture. No sex before marriage, and you got to be serious about settling down and starting a family." Senora, I'm not single. I've got a boyfriend, I think." Bello paused, stewing over his words and studying her puzzled face. "He's a real gentleman." "Does Duke know he's living with a homosexual under his roof?" Bello sucked in his breath. "He might." He lifted his eyebrows, forcing a light smile to his lips. "Shopping? I was thinking you was girly. Now it all makes sense, wanting to do woman things." Bello's eyes shifted around the kitchen, and he noticed the assortment of random items now cluttering Marcus's usually bare counters. Golden and jeweled trinkets rested around stacked cast-iron pots and the stainless steel sink. It was cluttered. "I can like men and be masculine." She shook her head. "So, you're the man in the relationship then?" Bello knit his eyebrows together. "Are we going shopping or not?" "Oh yes. We're going shopping. Gays always have good fashion sense. Marcus has better fashion sense than me. I wear canvas sneakers and jeans every day." No. You have it in you. You just haven't discovered it yet." She patted Bello's shoulder. "You'll see." Bello rolled his eyes and wet his lips. "Oh, maybe. Maybe I could become an interior designer." He forced charm in his voice as he spoke, lifting his tenor voice to a lispy alto. He crossed his arms over his chest and pointed through the house. "The convertible, or your car. I love the pink. Ain't it nice? They don't make many like it either, so it's exclusive." She rolled her tongue over the last word, drawing it out as she grabbed her keys from the antique chest and shuffled through the living room to the garage. She weaved around new statues and a peculiar grandfather clock now posted in the corner. It was dust-free despite Mrs. Potts' shortcomings. As he opened the passenger door to the pink compact car, his cell phone chimed. The message was from Marcus, and Bello rubbed his forehead, pressing his lips together. He suppressed a little smile as he buckled himself in. Marcus says he'll meet us at the shopping center. Good. I'm going to pick out some new jewelry for him. Do you know he don't even have his ears pierced? He don't like nothing flashy. He wears rings sometimes, and he has the convertible. The convertible is flashy. Not enough. She reversed out of the long driveway and continued chatting as she drove. She fussed about the traffic, about the heat, about everyone they passed on the streets. She complained about half-dressed women hanging over sloppily dressed men, and she complained about modest women with high necklines and loose jeans walking by themselves. She complained about unkempt front yards with patchy grass and overhanging trees, peeling paint on the sides of antique houses, and broken sidewalks where thick tree branches had carved their own path. Bello traced the sides of his cell phone, crossing his legs and leaning against the doorframe. Ignoring her was impossible, and by the time they had arrived at the shopping center, Bello's eyebrows were furrowed in frustration. Her constant state of displeasure had seeped onto him, and stepping out of the vehicle was a relief. He followed her inside with marked disinterest as they passed fast fashion stores, cheap jewelry stands, and sweet-smelling soap shops. She knew the layout of the shopping center in her heart, and she turned left, right, and right again, before stopping at a luxury clothing store with dazzling leather bags in the window. A perpetually frowning employee greeted them at the entrance with a stiff bow. "Can I help you two find anything today?" Bored eyes looked from Goldie to Bello, lingering on the other man at the tail end of his question. Bello glanced down at his canvas sneakers before looking at Goldie and lifting his dark eyebrows. "What exactly?" Before his question passed his lips, she had wandered to the handbags, picking up the heaviest, gaudiest one and hugging it to her body. "Oh. I like this one." The slender employee followed after Bello, combing his thin blonde hair across his forehead and tucking limp ends behind his ear. "This bag is new for this season. We recently got it in." He touched the braided handle, and the corners of his lips lifted into a faint smile. Dollar signs danced in his green eyes. "I want it." She handed the bag to the employee and picked up a second bag, turning it over in her pudgy hands. Bello offered an apologetic smile. "Sorry," he mouthed to the man. "I will put this at the counter for you," he suggested, and looked at Bello again. "Are you sure you aren't looking for anything today? We just received a new designer, hand-dyed cotton jeans collection, and a new collection of daytime leather loafers." He lifted feathery eyebrows. Well. I guess I could take a look." He touched Goldie's shoulder. "Do you mind if I look around on my own?" "No, you can't. You have to help me pick out my purse, my shoes, and my outfit for tomorrow. You're good at this type of thing." Goldie looked at the employee. "He's good at this because he's gay." She nodded. Bello covered his eyes, tensing the muscles in his neck as he looked at the employee. He mouthed a second apology. The man's cheeks had reddened. "What is happening tomorrow?" "Oh, we have a family picnic to go to, and I have to make sure I'm in the best clothes of the season." She abandoned the purse she had been holding, picking up the next one in line. "Bello here does too. He needs a whole new outfit because this won't do." She pinched the hems of Bello's collared shirt, turning her nose up at it before handing the second purse to the employee. "I want this one as well." He tucked it under his arm. "We should pick out your outfit before we pick out the purses and the shoes, because we have to make sure everything goes together. However, you don't want to be too matchy-matchy at the same time." With a natural prance to his steps, the man guided Goldie to the front of the store and weaved around neat racks of clothes. He snatched a pair of slacks and a forest green top from the shelves and paired them together. "The shirt looks nice," Bello offered, plastering a smile on his face. Goldie tapped her fingers on her chin. "Nope. I don't like it." "Are you sure you don't like it?" The employee rested his body weight on one tapered leg as he presented the shirt for a closer inspection. This shirt is made out of 100% silk charmeuse with an overlayer of silk chiffon. The pine shade was hand-dyed in small batches at our North American factory. Bello rolled his eyes. Goldie rubbed the shirt hem in between her fingers. The rolled hem was hand-stitched by master garment makers before it was individually packaged and shipped to this location. It is a limited edition item. He pressed his lips in a curt smile. How much is it? Bello asked. I'm sorry. Is price a concern for you? Goldie swatted at Bello. Don't listen to him. He's my son's assistant. Price is no concern. I want it. What about the pants? The employee launched into a detailed description of the pants, and Bello's head lolled on his shoulders. He exposed his neck for slaughter and closed his eyes as Goldie fawned over the fabric. Now I love this set because the top has an empire waist and will accent the smallest part of your body right here. She giggled. And then it will flare out, flattering your hips and hiding any problem areas around the midsection. These pants are high waist as well, and they have slimming qualities. They are wide leg instead of straight or tapered to make you look thinner and taller. The man droned on, and Goldie hung on his words. Bello bit his bottom lip until it throbbed with trapped blood, and the sting fired through his nerve endings. He rolled his eyes around the room again, studying the assortment patrons alongside their shopping assistants. When his attention reached the entrance, he saw a familiar stocky figure. Marcus was suited, charming, and browsing the establishment for them. When their eyes met, relief crept into Bello's tense muscles. His shoulders sagged, and an indolent smile breezed over his face. Excuse me. Bello smiled and weeded through the sea of overpriced merchandise, greeting Marcus at the entrance. He slipped his hands in his back pockets, shrugging his shoulders. Hi. I am so sorry. Marcus flicked his eyes into Bello's. His grief was written on his features. The meeting ran longer than expected, and then there were issues with the cleaning crew. It's okay. Things happen. I just Bello knit his eyebrows together. Never mind. She's over there spending over $1,000 on a pair of pants and a shirt. Right. She will pick something for me next. Green probably, because it will bring out the color in your eyes. You better have the most amazing surprise for me tomorrow night, Duke. Marcus groaned. Please never call me Duke again. Your mother does. Duke is my middle name. My father picked the name Marcus after his family. Marcus touched Bello's hip, inching him a little closer. Do you want to take my vehicle home? I can finish this. I think I will. She doesn't know you're gay. No, a pause, she does not. Marcus's thumb slipped under Bello's shirt, rubbing his bare skin. Bello purred at the gentle contact. Why not? It is complicated. She also doesn't know you cook. She thinks I'm fashionable, and I only own one pair of shoes. Marcus tipped his head, eyeing Bello. I noticed. He winced. I can pick out a pair of shoes for you. Marcus. She doesn't know you cook. She was adamant about you not cooking when I mentioned you always cook on the weekends. Why? It is complicated. Do you want me to pick out a pair of shoes for you? What are you wearing tomorrow? I'm wearing what I always wear. I like my clothes. I don't need to have $500 shirts. I could go to shoes for less and replace the ones on your feet now? Marcus grinned. I can buy my own shoes. Bello leaned into Marcus, straddling one of his thick thighs and pressing himself into him. I'm going home. Home. Bello flushed. To your place. He reached into Marcus's back pocket and grabbed his keys, twirling them around his finger. Bye now. He breezed past Marcus and strolled out of the establishment, falling into the slow-traveling current. Glimpsing over his shoulder at Marcus, he smirked when he saw the other man studying him, and his fingers wiggled. Chapter 13. Marcus. Marcus trudged along behind his mother as she breezed from one rack of clothing to the next. By the time she finished, he and the stiff-backed employee had their hands full of potential purchases. She grabbed several pairs of overpriced patent leather shoes before leading them to the dressing room. The employee organized all of her items, and Marcus ducked away, leaving her to the employee's expert fashion sense. He browsed the aisles alone, denying assistance. For himself, he selected a new patterned silk tie and added another generic button-down shirt to his collection. For Bello, he wandered back to the shoe department and chewed his bottom lip as he perused the section. After a quick text message to Bello, he picked up a pair of velvety Italian suede drivers with a rounded toe, woven top, and signature buckle. He turned the shoe over in his hands, inspecting the bottom of it. After a peek inside them, he stepped back from the shelf, eyes gazing over the available sizes and colors. "Can I help you find anything, sir?" A young woman approached him with a scarf tied around her alabaster neck and a wispy pixie cut framing her timeless features. She clasped her hands behind her back. "Actually, yes," Marcus rumbled. "I want these in camel and size 11.5, please." He offered her the shoe. "Let me check for you. Do you need to try it on?" She glanced down at his feet before back up at his face. "No." The woman blinked and nodded. "Oh, okay. I'll check on this. Do you want me to hold these behind the counter for you?" "Yes. I will have more selections." When the woman retreated, he continued around the aisles, passing the rest of the loafers and moccasins and moving to the much larger selection of Oxfords and dress shoes. The prices ranged from affordable to investment, with the highest-priced ones on the far right end. With his thumbs hooked in his pockets, Marcus glimpsed all of the shoes until he made it to the end of the wall. He picked up one pair of Oxfords with a black leather upper and a brown leather interior, with red piping along the foot opening. The shoe featured a blunt-pointed toe and a faux lace-up detail. The bottom featured a slight heel. The price tag featured 3 zeros behind the first number. The woman returned after a few minutes, placing the sample shoe back in place. She approached Marcus again. "A nice choice." She nodded to the shoe in his hands. It was inspired by one of the designer's bespoke shoes. "Ah. Size 11.5 for these too." "Sure thing." She peeked at the shoe and handed it back to Marcus. "And one more," he said as the glistening toe of another shoe caught his eye. He stepped over to a patent leather and Thun velvet Oxford. The rounded toe shined in the white overhead lights, and the shoe featured Western-inspired detailing in patent leather. It laced at the front and had a spiked detail at the heel. This shoe's heel was a half-inch higher than the previous one, but the price tag was $1,000 less. He motioned to the shoe. "I want this one as well." The woman pressed her lips together, fighting a smile. "Yes, sir." "What is it?" "We've had this one for months and no one's purchased it before. Even the staff thinks it's ugly." Marcus looked back at the leather and velvet shoe, inspecting it closer. "It is ugly." "Right, so why are you purchasing it?" "It has character. The person I am buying it for would appreciate it, I think. Or he'll think it's ugly." A giggle escaped her lips. "But if the other two are for him too, he may forgive you." "Or her." She sobered at the correction, ducking her head. Her cheeks swirled with color. "All right. Or her. I'll get these. They will be at the register when you are ready to check out." Marcus returned to the dressing room once he had made his selections. His mother had worked through half of her items, and she spent another 30 minutes going through the rest of them. By the time she emerged from the dressing room in her original clothes, he was dozing. "We have one more stop," she announced. Marcus groaned. "Ma, you have been shopping for hours. What else could you possibly need?" "Jewelry. The stuff they got here isn't sparkly enough." "Nothing is ever sparkly enough for you, Ma." Marcus chuckled. "Ain't for me. I'm getting some things for you and your nice assistant. What do you think he'll like?" "He's not really into jewelry." "Well, I gotta get him something for being so patient." She toddled to the register and dug in her suitcase-sized purse, retrieving her wallet and handing the cashier a credit card. "I have this, Ma. My card is on file here. He nodded to the cashier. Johnson Marcus? The shoes are mine as well. The cashier nodded and tapped on the dated computer while another employee organized their purchases, stacking his mother's clothes and covering them with a garment bag. The employee bagged the shoes individually. I have you right here. Your card ending in 3595? Yes. The cashier turned the screen so Marcus could see the 5-figure total. He nodded. Everything is well worth the price, his mother piped up when she glimpsed the total, softening the blow. Marcus grabbed the bags of shoes. Here's your receipt, sir. The cashier handed him a paper card containing his receipt, and he tucked it in his pocket. He grabbed the garment bag, throwing it over his shoulder, and his mother carried her bag of purses. Have a nice day. Thank you. His mother waved. There's a jewelry place 2 stores down the way. Marcus tipped his head. Perfect. His mother started in the direction of the jewelry store. Her bag dragged the ground. What should I get your assistant? Nothing. Does he need jewelry, Ma? Of course he does. He's nice. Did you know he's gay? I did. How you feel about it? He's my assistant. Who he sleeps with is none of my business. Goldie clucked her tongue. You okay with him bringing home other gays and having sex in your house? In your bed? Sure. He pays rent so he can do as he pleases. What if he gets sick from all his disgusting behavior? He can do as he pleases. She folded her arms across her chest. Well, I'm just glad none of my chaps gay. Marcus cut his eyes down at her. How many chaps do you have? Just the one I'm shopping with. Her fussy features cleared, and she smiled up at Marcus. I'm real proud of this one, too. Are you? I thought you hated the hotel. Oh, I do hate the hotel. It's dirty, plus it ain't right what your pa did. It worked out in the end. It did, but White coulda had a nice little life as an electrician like Luca. Little life. I didn't want a little life. I'm happy this way. She blew out her breath, sagging her shoulders even as a smile stayed on her features. I know. I'm still proud of ya, but I'm just saying. You ain't have to go through all those struggles. I know, but I enjoyed it. Still waitin' on ya to bring me some babies though. Why, damn near 30 and ain't got one. You know your cousin Ocean got 'bout 6 babies now, and he's a year younger 'n you. I'm aware. Queenie's pregnant with her 4th kid and she only been married 6 years. She keep a nice house too. I saw it when Luca and I went across the pond for holiday. She got married too young. No, she didn't. She got married when she was supposed to. She got married at 17, which was a damn good age. Marcus wrinkled his nose. Ma, how about I take these bags to the car while you look at jewelry? What should I get for your assistant? Something with a rose on it, Marcus sighed. He like earrings? Likely not. With a disapproving frown, she handed her bag to Marcus. You ought to get your ears pierced. They'd look good with your face. Thank you, Ma. Do not get him earrings. How about cufflinks? No. A brooch or tie pin would work. A rose, you said? Yes. If you must get me something, you can get me a new pair of cufflinks. Her eyes sparkled more than the cases of gold-banded watches behind her. Okay. I need your keys. Right. She dug a pink key fob with a mass of dangling keys from her pocket and handed it to Marcus. I'll only be a few minutes. I will load the car and bring it around this way, Marcus promised as he watched his mother race into the next store. She was a child in a toy store as she darted from one end to the other, picking up the gaudiest of items and draping them over her tanned skin. Marcus smiled, and he blinked back tears, wiping his face with his shoulder. He left her in the jewelry store and carried their numerous bags to her vehicle, arranging them in her trunk and forcing it closed. He adjusted the seat of her pink compact car, and then adjusted the mirrors and the steering wheel before he moved from one parking lot to the other, parking as close to the door as possible. He waited for nearly an hour before he saw the silhouette of his mother emerging from the sea of buildings. Her bags were smaller, but they were still numerous. He drove the car to the edge of the sidewalk, and his mother climbed in. "Oh, I got some good things," she exclaimed, buckling herself into her seat and turning rosy cheeks to Marcus. "Spending money should not make you as happy as it does. What else do you have money for but to spend it? You can save it and buy larger things such as land or other businesses. You still spending it at the end of the day." Chuckling, she pulled a velvet box from one of the bags. "This for you." She offered it to Marcus. He shifted the car from drive to park with a groan and took the box from her. "What is it?" "You gotta open it to find out." Marcus opened it, finding a diamond-encrusted watch with a gray-blue face. It matched Bello's eyes. "I already have a watch, Ma." "I know, but you can't ever have too many. This one you should wear tomorrow." "Of course." "What did you purchase for Bello?" "Your assistant." "Yes." "Did you get him a rose?" She poked her tongue out the side of her mouth and dug around her bags before producing another velvet box. "I did. I got him a nice brooch. It looks real good." Marcus scrutinized his mother's beaming face before he opened the box. The polished diamonds sparkled, and they covered the entire brooch base, the flower petals and the leaves. His fingers traced the fine details. "It's vintage," she added. "It's nice." He closed the box and handed it back to her before driving home. His mother chatted the entire drive, speaking nonstop about his stepfather, his cousins, and the rest of the family, the rest of the people who would disown him if they knew he was gay. When he parked the vehicle, he pinched the bridge of his nose and rubbed his hand down his face. "I made your favorite. I made stuffed cabbage for you." "Thank you, Ma." "Huh." She reorganized the jewelry bags, handing him one with the brooch and the watch inside. "I had Mrs. Potts clean my rooms for you. I'll sleep downstairs. You're my favorite chap." With a smile, she patted Marcus's cheek and climbed out of the vehicle, leaving Marcus to all of her bags. He brought them in and sat across from her at his kitchen table, eating stuffed cabbage rolls filled with greasy ground meat and rice, and listening to more stories from overseas. Her story rotation was always the same. She started with the newest and ventured backwards until she was confident she had updated Marcus on everything. He lingered at the table as she put away the food, and he settled her in the bedroom, hanging her new and old clothes in his closet before kissing her goodnight and leaving her to her own devices. Once his mother was in bed for the night, he grabbed the 3 boxes of shoes and the velvet box containing the rose brooch and knocked on Bello's door. There was soft shuffling, a muffled one moment, and the door cracked open. Bello's neutral expression cleared when he saw Marcus's face, and he smiled. "Hi." "Hello." Marcus smiled. "I purchased you a few things." "I told you not to get me anything." "I know, but I wanted to." Marcus paused, "and my ma wanted to as well." "Your ma? That's cute." Bello bit his bottom lip. I got you 3 things. My ma got you one, but they probably cost about the same." He handed Bello the first box, and Bello leaned against the door frame as he opened it. He peeled the paper back and picked up the camel-colored shoe. "You don't like my shoes? They are rather worn out, and you could use new ones." "So you don't like my shoes?" "They are worn out. Do you like these?" Bello rolled his eyes up to the ceiling, and then back down at the shoes. "I do, but these are expensive, and I probably shouldn't accept expensive gifts from my boss." "Isn't there a rule against it?" "Perhaps, but it all depends on the definition of expensive, doesn't it? I don't think these are expensive. These are everyday shoes." "You bought me 3 pairs of everyday shoes." Marcus scoffed. "No. Open the next one." He handed Bello the most expensive pair in the bunch, the bespoke-inspired Oxfords. Bello sucked in his breath and lifted the top. His hand shook. "I really can't accept these, Marcus." "You can." Bello's fingers traced the leather and the red piping. His eyes teared at the corners. I can't. You can. You deserve them. He fluttered his eyelashes and turned his face away from Marcus. His gray-blue eyes were glassy with moisture. His bottom lip trembled. You can open the last one on your own time. I did not expect gift-giving to be an emotional affair. It's not. It's not. Bello wiped his eyes. Sure, I'll open the last one later. Bello stacked the 3 boxes inside the door. Now for the gift from my ma. This one I did not pick out. He opened the velvet box and presented it to Bello. Bello exhaled in a watery laugh. She doesn't know. No, but I told her to get you a rose. She's blind? She chooses to be. Apparently, it is vintage. It is. It's beautiful. I'll have to thank your ma tomorrow. Yes. I should thank you right now, though. You already did. I know, but I want to again. Can I kiss you? Bello moved closer to Marcus, fitting his body against his brawny form and draping his arms on his shoulders. You can. Marcus touched Bello's hips. He flashed a smile and pressed his pillowy lips into Marcus's. His kiss started chaste. He kissed the corner of Marcus's lips, brushed his lips across to the other side, and kissed the other corner of his lips. Thank you. He whispered. His warm, minty breath tickled Marcus's skin. You're welcome. He grabbed Marcus by the back of the neck, digging blunt nails into him as he forced their lips together. He devoured Marcus, tracing the inside of his lips, knocking at his teeth and teasing his tongue. Marcus groaned, gripping Bello a little rougher, nails kissing his skin. The pain only inspired the other man more, and the kiss continued. Bello ground his hips against Marcus, and he retreated with panting breaths. We should sleep, Bello whispered. Yes, Marcus rasped, digging his nails deeper into Bello's skin before he let him go. I'll see you in the morning. Bello slid his hands down Marcus's chest, patting him and adding distance between their hungry bodies. He lingered in front of Marcus. Red welts bloomed at his hip. Yes. Marcus stared at Bello's bruised skin before inhaling and looking into his eyes. Sweet dreams. Good night. Bello closed the door, and Marcus tramped down the stairs, folding the couch in the den out to a bed and stretching out across it. Chapter 14. Marcus. The next morning was a flurry of movement. Marcus woke when the sunlight beamed into the floor-to-ceiling windows and haloed his face. He cracked his eyes open and listened to the shuffling sounds of his mother and Bello upstairs. Following the footsteps, he charted their movements before he pushed himself out of bed and utilized the downstairs half-bathroom for immediate relief and the guest bathroom upstairs for his shower. By the time he was showered and dressed, his mother had made breakfast, and Bello sat at the kitchen table picking at his food. The breakfast conversation was stilted, with Bello uneasy around Goldie, and Goldie unaware of the problem. However, the rose pen rested above Bello's breast pocket, and he was wearing the camel drivers on his feet. The pen put a smile on Goldie's face, and the camel drivers put a smile on Marcus's face. Their happiness put a smile on Bello's face. Marcus drove the convertible to the picnic spot, and their group of 3 split into 2 and 1 when Goldie wandered off by herself. She found a group of her friends and shuffled over to them, laughing and administering hugs. The picnic spot was filled to half capacity, with most of the Maasai members and their family present. The picnic was open to the entire community, so the members had invited friends, friends of friends, and anyone on the street who looked hungry. The air was filled with the smoky scent of grilled meat and vegetables. Some people had already fixed themselves plates, and they nibbled their appetizers and salads as they conversed with others from the community. With his mother occupied, Marcus turned to Bello. You look nice. Thanks. Bello chuckled, smoothing the front of his button-down shirt and adjusting the front. You're welcome. Marcus touched the small of Bello's back and slid his hand up to his shoulders, squeezing them before releasing him and hooking his restless hands in his belt loops. Are you hungry? No. We just ate breakfast. Bello exhaled in another musical chuckle. Did your business partner come? Tiffany? Ah, yes. She and her husband are around here somewhere. Marcus squinted and scanned the area for her. She's by the food. He waved towards Tiffany, and she waved back and slapped her husband's shoulder. Marcus led Bello over to the pair. Bello, Tiffany hugged him and slid her hands down his arms, squeezing his biceps. I'm glad you could make it today. Well, I've been helping Solomon with all of the preparations, so I was pretty set on coming today. Bello shrugged. I know, but I'm still glad you could make it. We rarely ever get to speak during the week. True. Marcus is a terrible boss. He keeps me running back and forth. Bello's blue eyes sparkled as he glanced back at Marcus. Do I? I believe it. Oh, this is Kenneth. She motioned to the stocky man standing beside her, and Kenneth stretched his hand to Bello. I've heard so much about you. If you let my wife tell it, you're the best thing to happen to the hotel since they fixed it up. Bello shook his hand. Thanks. His cheeks colored. She's exaggerating, really? She's not. He's a great addition to the team, Marcus confirmed, bumping his shoulder with Bello's. He was desperate for the contact. His body starved for it, and the subtle touch wasn't enough. Glad to hear it. You two have been needing fresh blood around the hotel. When you're too close to something, it's hard to see where improvements can be made. You have ideas for improvements to the hotel? Marcus lifted his eyebrows. Well, replacing the cheesy mass-produced wall art would be first on my list. Marcus laughed. Still no, Kenny. Bello glanced from Marcus to Kenneth. What do you do for work? Tiffany touched Kenneth's shoulder, leaning into him. Her thick dreadlocks draped her husband's shoulders. He's a graphic design artist. He works primarily as a freelancer designing logos for small businesses, but he has his private art too. Oh. I see why you're making fun of the art now. Bello laughed. Why can't we put some of his art up in the hotel? Tiffany and Marcus shook their heads, exchanging a knowing glance between each other. What? Bello blinked. Marcus tickled Bello's warm palm. Ah. His works are very, how you say, radical. They don't fit with the targeted clientele. I don't understand. Bello squeezed Marcus's hand. He does a lot of Afrocentric art. And a lot of nude, pregnant women. Tiffany touched Kenneth's chest again. This time she arched on her toes and kissed his cheek. Her love for him shined in her dark eyes. Marcus looked away from the pair and fixed his attention on Bello. Oh. I guess some people wouldn't consider it family-friendly. Precisely, Marcus confirmed. A pity, because I actually appreciate his work, but it's very targeted. I appreciate this stance. I am proud of my body and how I look, but I don't want all the tourists seeing painted portrayals of me during pregnancy. Oh. You're the subject of the paintings? I love that. You have children. At his question, the three of them fell silent, and Tiffany whipped her hair behind her shoulders. Yes, and actually no. The paintings are of what I could potentially look like during pregnancy, but we don't have children yet. We're working on it, Kenneth added. Bello squinted his dark eyebrows and giggled. Weird flex, but okay. Kenneth paused and laughed. Tiffany shook her head, embarrassed, and focused her attention on Marcus. So, did you hear Emmanuel has a new girlfriend? Really? Marcus lifted his eyebrows. Oh yeah. The youngest one yet. I wouldn't be surprised if she was younger than Solomon. Bello made a face. I know. I feel the same way. Kenneth hugged Tiffany to his body. I don't see the appeal of a much younger woman. What do they talk about? They're at two different life stages. She could be mature for her age, Marcus offered, adding a shrug to his words. She could. Tiffany jutted her chin to Emmanuel and the slender horse-faced girl clinging to his side, but I doubt it. The girl's heels sank in the grass, and her backless dress stopped where the curve of her ass started. The dress also featured a plunging neckline in the front. Too much skin. Has no one told her she is supposed to either have the open back or the plunging front, not both? Plus, the dress is far too short. It barely covers her thighs, Marcus rumbled. I don't think it's too bad. Kenneth shrugged. Honestly? Me neither, until you pointed it out, Marcus, Bello agreed. It's unprofessional for this type of event. It's also not family-friendly. Tiffany combed her fingers through her dreadlocks. Anyway, I heard she recently graduated from Xavier and is going into pharmacy. It's a good avenue right now. There's the potential for her to make a lot of money when she finally finishes school, provided she interns while she's studying. True. Tiffany looked at Bello. Aren't you thinking of going to college while you're here? I am. I attended one of Solomon's lectures a few days ago to get a feel for what to expect. He cleared it with his professor beforehand. Did you like it? Tiffany raised her eyebrows. Bello lifted his shoulders to his ears. The lecture was boring, but acceptable. I'm more worried about the tests and the papers. Why? I don't know. I get anxious with tests because I don't know what to expect, then I get anxious with papers because you have so long to do them. I'm always afraid I'll have some glaring error I've looked over too many times. Well, you're going to have to take one or the other when it comes right down to it. What are you thinking about going for? Kenneth asked. I'm thinking business. I've really enjoyed these last few weeks working with Marcus. I like tinkering with the advertising budget and playing with the marketing results, so I think I would like to learn more about business. Kenneth nodded. What's your degree in, Marcus? Business with a specification of management. Another nod. So, business with a specification of marketing and advertising could be a major asset to your company. I mean, if the plan is for you to keep working there, Bello. I don't want to assume or anything. Bello's cheeks flamed, and his blue eyes scanned Tiffany and Kenneth's easy faces before he hazarded a glance back at Marcus. I haven't planned anything in advance. I think it's definitely best to play it by ear, just in case. Marcus observed his worried features with a neutral expression. In case? In case I don't work for you forever, Bello whispered. You know what? He looked around at all three of them. I should get us drinks. I'm terrible. Are you guys thirsty? The tips of his ears were brushed pink, matching his high cheekbones. Water for us, Tiffany replied. Let me help you, Marcus offered. No, I got it, Bello hissed. Water for you. Before Marcus could accept or decline the suggestion, Bello turned on his heels and stomped away. Marcus lifted his eyebrows. All right. Tiffany floated from her husband's side to Marcus's side, squeezing his shoulder. Trouble in paradise? It's hardly paradise with my mother visiting. Ooh. True. I think he's concerned about the possible negative ramifications of us working together and dating. You think? Tiffany fluttered her eyelashes. Marcus scowled. I did not plan this. No, you didn't. I get it. He's sweet, and you wanted to help him out. I understand where you're coming from, but now you have a situation. He's nervous about his job security. I see. Is there a way to fix it? I don't know. Give him a portion of the new hotel, like stocks or shares or whatever you business people trade. Tiffany shook her head but then paused and knit her eyebrows together. Kenneth's idea isn't bad. I mean, he's already a heavy hand in the business now, right? He relieves me of a lot of work. He's almost completely handling the marketing and advertising budget and stats. He'll be doing the same for the new hotel too, right? Hopefully. So the main question is, if things go south with you two, what's the best way to not leave him high and dry if it gets nasty? I don't see why he wouldn't be able to maintain a working relationship if our personal relationship doesn't work. He may not want to. Then I am at a loss. You need to think about it. It's his concern, and it should be yours too. Tiffany stabbed Marcus in the chest. Think of more than yourself for once. What if we go into the new hotel as 3 equal parts, and I have to buy him out if he wants to leave? Maybe. Tiffany chewed her bottom lip. This isn't the time to think about it, though. This is supposed to be a fun picnic, and we have plenty of time before anything needs to be finalized. Thankfully. Oh shit. Marcus, I forgot to mention, Emmanuel wanted to talk to you about the other fundraising events for the rest of the year. Something about using your hotel as an event location? Ah, right. I tossed the option out to him a few weeks ago. Excuse me. I will go talk to him now. Marcus stepped away from Tiffany and Kenneth as Bello returned with 4 water bottles clutched to his chest. Where are you going? I need to talk to Emmanuel. A moment. He touched Bello's shoulder and moved away from the group. He approached Emmanuel and a squat gentleman around the same age as the Maasai Club president. Brother Marcus. You're looking good. The squat gentleman clapped his shoulder. Brother Abel. Thank you. Marcus smiled. How are you doing? Much better, actually. My wife was released from the hospital a few days ago after her appendectomy. My daughter is spending the day with her, so I could come here. Ah, nice. I am glad she is doing well. How's your transplant? Oh, my kidney. It's doing well. I'm finally lowering my medication, and sometimes my scar aches a little, but it sure beats dialysis 3 times a week. His round belly jumped as he laughed. I've been feeling like going back to work now, since I'm not sleeping all day, and the old woman is home and recovering. Marcus nodded. Good to hear. He looked at Emmanuel. You wanted to talk about hosting some events at the hotel? Yes, indeed. I was thinking of our Youth Awards ceremony and our annual local college event. The college event is usually hosted in December, correct? For current juniors in high school? Yeah. Our Youth Awards event is held in October, Abel added. Honestly, I'm the wrong person to talk to. I am fine with whenever you are ready to host the events. However, Bello has the event schedule. Off the top of my head, I do not know exactly what we have planned for the next few months. I'll have Solomon talk to him about it. So, what's going on between you and him? What do you mean? Well, my boy tells me there's a little more than a friendship between y'all. A soft whimper vibrated Marcus's vocal cords, and he looked around the area, honing in on Solomon holding hands with an unfamiliar woman. They had joined the group Marcus had left. He, Bello, and Tiffany were deep in conversation while his companion spoke with Kenneth. Did he? I'm happy for ya. Bello's a good man. What's old Goldie think about it? The sun beamed down on Bello, and a Heiligenschein framed his silhouette against the grass-covered ground, haloing the shadow of his head. It animated with Bello's casual movements. Nothing because she doesn't know, and I would prefer it if you do not mention it to her, either. Of course not. Your relationship is your business. I won't say a thing about it. Thank you. I will let Bello know to be in contact. After his conversation with Brother Emmanuel and Brother Abel, Marcus fixed himself a plate of food. He prepared himself a hamburger, added potatoes and other sides, and sat down on a wooden bench, resting his plate in front of him. He sat alone and picked at his food, enjoying the murmur of conversation, as he relished being a silent part of the group. Goldie and Bello's voices rang out over the others. He was tuned to them, and his senses tracked their movements. Bello joined him first, slumping down into the seat next to Marcus with a sigh. I didn't expect you to be a loner, but you've been sitting here all afternoon. I have. Marcus sipped from a bottle of water. I did not expect you to be so social, but I believe you've met every single brother and his family. I have. Bello stretched across the picnic bench, latticing his fingers together. Did you eat? Yeah. If you are ready to go home, I can call a taxi for you. Bello shook his head. I'm fine. What's the plan for this afternoon? Since we all rode together, we will go home once my mother is finished talking with her friends. She will leave right away. And then you owe me. I have not forgotten. 8 o'clock tonight. 8. Bello propped his head up in his palms, quirking his eyebrows. 4 hours later. I have to prepare. Prepare what? It is a surprise. Marcus bit his bottom lip and reached under the table, squeezing Bello's knee and traveling his hand up the inside of his thigh. He stopped midway and his fingers crept slower. Bello opened his legs and clenched his jaws, and he tilted his head back and exposed the unblemished flesh of his neck. He avoided Marcus's gaze, but a little smile quirked his lips up, and he had a mischievous glint in his eyes. What kind of surprise? Marcus rubbed his thigh. One I am pretty confident you will like. A continuation of where we left off last night? Marcus tipped his head down in a faint nod. Bello scooted forward in his seat, urging Marcus's exploratory hand closer to the center of his body. Tell me more. Are you unclear on the definition of surprise? No, but I want to know more. He pushed his hips forward, pressing half-mast excitement into Marcus's hand. Ah. Marcus squeezed him and sucked in a breath. You are naughtier than you look. Clearly so are you. After another subtle roll of his hips, he shuffled away from Marcus and crossed his legs, straightening the line of his back. 8 o'clock. Yes, Marcus growled. Any further instruction? Marcus's eyebrows crunched together. He inhaled a deep breath as his cock jumped in his slacks. His jaws clenched and he pressed his tongue against his teeth, whistling air past slightly parted lips. No. His voice trembled. An unmistakable grin highlighted Bello's features. I'm okay. His eyelashes fanned his cheeks. Marcus swallowed, still clenching and releasing his jaws before he tore his eyes away from Bello and stared forward. He sucked his teeth. Yes. Oh. A female voice popped up behind Marcus. Marcus, I didn't know you were coming today. Selena touched his shoulder and he glanced at her. She stood hand in hand with a man Marcus had never seen before. Selena. I'm a part of the club, why wouldn't I be here? I don't know. You've been too busy to return my calls, so I figured you would be too busy doing whatever to pop up here. She flashed him a smile and shrugged her slight shoulders. I made the time. Marcus tugged the corners of his lips into a light smile. Who's your friend? Selena leaned into the man. This is Finn. We've been talking. Bello turned to Selena as well, hooking his legs over the bench seat. It's nice to see you again, Selena. Who are you again? Selena tipped her heart-shaped head. Bello chuckled. I'm Bello. We met at Marcus's place. In the morning, but I understand if you don't remember. It was brief. He stood up. Excuse me. I'll leave you to catch up. Oh. I remember. Her eyes shot daggers at Bello, and the man ignored her, peering down at Marcus. I'll be around the car, Bello whispered and moved past Selena and her company. All right. Marcus watched Bello retreat, then flicked his eyes up to Selena. You could be nicer, you know. I didn't say anything offensive. I didn't remember him. She threaded her tattoo-covered arms around Finn's shoulder, resting her head against him. Babe, you could have been a little nicer. Finn's voice was soft. Hesitant. Marcus smirked. So, how did you and Finn meet? We met through mutual friends. We have a lot in common, don't we, Finny? Sure, he mumbled. We both love watching football. We love rock music. He's a songwriter for a band, too. Right, Finny? Sure. Sounds amazing. Marcus chuckled. Finny? Would you get me a water? He squinted whiskery eyebrows. Yeah. Yeah, sure. She pointed to the ice chests. Over there. Sure. He yanked up his jeans and jogged towards a row of white and blue ice chests. Selena rolled her eyes back to Marcus. What's going on? I've texted you, and you haven't replied. I haven't been in the mood. Really? You were in the mood once a week before Bello moved in. Disgust rolled off her tongue. Well, I'm not anymore. You knew it was temporary. Besides, you have Finney. Does he not satisfy you? He's not kinky. Even if we don't fuck, you're much more fun to play with. A pity. The arrangement was temporary. I know, but I miss it. I miss you. She raked her fingers through her hair, extending the line of her neck. Her eyes hooded as she studied the ground. Lovely, but the answer is still no. But, she scowled. What answer is no? Marcus's mother bumbled into the conversation, pausing beside Selena and looking her up and down. She gave an approving nod and smiled at her son. Nothing. Marcus cleared his throat. Are you ready to leave? Selena pouted, poking her fleshy bottom lip out and staring defiantly at Marcus. He maintained a lazy focus on his mother. Yup. I'm all caught up, but I need to get on the road going home before it gets too late. I'ma fix your pa at the plate though before we leave. All right, Ma. Why don't you go do that, and I will meet you at the car. Aha, she agreed, looking back at Selena with a pleased smile. I'll let you two get back to your conversation. His mother fluttered off again, and Selena sat down next to Marcus, leaning into him. Your new friend will see you. We're not exclusive. We're in a polyamorous relationship. She sniffed. It means, we can still play if things don't quite work out with Bellamy. Does he even know? His name is Bello, and no, he does not. Selena giggled. Why not? Are you scared he won't be into it? Marcus turned his head to Selena, pressing his lips together when she named his fear. He was quiet for 5 long minutes before he wet the center of his lips. We're not there yet. He looks too vanilla for you. So, when you get bored cuddling on the couch to old Mexican novella reruns and need something a little more exciting, you know my number. I think I'll be fine, Selena. Marcus slipped away from her. I'll see you around. Chapter 15. Marcus. Marcus lit 3 more candles, using the first sweet-smelling candle he lit with a match. Then he arranged them over his wiped-clean dresser and dimmed the lights. He rubbed his hands down the front of his jeans and inhaled a deep breath. Romance was a foreign land to him, uncharted territory with no map or guidelines. He had snacks on the corner of his dresser next to a chilled bottle of wine and 2 empty glasses. Condoms and lubricants were stashed in his bedside drawer. Foaming bath bombs and dried rose petals lined the rim of a jacuzzi-style bathtub. He glanced at his wristwatch, fixing his eyes on the second hand as it ticked along the watch face, passing the 11 and inching the minute hand along. It was 3 minutes until 8 o'clock. There was a knock at the door. Bello was early. Marcus sucked in his breath and strolled through his room. He exhaled and opened the door. His heart raced when his eyes landed on the other man. Bello had changed to joggers and a casual shirt. The faint smell of cologne and soap wafted off of him. Hi. His breath was minty fresh. Hello. Marcus stepped aside, holding his breath as Bello moved into the room. He closed the door and leaned against it. I figured. We're having sex tonight. Bello peered around the room and lifted his eyebrows, looking over his shoulder at Marcus as his fingers traced the line of the antique mahogany dresser. Bello's chest expanded as he smelled the candles, and his eyes fluttered closed. Well, maybe. If you would like, I figured we could relax, actually. I have food and wine. Snacks and wine. Bello giggled, picking at the chocolate-covered fruits. He bit into a strawberry, and the juice tinted his lips red. I approve. It's a little over the top, but I kind of like it. Over the top as you, even if you try to pretend like it's not. He finished the strawberry and licked his fingers. Thank you, Marcus choked out. His rapidly beating heart robbed him of breath, and he was clumsy as Bello glided around his room. The other man stroked his fingers along Marcus's comforter. Watch a movie and chill. Preferably talk. We do not get the opportunity often. We talk during breakfast and dinner. What do you mean we don't talk often? When we talk during breakfast and dinner, it is about work. It is a different type of talk. Bello kicked off his canvas sneakers and toed off his socks before collapsing across Marcus's bed. He lay on his back with his head hanging over the side. The tips of his loose curls brushed along the floor. What do you want to talk about? You. I want to know everything about you. I've noticed. Marcus crossed the room and crouched in front of Bello, combing his fingers through Bello's stretched curls. Tell me more about your family. Bello yanked himself up, abdominals rippling through his thin shirt. Why? Because they have made you who you are, and you have only barely told me about them. You have told me the nice bits and nothing more. Exactly. Marcus touched Bello's shoulders, pressing his thumbs into his back and moving them in slow circles. Tell me the rest. Really? Yes, really? You can start with all their names. Pacified by his touch, Bello sighed and nodded, rubbing his cheek against Marcus's fingers. Okay. I guess we'll start with my father. His name is Fernando. Bello chewed his bottom lip, and he married my mother, Sierra. His face lit up when he said her name, but sadness encapsulated his stormy blue eyes. Fernando and Sierra. Marcus rolled the names over his tongue. Their families hated each other too, but they ran off together. A regular Romeo and Juliet type of story. They moved to America right after they got married. All right. Marcus ended his massage and crawled into the bed, leaning back against the headboard and beckoning Bello close. They didn't know any English, of course. Bello slithered to the top of the bed too, nestling himself next to Marcus, draping his legs over the other man's. He poked Marcus's socked feet with his bare toes. My mother migrated here. From Europe. I remember. The ominous Europe. Bello chuckled, slipping his hands between his thighs. Is that why you want to go there? One reason, yes. Bello hooded his eyes and rested his cheek on Marcus's shoulder. I'd love to go to Central America, because it's where my parents are from. Maybe we could plan something. Maybe. Marcus smiled, wrapping an arm around Bello's torso. I would enjoy it. Tell me about your siblings. I told you I'm the youngest. So the order is Gail, Emma, Tomas, Nina, and me. Who is your favorite? They're all about the same, I guess. Emma took care of me after my mother died, so I suppose she and I are the closest, but we drifted apart after her marriages. She changed. He shrugged. I see. And the others? Well, Gail and Tomas are fine. Gail is married, but he still lets my father pay for things for him. He and his wife have a place on our land. Tomas is single, and so is Nina. They just, I don't know, live at home. There's really not much to tell. I hate saying this, but my parents kind of spoiled us all. I mean, I don't know. They don't have the drive to do anything. They float through life and they're happy with it. I see. I would have never left if I hadn't packed my things and done it. I know it's stupid, but I guess I saw the rose as an opportunity more than anything else. I had nothing to lose, you know. I understand. I'm sorry. I'm just talking. Bello squinted down at their laps. Have you ever been somewhere where you know there's nothing left for you there, and you know you have to leave as soon as possible or you'll never move? Marcus was quiet for a few long minutes. He held Bello closer and kissed the top of his curly head. Yes. Your mother raised you? With her husband? My stepfather, yes. Bello released his hands and touched Marcus's thigh, raking his fingers up and down his leg. You talk differently than she does. Oh. How so? More proper. Bello flushed and twisted his body, resting on his side and kicking a leg over Marcus's legs. His leg bent and slid up to Marcus's crotch, and Bello kneed him gently. He sucked his belly in. Indeed. Are we done talking now? Talking is a little boring, honestly. He slid a hand up Marcus's chest and around his neck. And I can think of many other fun things to do. I bet you can, Marcus rumbled as Bello's knee teased him. His cock hardened against the trap of Bello's leg and his own torso. Except, you always change the subject when things get personal. I don't. Marcus stroked Bello's chin. You do. So, I had an idea. Let's play a game. Oh Lord. What kind of game? Truth or dare? Bello purred, slithering all the way into Marcus's lap and straddling him. He pressed himself against Marcus. I'll pick dare every time. I believe it. Then I will pick truth. Every time. If I must. Are we making these things up? Marcus chuckled. No. I have a card game. He patted Bello's ass and squeezed it. Look in the bottom drawer of the side table here. Bello rolled his hips and stretched across the bed, digging a deck of cards out of the nightstand. They were black and red on the outside with a white face and red text on the other side. Why do you have these? Marcus lifted his eyebrows, a grin playing on his face. We had a naughty gift exchange for the Masai Club. Are you telling me the truth? Yes. Yes, I am. I haven't used them before, either. Why not? No reason to, until now. Shuffle it, and let's play. Marcus's voice roughened as his arousal grew a little more. Bello made a noise but nodded. Okay. He shuffled the cards and stacked them on the nightstand. I need wine for this. You don't. I really do. Bello slipped from on top of Marcus and grabbed the bottle of wine on the dresser. He uncorked it and poured himself a glass. Do you want some? No, thank you. Okay. Bello sipped from his glass and sat down on the corner of the bed. Who should go first? Marcus smiled. Are you nervous? No. With a little wrinkle of his nose, he snatched the first card off the stack and flipped it over. As he read the card, his face turned a deep shade of red. It's a dare. All right. I have to whisper the name of all 50 states in your ear in the most seductive way. Bello flipped the card over, showing it to Marcus, then placed it face down next to the larger stack. After another sip of wine, he placed the glass on the bedside table and licked his lips as he leaned into Marcus and brushed his lips over the other man's ear. Bello's warm breath tickled the shell of his ear, and he exhaled in a little sigh. Marcus shivered. His body had already woken up for Bello, and as Bello stretched a leg across his body, he rested his hand on Bello's knee. He squeezed it and pulled it closer to him, moving his hips against it as he waited. Alabama, Bello started. His tongue rolled over his word, drawing it out and sighing into it. By the time Bello reached Massachusetts, Marcus's cock was throbbing against him. Michigan, Bello purred. He adjusted himself. Marcus groaned. Minnesota. Bello pet down Marcus's chest. He stole a kiss to Marcus's jawline before he continued reciting the 50 states. Marcus ached. Shivers racked his body at every newly whispered word. Pre-cum wet the tip of his cock and soaked into the fabric of his briefs. Damn, he murmured. Bello dug his nails into Marcus's shoulder, gripping him as he pressed his own excitement into Marcus's side. West Virginia. His nose traced the outline of Marcus's ear. He took the lobe into his mouth and sucked it. Marcus turned towards Bello, biting into his shoulder. Wisconsin. Damn, Marcus said again. Wyoming. Bello kissed his jawline. I think I like this game. Bello's eyelashes tickled Marcus's skin. Yeah. Marcus adjusted himself in his pants and grabbed the next card in the stack. It was a truth card. Truth. Do I have a hot cousin? Actually, yes. Bello settled next to Marcus. Really? Yes. The men in my family are very, how you say, masculine. I have this one cousin named Guy. He works construction. He curses every other word. He chews tobacco and has several earrings in his ears, but I suppose the bad boy qualities are appealing. Bello rested his chin on Marcus's shoulder. He's bigger than you. A little stockier, yes. Stocky men are your thing? Not particularly, but it is his appeal. He knows he's attractive despite his bad grammar and tobacco addiction. Sometimes he squints when you speak to him as he tries to work out what you said. Cute. Meathead cute. Bello giggled. Precisely. Marcus placed the card in the discard pile. Your turn. His excitement had waned, but as Bello reached for a second card, it spiked again. Bello grinned when he looked at the card. Another dare. He bit the corner of the card with his teeth, and his eyes glistened. Aha. Bello nodded. Dimples pierced his cheeks. It says oh? Be blindfolded and tickled for a full minute. Marcus's eyes shot up. Let me see. His attention sharpened, and blood rushed through him, racing down to his cock and making his head spin. Marcus snatched the card from Bello's fingers and scanned over the words. His lips curled. Get a tie from the drawer. See. Wait. You're going to do it? Bello's eyebrows shot up and he stumbled off the bed. The card says to. Yeah, but I'm really ticklish. Even as he spoke, he grabbed his wine and floated over to the dresser, sipping it along the way. He opened the top center drawer and thumbed through organized ties. It isn't a life decision. I'm looking for one you wear the most, so you can think about me when you put it on. Really? Marcus tucked an arm behind his head. Yeah. Bello retrieved a paisley-patterned maroon tie from the drawer and presented it to Marcus. This is one of your favorites, isn't it? It is. Good. His lips curved into a Cheshire smile. He handed Marcus the tie, and Marcus stroked the fine silk before climbing off the bed. Lie down. His voice was unfamiliar to him, commanding even though his heart hammered in his ears. I should take my shirt off. If you want. Bello crossed his arms over his chest and yanked his shirt over his head, revealing his untarnished torso. His dark nipples taunted Marcus, along with the trail of dark hairs dripping down the center of his body and pooling at the band of his pants. Bello rubbed his hand over his chest, combing through the dark curls before looking into Marcus's face. Okay. Ready? Yeah. Marcus fit the blindfold over Bello's eyes and secured it behind his head. How does it feel? Fine. I can't see anything. Good. Marcus exhaled in a tense chuckle and reveled in his unbridled view of Bello. He drank in Bello's form. His eyes traced the curve of Bello's shoulders, the slope of his torso and the dip of his cutlines, following the arrowed path to the crotch of the other man's pants. You're wasting your time. My time does not start until I touch you. Bello licked his top lip and goosebumps dotted his exposed skin. Will you be honest? Why wouldn't I? He offered a shrug in reply, and the apples of his cheeks colored. I don't know. I will be honest. I will start the timer before I touch you. I will let you know when I start it. When it sounds, I will stop. Bello nodded. Okay. His voice was weak. His body was tense. If you want me to stop before the timer, say red. Okay. He relaxed in increments. Marcus set the timer on his phone for 1 minute, pressed the start button, and then placed it on the edge of the side table next to Bello's wine. I started the timer. Okay. Bello seized with anticipation. His shoulders lurched up and forward, creating a dip between the muscle and his clavicle, and a distinct hunger grew inside of Marcus. It wasn't for food or for sex. Marcus worked his jaws as Bello grew tenser with every passing second. He was aware of his time slipping away, but he was high on Bello's movements. Even the gentle sway of Bello's body as he inhaled deep breaths taunted Marcus, until he tore his eyes away from the other man. He squeezed his eyes shut as the alarm sounded. The cell phone vibrated the counter. Bello scoffed, lifting the blindfold from his eyes. You didn't even do anything. I am aware. Did you get nervous? We can try again if you want. I did not get nervous. Do you want to try again? Marcus squeezed his fists and searched Bello's eyes. Sure. Restart the timer, but this time you have to do it, Bello warned, stabbing him in the chest with his finger. He pulled the tie back down over his eyes. And don't wait so long or else we'll be here all night. We're going to be here all night anyway. I know, but I don't want to be here all night blindfolded with you, I don't know, staring at me. You are beautiful. I can't help it. Marcus's throat went dry after his compliment, and he ducked his head, snatching his cell phone off the bedside table and resetting the alarm. Thank you, but seriously. The timer has started. Bello didn't seize up the second time, but he shuddered, and Marcus's cock kicked in the confines of his pants. Marcus swept his fingers along Bello's shoulders, down the wings of his shoulder blades and the sides of his body. His touch was gentle, barely denting Bello's light olive flesh. You're just touching, Bello murmured. Marcus grunted and slipped his hands under Bello's arms, wiggling his fingers in the dip of the other man's armpits. Bello had no reaction at first, but after a second he burst into panicked laughter and snapped his arms to his side. He jerked away from Marcus. Marcus chased him, continuing his playful assault. Ah! Bello cried, rocking his body forward as he gasped for breath amidst waves of manic giggles. He continued writhing around until Marcus had pinned him under his weight and pulled his arms over his head. Marcus clasped one hand around both of Bello's wrists and alternated ticklish spots with the other. Bello jerked to the left, to the right, and curved his back, protecting his sensitive spots by curling into a ball. When the timer sounded, both men were panting. Their chests heaved with deep breaths. Marcus collapsed on the bed beside Bello, and Bello lifted the blindfold. His cheeks were flushed, heated from their game. His arousal tented his pants. Oh. I've never really been tickled as an adult. Bello stroked himself from the outside of his pants and then shielded his eyes with his forearm. His bare chest was painted red too, an extension of his heated neck and cheeks. You enjoy being tickled? Bello uncovered his eyes. Maybe so. It's your turn. I am aware. Marcus stretched over Bello, stealing a quick kiss as he pulled the next card on the stack. He traced the sharp edge of the card along Bello's chest, leaving a streak of white against red in its wake. Bello tucked a hand behind his head. What does your card say? Marcus followed the card's trail with his lips. They slid over Bello's erect nipples and his coarse body hair. Rumbling, Marcus turned the card over on Bello's chest. Dare. A deeper rumble exhaled from him. I have to give you a lap dance for the length of one song. I like this game. Bello laughed, caressing Marcus's cheek. Can I pick the song? I suppose yes. Bello retrieved his cell phone. He scrolled through songs as he wandered from the bed to the wingback chair in the corner of the room beside the dresser. He sank down in the seat, his cock still at presentation between his thighs. Can I request your shirt off? Marcus tilted his head, eyes narrowing. I suppose yes. He ripped his shirt over his head and dropped it to the ground beside the chair. His muscles bulged on his chest and down his body, standing out in sharp relief against the soft orange glow of the candles. Bello purred. Can I touch? No. Marcus pressed Bello's legs closed and braced himself with one hand on the back of the chair. Bello pouted. Fine. Are you ready? I'm starting the song now. The thrill of their game turned Marcus's heart in his chest. It ached his ribs as he watched Bello fumble with the cell phone, placing it on the table with the speaker side pointed towards them. The song had a heavy bass and a soothing tone. Marcus had heard it before, but in passing. He squeezed the back of the chair as he straddled Bello's lap, rolling his body over his thighs. His other hand rested on the back of the chair and leaned forward, purring into Bello's ear. He pressed his bare chest into Bello's, skin meeting skin for the first time, and Bello's racing heartbeat pounded against his rough skin. He kissed the throbbing vein in Bello's neck. His hips ground against him until each continued tease was maddening for them both, and then he pulled away. With light panting, he turned around and sat in Bello's lap again. Grace was lost on him as he shifted his position and put his ass right in Bello's lap. He leaned back as he swirled his hips. Bello's fingers gripped the arms of the chair. You sure I can't touch? He whispered his desperate question. Very sure. Marcus rested his head on Bello's shoulder and the back of the chair and reached one hand back, cradling Bello's chin in his hand. His fingers threaded through the other man's feathery curls. His ass danced in Bello's lap, grinding against the length of his shaft until his thighs ached. Then he relaxed in his lap, rolling his hips back and forth instead. Bello snapped his hips up to Marcus's body with a frustrated gasp. Sorry. His hot breath tickled the shell of Marcus's ear. Why are you so hot? As the song faded, Marcus settled against Bello, easing his weight against the other man. Practice. Bello wrapped his arms around Marcus's torso when the song was over, when he stopped moving. Soft lips ghosted along Marcus's shoulder up to the back of his neck. Bello's cock pressed into his ass. Marcus closed his eyes, bathing in the comfort of Bello's arms. He threaded their fingers together. It's your draw. I know, but I can't reach the cards from here. You know, we could abandon the game and do something else, Bello hinted. Marcus shook his head. Tempting, but no. I am enjoying the game. He opened his eyes and kissed Bello's cheek. He pulled the next card on the deck and handed it, face down, to Bello. Bello turned the card over. Ah. Truth. Marcus stacked the deck on the dresser next to them and eased back into Bello's lap, wrapping the other man's tan arms around him again. The question is, how many times a week do you touch yourself? Bello set the card aside after he read the question. Well. Marcus closed his eyes again. Okay, like at least 4 days a week. Marcus squinted with his eyes closed. His brows crunched together in the center of his forehead. How many times per day? Just once, usually. Bello squeezed his arms around Marcus. Sometimes more if I'm crazy horny or I don't know, I can't sleep. Does your once happen in the morning? Sometimes. Bello bit Marcus's shoulder. I don't like to do it in the morning because I end up groggy all day. True. How do you do it? I don't think you're allowed this many follow-up questions. This is probably true. Marcus smirked. But I'll allow 2 more questions if you answer the original question. How often do you jack off? Your question isn't the same as the original, but lately it has been daily. Why? Marcus lifted his eyebrows and cracked his eyes open, peering up at Bello. Because I need relief or I cannot focus. Bello smiled. I rub one out like the rest of the planet. Occasionally I may do a little more, like, with a toy or something. Do you watch porn? If so, what kind? I see you sneaking in more questions. Sometimes, and I am not telling you what kind of porn I watch. It's a secret. Fine. Marcus pulled the next card and turned it over. Truth. Would you shower with me? Oh yeah. Right now. Marcus shook his head. I think the question is hypothetical, not actionable. He laughed. Next time I shower, you're invited. Gee, thanks. Bello poked his tongue out and drew his next card. This one stopped his laughter. It's a dare. Of course it is. It says I have to beg you to make out with me. You have to refuse, but I have to keep trying to convince you in different ways for 2 full minutes. Marcus's blood scorched his veins. Can you handle that? Do I have a choice but to handle it? Marcus sat up in Bello's lap. Set the timer. Okay. Bello tapped his cell phone and browsed Marcus's skin with his lips from the ball of his shoulder all the way up the slope of his neck. Marcus's pulse pounded in his ears, and he dropped his shoulders, turning his head away from Bello. Bello's heavy breath cooled Marcus's steaming skin. Can I make out with you? His voice was a deep whisper, thick with desire and virility. Marcus's cock ached. He sucked his stomach in, pulling his navel to his spine. And no. Bello moaned, his disappointment. Please. Marcus had heard no sweeter words from another person than Bello's husky tone and gentle begging. His lips curled, and he slipped out of the other man's lap, grabbing his shirt from the ground and tossing it in the clothes hamper. His frustration grew along with his arousal. "No," he snarled. He turned around and crossed his arms over his chest, raking his eyes over Bello's half-dressed form. Bello tilted his head to the side and gripped his cock through his pants. He quirked a dark eyebrow. A sultry smile painted his lips. His question lingered on his lips and in his glistening eyes. "Please," he whispered this time. Marcus exhaled a slow breath through parted lips. Bello ran his fingers along the shadow of his cock as he kept his eyes glued to Marcus. When Marcus didn't reply, he lifted himself out of his chair and crossed the room, running his hands along Marcus's crossed arms and hooking his fingers together at the back of Marcus's neck. Bello leaned forward, brushing his lips against Marcus's lips. "Please." He hooded his eyes and looked down before snapping them up, locking eyes with the other man. The timer sounded as Bello waited for Marcus's reply, and as soon as the buzzer noise filled the room, Marcus grabbed Bello and threw him into the bed. "Ah." Bello arched his back and spread out across Marcus's messy comforter. Marcus adjusted his watch, turning it against his wrist and unhooking the clasp. He draped the watch on the bedside table. "Please." Bello trailed a hand down his torso and slipped his thumb past the band of his bottoms. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Bello nodded. "You want me?" Marcus climbed into the bed, crawling on top of Bello and resting a hand on either side of the other man's face. He caged him with his body and lowered down to his elbows, trapping him under his weight. Bello traced his fingers along Marcus's jawline, thumb over his lips. "I want to hear you say it." Marcus ground against Bello. He kissed his thumb and rolled his back, meshing their bodies together and sliding his excitement against Bello's. He bent his legs, slipping his knees under Bello and pulling the other man into his lap. Bello wrapped his legs around Marcus's torso, responding to his thrusts with movements of his own, rubbing the steadily moistening front of his pants against him. "Please." A shiver raped Marcus's spine, and he buried his fists in the sheets. "I want you," he hissed. Chapter 16. Marcus. They spent the night slow grinding against each other until they both reached a climax. Hastily discarded bottoms and underwear littered the floor. Marcus slept in the trap of Bello's arms, nestled against him. Bello tucked his face in the crook of Marcus's neck, and his warm breath tickled Marcus's skin. The sun peeked over the windowsill and through the sheer curtains, bathing their clothes in warming light. Marcus cracked his eyes open when the cool morning temperatures had evaporated from the room, and he peeked over his shoulder at the still sleeping Bello before entangling their bodies. He relieved himself in the bathroom, scooped the clothes from the floor, and crawled back into bed. This time he spooned the other man as he slipped into a light doze. After several hours, Marcus woke to an empty bed. He squeezed his eyes shut before opening them and looking around. "Bello." His voice cracked as his vocal cords stretched. "In here." Bello poked his head out of the bathroom. His curls were wild around his face. Good morning. Why are you up?" Marcus reached for him, palm facing the ceiling. "Come back to bed." "Let me brush my teeth first." Marcus shook his head. "Come back to bed," he repeated, wiggling his fingers. Bello groaned and dropped his head back on his shoulders. "Fine. Let me get something to wear, at least." He stepped out of the bathroom completely undressed with a flaccid cock between lean thighs. Marcus clenched his jaws. "Sure." His eyes followed Bello across the room. Bello opened the dresser first and dug around, pulling out a pair of briefs and stepping into them. They hung on his hips, extra fabric bunching in the front and sagging in the back. Stretched leg holes made Bello's thighs appear even smaller. Marcus licked his lips. "You're staring." Bello crossed the room from the dresser to the closet and yanked it open. "I can't help it." "Yes, you can. You could turn your attention somewhere else." "Ah. Correction. I do not want to help it. I am enjoying the view. I'm about to cover your fantastic view. It's cold in here. Do you have clean joggers or anything?" Bello flicked through the clothes hanging in the closet. Marcus organized his clothes by color, not by style, and Bello rifled through the grays in his search. He threw on an old band shirt, frayed at the hems and with faded and peeling letters, and stood there drowning in Marcus's clothes as he continued searching through his closet. Joggers? I keep them in my dresser. Marcus rolled onto his stomach, pressing his morning harden into the soft mattress and grinding his hips as he watched Bello. Oh. Bello flicked through a few more hangers before the color seeped from his face. What? Look in my drawer for. Marcus looked up and froze. Ah. Bello crouched down and dragged a chest and bundle of fabric with pointed knife tips peeking from the top. Why do you have knives in your closet? Shouldn't knives be in the kitchen? Marcus sucked his bottom lip. Not those. Bello unwrapped the bundle and plucked a knife from its pocket, turning it over in his hands. These look like kitchen knives. They are. Then, he scrunched his eyebrows together. Why are they here? Because they're for playing. Playing what? Marcus swallowed. The muscles in his neck clenched. Playing in the bedroom with a partner. He sat up in the bed, moving the blankets over his lap. Bello frowned. I need you to elaborate more. I think I'm confused. Knife play. Which is exactly what it sounds like. It sounds like you like cutting people with knives. I do. Bello traced his finger under the knife blade. Marcus's mouth watered, then he looked away. Did you cut Selena with knives? No. Do you want to cut me with knives? Marcus shrugged. It does not matter. Bello tapped his finger on the point of the knife. It does matter if it's something you like. I mean, I thought begging was kinky, but you're on a totally different plane here. Should I even open this box? Likely not. So you're a freak? Bello smirked. Marcus sighed. No. Forget it. He tossed the covers off him and stepped into a pair of joggers. I'm going to go downstairs and make breakfast. I suppose you can continue to browse through my things if you wish, he snapped. I wasn't. It's just weird to have a locked chest in the back of your closet. Was I supposed to ignore it? Marcus snatched his cell phone from the bedside table, snarling at Bello. Okay, wow. I'm sorry? Can we talk about it? About the things you're into, if you're into freaky shit or whatever. Put it back the way you found it. Marcus exited his bedroom, slamming the door behind him, and stomped down the stairs, seeking sanctuary in the kitchen. He rubbed his hands over his face, circling the kitchen island and banging pots and pans together as he prepared breakfast. By the time Bello entered the kitchen, Marcus had made grits, scrambled eggs, 2 different types of meat, and a large pot of tea. He had been scrubbing the pots from breakfast in hot water when Bello touched the small of his back. Hi. Bello kissed Marcus's bare shoulder. I looked in the chest. Of course you did. He scrubbed the pot harder. I want to talk about it. I'm curious, and it's something you're interested in. I want you to be satisfied, too. I have questions. Ask them. Marcus rinsed a pot and set it on the stove, turning the stove on and letting the water evaporate from the pan. I searched knife play on my computer. So, what are you, like a sadist? Marcus winced. Yes, I suppose so. Bello rubbed Marcus's shoulders, squeezing them, loosening his muscles. You like causing pain to others? Yes, but only with their consent. Marcus's voice was a whisper. Only with their consent. Is it what you did with Selena? Marcus nodded. Bello chewed his bottom lip. Do you want to do it with me? Have you thought about doing it with me? Of course, but I do not want to hurt you, either. If it is not something you are interested in, I understand. I didn't say I wasn't interested. This is all new to me. I thought having sex in the shower was kinky, and here you are stashing knives in your closet. You have to explain it. When he finished washing dishes, Marcus moved past Bello and piled food onto 2 plates. He scooped grits, eggs, and meat onto both, handing one to Bello and glancing into his eyes. He gave him a mug full of tea as well. "If it isn't an interest for you, we do not have to talk about it." His voice was firm and unwavering despite his erratic heart. "I want to talk about it." Bello accepted the plate, picking at the food as Marcus breezed away. "Marcus. I want to talk about it." He blocked the other man's pathway to the table. "I'm interested." Marcus's eyes shot up again, and he searched Bello's face. He checked for hesitation, for disgust, for recoil, but he saw none of it. "What?" "I'm interested, I trust you, and I want to explore it with you." Bello tipped his head, pressing a light kiss to Marcus's lips. The kiss glued Marcus's feet to the floor. His lips moved over silent words, and his nostrils flared. "Ah. Yes. You should eat." Bello quirked his eyebrows, giggling. "I will. I like seeing you shy about something. You're usually so self-assured." Marcus's cheeks burned. "Eat." "Ah. Okay. Can I ask my questions while we eat?" Yes. Of course." Marcus chewed the bottom of his lip as Bello settled at the kitchen table. He crossed his legs and perched his elbows on the wooden surface, stretching the line of his back and the rest of his long bird-like limbs. He broke the meat apart with nimble fingers and popped a piece into his mouth. Bello was as mesmerizing picking at his breakfast as he was writhing upstairs in Marcus's antique bed. He offered a dazzling smile to Marcus as he glanced at him over the rim of his tea mug. "First question. I guess it's the obvious one. What all are you into, exactly?" "I have a vast array of interests, Bello." "Obviously, but what's your favorite thing?" "It depends on what my partner is interested in." "You're giving unhelpful responses." Bello quirked his lips. "What's something you can't live without, like sexually?" "For me, I can't live without at least occasionally getting head." "Noted." Marcus peered at Bello, eyes softening. His heart ached as Bello slipped away from him. He felt a man-made chasm growing between them. Every answer he had for Bello died on the tip of his tongue. After 5 minutes he still hadn't produced an answer for the other man, and while Bello was the image of patience, Marcus's frustrations grew. Angry at himself, he scowled, losing his appetite for dense breakfast foods and conversation. "I'm going to go for a run." "What?" Bello blinked. "Did I say something? Did I upset you?" He set his mug down and jumped to his feet, dashing around the table and blocking the main pathway out of the kitchen. He inserted himself between Marcus and the exit. A rumble materialized in Marcus's throat. "No, you did not upset me. I need to clear my head." "Okay." Bello rubbed his temples. "Okay. I'm trying not to freak out here, but all things point to you being upset with me for trying to talk about what you're into. Is it because I dug around in your closet? Is this still about the other week when I went into your guest room? I was curious. I didn't think you would get angry. I'm sorry. I can forget everything, even last night." His words ran together as his anxiety grew, as he twitched and fidgeted in front of Marcus. Marcus traced his teeth with his tongue and grabbed Bello's shoulders. He squeezed them and then ran his hands along his biceps, holding his elbows. "I am not upset with you, but I need some air." He kissed Bello's forehead, then his lips. "I am going for a run, and I will be back in a little while. We can continue the conversation then if you wish." Bello's eyelashes fluttered as a collection of moisture brimmed his eyes. He looked down. "Yeah, sure." "Hey. It is all right." Marcus stroked the backs of his fingers along Bello's smooth cheek. "We can talk about it later. You know what? You can get a list." "A list?" Of how you say freaky things, and we can discuss it when I return. This way," Marcus rolled his shoulders, "we can both explore the myriad of options and interests." "Oh. Okay, sure. And I will make dinner." Do not get too ahead of yourself there." He smiled at Bello. You do not have to make anything for me. I would be happy to sit across from you and eat cereal." With another kiss, Marcus moved him aside and jogged back up the main staircase. He changed from his lounge clothes to moisture-wicking joggers, tennis shoes, and a frayed shirt with stretched holes for the sleeves. He grabbed his cell phone and his headphones. He stretched in the foyer as Bello cleaned the kitchen after breakfast, and sat in front of his laptop at the oblong dining room table. Bello watched him, basketing his chin in laced fingers. "I'll be back," Marcus repeated after his stretch. After Bello nodded, he left the house and turned right once his long driveway hit the street. He walked for the first 10 minutes and jogged the rest of the way to Tiffany's house. Panting, he knocked on the door and stretched his thighs as he waited. She opened the door in a pair of short shorts and an oversized shirt. Her long dreadlocks were wrapped in a bun on the top of her head, and her skin was naked and blotchy from a weekend skincare regime. "Marcus?" She raised her eyebrows. "Yeah," he swallowed a deep breath. "I thought you had your romantic night with Bello planned?" "I did. It is morning." Marcus wrung his hands. "He knows." "How did it oh?" She beckoned Marcus inside and closed the door behind him. "Are you thirsty?" "Room temperature water, please." He moved into the living room, placing his hands on his hips and bunching his soaked shirt. He circled the clawfoot couch and the matching antique chairs. "So what happened?" Tiffany poured water from the refrigerator into a short plastic cup with a faded image and handed it to Marcus. "Start from the beginning, and I know when you're lying." Marcus sipped the water, wetting dry lips. When his muscles had cooled, he sat down in one of the antique chairs and placed his cup of water on the glass coffee table on top of a tile coaster. The night was lovely. He was a little nervous at first. "I think he is afraid of intimacy or emotional connections." "You're diagnosing him?" She sat down on the couch, stretching over it and crossing her legs at the ankle. "No, I'm not diagnosing him. I am stating an observation. He has been pushing for sex for several weeks now, but when I presented him with an intimate situation, he was nervous. However, he is very sexy, unnervingly so." "Aha. You sound like you're diagnosing him. Mr. Fixer, you're not perfect either. You can't even tell your mother you're gay, so you have no room to critique anyone else." "I am not critiquing him. I said it was an observation," Marcus hissed. "Besides, I do not mind his reservations, but he doesn't know the depth of his own intelligence. It is shadowed by his own insecurities." Marcus sipped his water. "He'll grow out of it." "Will he?" "With the right person beside him, yeah. You said he was the youngest in his family too, right?" "Yes." "He'll come into his own. It can take the youngest kid a little longer to find themselves. Anyway, so why did you run all the way here again? It wasn't to tell me things I already kind of knew." "No." Marcus strummed his fingers against his cup. His chest expanded with a deep inhale, and he held his breath until his lungs burned, and he released the carbon dioxide from his nostrils. "He knows about it." "He knows you're a sadist?" Marcus winced. Tiffany's frank words were a dagger to his insides, piercing his heart and belly with the truth. "Yes." "Well, not completely. He found the knives in the chest in my closet. He also found the leather stuff in my guest room." "Why was he in your guest room?" "And he found an old condom wrapper too." "How old is old?" "And again, why was he in your guest room?" "Perhaps 6 months or more. He said he was exploring." "So he's nosy?" Tiffany lifted tailored black eyebrows. "Yes. Yes, he is." She snorted. "Well, you know what they say. If you don't like the heat, stay out of the kitchen. In other words, if he's going to get mad about what he finds, he should keep his nose to himself." "It is fine. I do not mind it. I guess." She rolled her eyes. "You're already sweet on him." "Actually, no, you were sweet on him from the day you saw him, weren't you?" "Perhaps." She smirked. "You know, I've never been one of those fairy tale type women, but seeing the way you sneak glances at Bello makes me really believe love at first sight exists." I've never seen you look at anyone the way you look at Bello. We are not serious yet. He's not serious yet. You've been all in since you randomly gave him a job, keys to your car, and free room and board. How did it feel, exactly, to know you love someone from the second you saw them? Stop. Stop what? Telling you like it is. Beau, if I didn't tell it like it is, we wouldn't be friends. She chuckled. Drink your water, and tell me what's so bad about him knowing you're a sadist. Marcus dutifully sipped his water and eased back in his seat, settling the cup on his thighs. I have never talked about it in a relationship setting. Because you've had no relationships. I don't think it's Bello's fault you've never had a man, is it? No. I suppose I do not know what to expect. I do not know how to. Everyone I have played with was already interested in certain things. Bello is not. Okay, so what's the fear? What if he is not? What if? Marcus's voice cut out. What if? What if he is grossed out by it? What if he thinks I'm a monster? Marcus flicked his eyes up to his best friend. Why would he think you're a monster, Marcus? His gaze lingered on her, before he ripped it away and peered out the window. When we played last night I enjoyed it, it was lovely, but my excitement came from future fantasies, not from the moment. He squirmed under me, and I thought about having a knife in my hands and trailing it down his tan skin, the white marks my knife would leave behind. I thought about the little dots of blood from nicks with the point of my knife, and the innate fear one has of being harmed. Even if they love it, almost especially so, there is always the instinct of fear. So you can't live without it, is what you're saying? Yes. I cannot live without it. I want to give him everything I own, and at the same time, I want to watch him writhing and sobbing in pain and desperation. This is wrong. I know it is. Marcus's hands trembled. The knife in his gut twisted and sliced through him again. He was nauseated, ashamed of himself and disgusted by his words. It's not wrong. It is. What kind of person wants to see their loved one in tears? Marcus squinted his thick eyebrows. And gets excitement from it? Tiffany shrugged. It depends on what part is sexy. You don't want to slap him at the dinner table and see him cry because he's truly afraid of you, do you? No. Marcus's lips curled. Never anything abusive. Do you want him to enjoy whatever is happening with you? Ah. Marcus sipped his water again. I would not be interested if he also was not interested. So then, a required denominator is for him to be interested in what's happening. You're not taking advantage of him. I mean, if you're a monster because you want to see him bloody and crying, then he's a monster too if he wants to be bloody and crying and turned on, right? You are not helping. Tiffany chuckled. My point is, if you're bent on thinking you're a monster, I'm not going to spend all afternoon trying to change your opinion, but I wouldn't be friends with a monster for 10 years. I suppose. Do you want my honest opinion? Of course. I think you should stop being a baby about it, and talk to him. If you want the relationship to work out for the long run, it's better if you're honest in the beginning. Let him make his decisions, and if he runs for the hills, then he wasn't the person for you. Easier in theory than in practice. Yeah, well, nothing good is ever easy. It wasn't easy when we were scrubbing our hands raw in those hotel bathrooms, and it's not easy now. She tipped her head, crossing her arms over her chest. I suppose this is true. Marcus chewed his lips. What's the opposite of a sadist? A masochist. Maybe he's one of those. Opposites attract, right? Perhaps. If he were a masochist, I believe he would know it already. Maybe not. You did say he grew up in a tiny little town with his brothers and sisters. He may need a little space to explore his interests, which is more reason for you to be 100% honest with him. Jump in or out. And now you have to go home, Beau. It's Sunday morning, and I had grand plans you're currently ruining. What plans? Marcus lofted an eyebrow. No one's here. I know. Kenny had a Sunday meeting with a local client, and I have the house all to myself. I was going to enjoy every second of it, so you gotta go. Marcus snorted, chuckling under his breath. Fine. He downed the last few ounces of his water and handed Tiffany the plastic cup. See you tomorrow. Ah. This week, Bello and I will be out of the office most of the time. The franchise owner confirmed our plan for the second hotel, and Bello's lined up potential commercial lots for us to review. I want to make a decision this week, so we can start building as soon as possible and have it set for a grand opening around Mardi Gras. Duh. Bello already told me. She smiled. He's a good personal assistant. Marcus mirrored her expression, smiling fondly. Yeah. He kissed his best friend's cheek and left her house, jogging back to his place. When he returned, the main floor was pristine and quiet. Marcus chewed his bottom lip as he ascended the staircase, kicking off his shoes in his room and looking across the hallway to Bello's closed door. He studied the soft light seeping from the sliver of space between the floor and the door before he knocked. Bello. Time dragged by. Marcus saw shadows of movement against the floor. He knocked again. Bello, he rumbled. The door opened a crack, and the other man filled the space. What? He quirked an eyebrow, furrowing the other one. I'm busy working on things for tomorrow. What do you need? Marcus licked his lips, glimpsing him up and down. Ah. I was hoping we could discuss earlier. I'm kind of in the middle of something. I'm not at a stopping point. We can talk about it later in the week. I promise. I figured I would get a head start on answering emails and scheduling times for you to view the lots. For me. I assumed we were viewing them together, since you know more about them than I do. I mean, yeah. I've already seen them and weeded out the worst ones. I can send you my notes on them if you want. I want you to come with me. Marcus jammed his hands in the pockets of his joggers, leaning against the doorframe. Okay. Sure, whatever. I'll come with you then. Can I get back to work? Marcus clenched his jaws. Fine, he groused. Fine. Send me the schedule and the notes when you have them complete. Okay. Sounds like a plan. Bello quirked one corner of his lips and closed the door again. Chapter 17. Bello. So, you've already booked your ticket and everything? Bello cradled his cell phone between his cheek and his shoulder as he loaded a leather briefcase with his laptop and files of paperwork. And everything, yeah. I'm so excited. Diana squealed. I can't wait to hear Lil Breezy, Wolf, and a dozen hummingbirds live. This new man of yours is the best thing to ever happen to me. To you, my dear. Bello laughed, shouldering the bag. Well, sure, to me since you can't figure out heads or tails with him. 1 week you're all in, the next week you have cold feet. I mean, seriously, do you like him or not? I like him. He swiped his keys off his side table and glanced around his lounge room before turning off the lights and closing the door. Okay then. What's the problem? The problem is he's hiding something, and I don't know what it is. Bello jogged down the main staircase. He made tea. Bello wandered into the kitchen as the smell of spicy chai wafted through the foyer. Because he's perfect. No, because I've been avoiding him since Sunday morning and he's trying to apologize. Except he made you breakfast and tea before, so I doubt it. I'm voting he's just being nice, but there's only one way to truly find out. Bello groaned. He poured tea into a travel mug and sealed it closed, taking a preliminary sip. He made it just the way I like it. Talk to him. You have to tell him I'm coming anyway. I don't think he'll appreciate it if some stranger pops up with a suitcase and strolls right into his house. Bello groaned a second time. I guess. I'll talk to him. Talk to him today. He adjusted the items he was carrying, crossing the strap of his briefcase across his body and tucking the mug of hot tea under his arm. He breezed from the kitchen. Oh fuck. He collided with a solid force and stumbled backwards. The mug slipped from under his arm, falling to the ground and spraying Marcus's antique rug with its contents. His cell phone flew out of his hands and clattered on the ground with a sickening crack. Oh no, Bello groaned, shielding his eyes as he rubbed his forehead. It's fine. I will get it. Marcus snatched Bello's cracked cell phone, handing it to him, and picked up the empty mug. Are you okay? Yeah. I'm fine. Bello accepted the cell phone, staring at Marcus as Diana's shrill voice blared through the receiver. He pressed the phone against his ear. What happened? Diana cried. I'll call you back, okay? Bello ended the call without waiting for a response and tucked the phone in his pocket. He sucked his bottom lip into his mouth and locked his eyes on Marcus. I'm sorry I ruined your rug. I said it is fine. Marcus blotted up the tea with a fluffy white towel and dumped the towel in the downstairs wash bin. Is there any tea left, or should I make you another mug? Bello squeezed the straps of his briefcase. His eyes tracked Marcus around the room, watching him rinse the mug and boil a new round of water. Marcus's square-framed reading glasses sat on the bridge of his nose, and a collared shirt hugged his toned form. He was sexier than Bello remembered. I knew mug, Bello croaked, inching into the kitchen. We are going to see the places today, yes? Bello leaned against the wall, tucking his hands behind him. I guess yeah. You have them scheduled for today. Marcus dipped 2 tea bags in the bubbling water. Right. So, we can go together. It will save on gasoline. Bello stifled a chuckle and tore his eyes away from Marcus, peering out the window to the front yard. What is it? No one says gasoline. It's like saying petrol, which no one says either. Ah. Marcus poured coconut milk into the bottom of the cleaned mug. What do people say? Gas. Just gas. We will go together, because it will save on gas. Better. Marcus smiled. Kind eyebrows framed brooding eyes. Yeah. Much. Bello sighed and approached the kitchen island, resting his elbows on the granite surface. Thanks. So my best friend is coming for Halloween Music Fest on Halloween. Marcus nodded. Is she staying in your rooms or the downstairs study? How long can she stay? I assumed she would stay from Friday through the weekend. He poured the tea into the mug, and the liquids mixed themselves. Swirling patterns of white and brown settled to a tawny gray. However, she can stay for as long as she wishes. Oh. Bello's mouth watered as he eyed the fresh mug of tea. He lifted his chin. I had another question. Do you think maybe you could invite Solomon? Why? Well, he's single again. He and the new girl broke up. I can't remember why, but I was thinking my friend Diana would definitely be his type. If Solomon is letting you know he is single, you should ask him about a double date. Besides, people still do those? Marcus stirred the tea and passed it across the counter to Bello. Well, yeah. If it's a good match and it won't be awkward, sure. They're both mature adults. If they don't hit it off, they can still have fun for a night. And I don't know, I feel weird asking. Solomon is your friend. He's your friend too. You talk to him sometimes. Not very often. You spend more time with him than I do. Marcus. Please. Bello tasted the tea. It was better than the original. He looked at the other man over the rim of the mug, widening his eyes and tipping his head down. Marcus rumbled. All right. I will ask. He leaned across the counter, kissing Bello's cheek. Which vehicle shall we take? Mine. I already programmed the locations in the navigation system. Ah. I will take your bag for you. Bello clutched his tea. Yeah. Sure, okay. He lifted the briefcase off his shoulders and handed it to Marcus, who paired it with his own bag and led the way out of the kitchen. There was no time for conversation between the starting point and the first location, but the meeting with the real estate agent was brief. Marcus hated it, and he was vocal about it too. Besides the rushing sounds of the highway, the crime rate on the street in question was higher than the surrounding areas, and the nearest eatery was too far away. With a surly frown, Marcus marked the first place off the list and looked through the notes for the second place as they sat in the vehicle. The asking price was nice for this place, Bello offered. I didn't think it was terrible, though. What? Marcus flicked his eyes up after scanning a demographic report for the next location. You hated this place. I was apologizing for, picking it. Why? B, because I could have done better, and we wasted the time coming here. I didn't hate it. This place is better suited for another business, but not a hotel. It is too far in the city, too far away from restaurants and entertainment, and hidden too far into the neighborhood. A hotel would be out of place as opposed to a corner store or a restaurant. Oh. Bello squinted out the window. But it's a good price. It could be worth buying it and letting someone rent it from you. Marcus flipped through the paperwork before closing the folder and leaning back in his seat. Yes, but I don't have time for further investments, plus renters can be a headache. Okay. What if I bought it? You could purchase it if you wish. Would you be okay with it? Why wouldn't I be? Bello shrugged. I don't know. I just want to make sure you would be okay with it. I would be okay with it, Bello. He reached across the center console and cradled Bello's chin in his hand. I would be more than okay with it. It would be a smart first purchase if you can come up with a hefty down payment, make the monthly payments manageable, and find a renter quickly. Warmth spread through him at Marcus's touch and encouraging words, lightening his heart. I had looked into it a little. Like you said, a corner store or something could definitely work. The hardest part is putting the building up since it's just an empty lot right now. Yes, perhaps? He stroked Bello's lips, parting them with a rough pat of his thumb. It is something we can discuss later this evening. Isn't the next location expecting us? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Do not apologize. Okay. Bello bit his lip over a second apology. So, about last weekend. Marcus returned to the main highway, gripping the steering wheel with one hand as he drove to the next location. It was a much longer drive. Yeah. I did some research like you suggested, and I found a kink list. There are many out there. The one I found was 6 pages long. Bello laughed, ducking his head. Thorough. Yeah. I was thinking we could look at it together. I filled it out for myself already, and I thought it was kind of nice to be able to look at a list of ideas and really think about what I want to try. Ah. Yeah. And I thought of more things I could possibly like. I wrote them on the bottom of the 6th page. More things besides what is listed on a 6-page list. Yeah. Bello's cheeks warmed. How do you want to do it? I mean, I could read off the entire list and you can say yes or no, or we could eat somewhere and talk about it over a meal? Is the car too informal? I do not believe there is a right or wrong time to discuss things. The vehicle is fine for me. We can discuss a little bit each time we drive to the next location. Yeah. Bello wrung his fingers, digging in his briefcase for the pages. Yes, so Yeah, I'll start at the top. Start with the things you have done, and then the things you are interested in, and then the things you have no interest in at all. What about the things I'm okay with doing if my partner is into it? I suppose you can list those as well between your interests and disinterests. Ha. Bello shivered. Okay. So, I haven't really done a lot of kinky stuff. I mean, I've obviously done anal and anal plugs, biting, light bondage, being blindfolded, dildos, fellatio. He closed his eyes. Oh my God. What is it? I've never actually, read a list of interests off like this. Usually these conversations happen, in bed. Or not at all. Yes. You found the list, not me. I know. I mean, I've done all the obvious stuff. Can we skip to the kinkier stuff? If you wish. Okay, well, I looked up the knife thing and the sadism thing, and I put an asterisk by everything I thought fit into the category specifically. I have a question though. It's BDSM, right? Bondage, discipline, sadism, masochism? Bondage and discipline, dominance and submission, sadism and masochism. Bello chewed over Marcus's words, knitting his eyebrows together as he stared at the 4 letters in text form. Oh. I get it. Clever. He chuckled shyly. You're just into the last 2 letters? I read sometimes people's interests overlap. Are you interested in the other letters? Well, Bello dog-eared the corner of the printout, I'm definitely interested in the bondage, I think. I'm not a child, so I'm not interested in discipline. The dominance and submission sounds appealing, maybe. The list of things you wish to try is extensive? Bello laughed again, staring down at his lap. Yeah. I mean, there are only a few things I have no interest in. Everything else I'd at least want to try once. I didn't like the idea of eye contact restriction, and I don't know what gore slave training is. Marcus groaned, You do not want to know. Really, you don't? Oh. I'll look it up on my own time then. And I think this list was mostly designed for straight people, because it mentions high heels and lingerie. Men cannot wear high heels. Well, I mean sure, but they already have a space for cross-dressing higher on the list. What did you see that you wanted to try in particular? The most interesting thing? Bello flipped through the list, scanning over the tiny words and reviewing his assessments. No, turn your list over and tell me what you want to try. You have seconds to answer. Bello looked wide-eyed at Marcus, who glanced back at him with a stern expression before returning his concentration to the road. Oh. Cock worship and breath control choking. I mean choking. Marcus's stern features dropped, and he turned in increments to Bello. Done to you or? I want to do it to someone else. Marcus's fist on the steering wheel tightened, and the leather whined under his grip. Bello's eyes glazed. His heartbeat strummed in his ears. He heard the pounding of blood as his temperature crept up, and a familiar tingle knotted his stomach. Do you? Well, not with the Chohei. Bello jabbed the passenger window with his finger. You missed your turn. With a surly rumble, Marcus looped the block and rolled to a stop in front of another empty commercial lot. Bello shuffled through his information, replacing the kink list with specifications on the empty land. So, this one is a little under 10 acres, Bello explained. He read the purchase history, the information about the owners, and the cost per acre. Expensive. Marcus peered out the window before stalling the vehicle and unbuckling his seatbelt. What are you doing? Bello followed suit, unbuckling himself as well. Getting out. I want to get a closer look. Did you find anything else? The crime rate is moderate. The area is up and coming. Marcus looked down the street to the left and to the right. It is still a long walk for food. But it is a walk. I was thinking, couldn't you put a bar and eatery at the first level of the hotel? Then, you don't have to worry about the places around. Plus, this one is the closest to the Mardi Gras parade routes. The last place is downtown, and while it would be at the heart of a lot of restaurants and bars, it's pretty far away from the parade routes and uptown shopping. Uptown shopping. Yeah. Solomon pointed it out. I haven't been shopping there, but he said the whole street was full of places to eat, galleries, and local clothing stores. Indeed. It is several blocks forward, a short taxi ride. Right. And with this being a growing area, you could be ahead of the curve if you invest here. Marcus's dark eyes scanned the overgrown lot. At first I thought it was too nestled into the neighborhood, but I was thinking, if you could make it match the style of the houses in this area, it could fit nicely. Do you have a range for your design options? It can be discussed. This one is your favorite. I think for the price, it's the best one of the 3. It's also the biggest lot, leaving room for expansion later since you can only build so high after all. Noted. Marcus turned on his heels and strolled back to the vehicle, opening the passenger door for Bello. "You're done looking?" "Yes." He closed the passenger door and moved around the vehicle, climbing into the driver's seat again. Bello fumbled with the GPS system. "So like I said, the next one is downtown. It's by far the current best location. You want me to choke you with my cock?" Bello blinked. What? I mean, he scoffed, "Yeah. The next one is downtown. Do you want to hear about this at all?" "About the land?" "No. I want to hear more about my cock and your mouth." Bello pressed his tongue to the back of his teeth and shook his head. "Okay," he drawled, "what about it?" "You said cock worship. What does cock worship mean to you?" Marcus drove with one hand suffocating the steering wheel, and the other one thumbing the gear shift, stroking it. It means making your cock feel special. Like, nuzzling it, kissing it, telling it how much I love it and miss it." "You miss it?" I mean, it's been a few days, so yeah?" Bello's excitement grew in his lap, and he shifted his position, leaning against the car door. He glimpsed Marcus's lap and trailed his eyes up the other man's body. "Do you like cock worship?" "Yes." Marcus's tone was clipped, and he veered away from the GPS navigation instructions, pulling into a seedy hotel. He killed the engine and looked at Bello, dark eyes blazing. 5 minutes. You and my cock. What about the other piece of land? I thought you wanted to make a decision, today." Bello grinned. Marcus rumbled, glaring at him before climbing out of his vehicle and stalking inside. He returned with a keycard in between his fingers and opened the passenger door. "Welcome back." Bello flicked his eyes up to Marcus's face. Marcus rumbled again, hesitating before ducking his head into the vehicle and sealing his lips with Bello's. He gripped the back of Bello's seat, covering Bello's body with his bulky weight. The kiss was bruising. Marcus nipped Bello's lips, sending little sparks of pain through him. His lips buzzed as Marcus pulled away from him. His whole body tingled. "Hi." Marcus handed Bello the key cards. "Go wait for me." "How?" "Any way you wish," Marcus grunted. "I will join you in a minute." He stepped aside, leaning against the vehicle with his arms crossed over his chest. Bello's cock hardened in his jeans, straining against the rigid fabric as he stood up. He turned his body to the car, looking at Marcus over his shoulder. "I need a second." Marcus kissed him again. "I am amending my statement. I want you to wait for me naked, on your knees and ready for my cock." He gripped Bello's hip, brushing fabric aside and touching skin to skin. His nails scratched Bello's light olive flesh, and Bello's lean abdominals rippled. The pain from the scratches spread from his hip through his body. His cock strained his jeans, throbbing against the curve of his thigh. Okay. In a second." Bello breathed, dropping his head back on his shoulders. He stretched his hands over the hood of the vehicle and pressed his cheek to the hot metal. Bello writhed under Marcus's gaze. "Now." He twisted around, pressing his back and shoulders into the vehicle and biting his bottom lip. "Marcus," Bello whispered. "I can't." Marcus browsed his jawline, dotting kisses from his chin to his ear. He traced the shape of his lips. "Now." Bello shivered down to his toes. Marcus's voice calmed him and excited him at the same time. "Okay." He touched Marcus's shoulder and slipped past the other man. "I'll be in the room." He jogged to the sidewalk as he turned the keycard over, reading the room number on the back. Locking eyes with Marcus, he ascended the staircase, steadying himself by gripping the railing. Marcus had resumed his casual recline against the vehicle. His arms were crossed, his legs were crossed, and his eyes were glued to Bello's form. Bello's heart turned over, and fireworks exploded in the pit of his stomach. He slipped the keycard in the door and wiggled it open, closing it behind him. The hotel room was modestly priced and dingy, nothing in comparison to the hotel Marcus owned, nothing compared to the new hotel they were building. The threadbare sheets bunched at the corners of the bed, folded fabric hiding cigarette burns and unknown stains. The faint smell of tobacco and sweat filled Bello's noise, and it excited him even more. He kicked off his shoes and peeled his shirt over his head, tousling his lazy curls. His heart accelerated again as he thumbed the button of his jeans and slid them down his form, pulling them on the ground at his feet and stepping out of them. He kicked his jeans to the side and ran his fingers along his bare skin, biting the inside of his lip. Bello eased himself down to the stained carpet, steadying himself with an outstretched hand as he settled on his knees. He sank into the carpet and waited. The smell of tobacco was threaded in the fibers of the carpet. Bello closed his eyes as he waited, straining his ears for soft sounds of footsteps, the slip of the second keycard into the door. The lock clicked before the automatic air conditioning rumbled on, chilling the air around him. When Marcus pushed the door open, Bello's heart jumped into his throat and his cock slapped his belly, streaking his skin with precum. He studied Marcus's shined square-toed loafers and the way his pants sat against the lip of his shoes. Marcus rocked back on his heels. "Ah. Beautiful," his words trembled. Bello trailed his eyes up to Marcus's face, resting his hands on his smooth thighs. "Can I suck your cock?" Marcus's lips curled when their eyes met. "Yeah." He fumbled with his buckle, unzipping his pants and fishing his cock out of the opening. He gripped the base as he stepped closer to Bello. The first time Bello saw Marcus's cock, it was dark and hazy after a night of teasing. In plain light, Marcus's cock was magnificent, thick with spidering veins and a swollen purple head. Bello's mouth watered, and he straightened his back, lifting his chin and pressing his lips into Marcus's velvety skin. "Hi," Bello whispered, eyes hooded as he focused on Marcus's cock. With his heart pounding in his chest, he nuzzled into the other man's crotch, taking a deep breath of his husky scent. Bello ran his nose along Marcus's length, then traced his skin with his lips, mouthing him. "Hello." Bello continued his casual exploration, brushing his tongue all along Marcus's length before taking him into his mouth and sealing his lips around him. Bello groaned at the taste, arching his back and spreading his legs further apart. His own cock leaked against the carpeted floor as he sucked more of Marcus into his mouth, until he felt the head of his cock butting against the back of his throat. Marcus blocked his airflow for a few seconds, and then Bello retreated, licking his lips. "Feed me your cock. And choke me with it." Marcus closed his eyes as his cock beaded with clear precum. "I will." Marcus stroked Bello's chin. His thumb traced Bello's laugh lines and threaded through his hair. He guided his cock to Bello's lips, rubbing them. "Open up." Bello opened his mouth and groaned when Marcus shoved his cock in the opening. He leaned into Marcus, swallowing as much of his cock down his throat as he could. Marcus's cock stretched Bello's throat, blocking his airway as saliva accumulated in his mouth. He yanked his face back as tears wet his eyes before he did it again, balling his hand into a fist and wrinkling Marcus's slacks in his fingers. He sucked him until saliva leaked from his lips and tears streaked his face. He swallowed around Marcus's cock and sealed his lips until his heart raced and slowed as his oxygen ran out and carbon dioxide lingered in his burning lungs. Bello released his cock with a desperate gasp, licking his lips. I want you to control it instead of me," he hinted. Shivering, Marcus nodded, backing Bello into the side of the bed and combing his fingers through his hair, gripping the back of his skull. "You sure?" he growled his question, nails scraping Bello's skin. "Yeah." "Tell me if it is too much." Bello nodded and parted his lips. Marcus's grip stayed at the back of Bello's neck as he fed him his cock. His pubic hair tickled Bello's lips and chin, and he fucked Bello's face. Bello took it. Hungry eyes peered up at Marcus as he choked and coughed around him. A devilish glint was in Marcus's eyes, and he held Bello's gaze as he blocked his airway again. Bello swallowed around him until he couldn't any more, and he choked again. This time Marcus didn't retreat, and Bello writhed and squirmed between Marcus and the bed. Tears streamed down his cheeks, but the torture set him on fire. Marcus retreated when Bello shivered. When he yanked away, Bello's shoulders shrugged up and his chest heaved. Shivers racked his body, excess saliva sailed down his chin, dripping onto his chest, and his cock quivered between his thighs. "You like it?" Marcus panted, looking down at Bello. He nodded, licking his lips. I love it. More. Marcus grinned. More. More, please. Bello's eyes glazed as Marcus teased him. More of what? More of you feeding me your cock. I love it. I love how you taste. I love when you choke me with it. He shuddered as he spoke, whimpering between his words. He had never been so turned on in his life. Marcus obliged, feeding Bello his cock until his balls hit the other man's chin. He rooted himself there, and Bello gagged around him. It sent Bello's body into a panic. Primal survival instincts kicked in, and Bello ignored them as his pleasure compounded. He was shaking when Marcus yanked his cock back. Flushed cheeks were painted with saliva and sticky precum. Bello squeezed his eyes shut as he gulped breath through parted lips. Where do you want my cum? Marcus snarled, pulling Bello's hair and jerking his head back. His nerve endings burned. Bello's Adam's apple danced in his throat. He cleaned his lips and then corked them. Ah. On the bed, after I fuck it out of you. Marcus stared at Bello, gripping his hair tighter before releasing him. His full lips suppressed a smile. You want to fuck me? Yeah. Marcus rolled his head on his shoulders before nodding. All right. He dropped his pants and stepped around Bello. I will not lay on this bed though, he hinted as he bent forward and placed his palms on the old comforter. Bello's eyes tracked him, drinking in his languid movements from his position on the floor. Wait. He dug around the floor for his wallet and stood on weak legs. He retrieved a travel packet of lubricant and a condom from the leather billfold and tossed it on the bed. Marcus watched from over his broad shoulders. You carry condoms and lubricant with you everywhere? Bello's face warmed and he studied at the ground. No. Because we just in case. He wiped his face with the back of his arm and approached Marcus, hooking an arm around his hips and leaning over him as he readied himself, opening the lubricant and the condom with his teeth. I see. Marcus groaned as Bello slid his fingers over his entrance. Should I inquire as to your credentials? He adjusted his hips, arching his back and surrendering his round ass to Bello. My credentials? Oh, you mean my experience? Bello chuckled. I've done this before. Not the hotel part but the fucking part. He pushed his thumb inside Marcus, and the other man moaned again. Good, he whispered, rolling his hips. Yeah. Bello rolled the condom over his cock, pinching the end, and rubbed himself against Marcus, threatening the impending invasion. Marcus's hips danced, and the wings of his shoulder blades pointed to the sky. Bello pushed the head of his cock inside Marcus and clenched his muscles as his cock disappeared. Marcus groaned, gripping the comforter in a tight fist as his body went rigid. He bowed his back before exhaling a wavering moan and relaxing incrementally around Bello. Ah. Fuck. Bello rocked his hips, resting a hand on Marcus's waist and holding him in place as he thrust his hips. Marcus's thighs trembled, and his head went from dropped between his shoulder blades to resting against his back with his face turned to the dim light. Steady groans issued from his lips. Fuck. Marcus twisted his shoulders, pressing one into the bed. Tight muscles clenched at each forward thrust, and an impatient moan sounded at each backward thrust. His cheeks colored a faint red against his dark complexion, and the same color touched his shoulders and his upper back. Bello fucked him harder, slamming his hips into Marcus's ass, his balls against Marcus's heavy-hanging balls, his thighs against Marcus's trembling legs. Bello's attention fixed on Marcus's pleasured features. He expected the other man's perfectly crafted veneer, but he received a view of raw and unretouched pleasure. Marcus enjoyed the role reversal as much as Bello did, and the realization spiraled Bello towards his orgasm. He slammed his hips into Marcus and paused there as his cock pulsed with excitement. He rubbed his hands up and down Marcus's back, squeezing his shuddering shoulders, tracing misplaced freckles. Close, Marcus whispered. A line of precum tethered Marcus's bulky body to the bed. So close. Bello clawed his nails up Marcus's thighs, raising welts on his skin. The man's cock bubbled with more precum, and Bello swiped it away with his finger. He brought it to his lips for a taste and purred. Marcus turned his face away. He circled the head of Marcus's cock with wet fingers as his hips accelerated again, fucking him with long, slow strokes. "How bad do you wanna cum?" "Bello," Marcus warned, but gave up as a wave of pleasure racked his body. "Very badly." Resigned, he chewed his dry bottom lip, grabbing his shaft and stroking everything Bello wasn't teasing. It was seconds before Marcus's body tightened around him, and his balls constricted against him with the waves of his orgasm. The other man was loud, and his pleasured groans filled the space around them. He swatted Bello's teasing hand away and stroked his pulsing cock as each wave of his orgasm passed through him. He painted the bed and his thick fingers with creamy white cum, and his entrance pulsed around Bello, milking an orgasm from him at the same time. Bello squeezed Marcus's hips as he worked himself against his impossibly tight entrance, forcing his way deeper before retreating. The tightness and Marcus's desperate noises sent Bello over the edge, and he bit Marcus's shoulder as he came. His vision narrowed, darkening around the edges as his mind reviewed their entire session. He combined the man writhing under him with the man who had been choking him with his cock a half-hour earlier, and he fixed his attention on beads of sweat collecting at the base of Marcus's neck. Faint hairs painting Marcus's skin trapped the droplets in place until they outgrew the hairs and trickled down his rough skin, leaving a damp trail behind. He licked Marcus's skin, rubbing his cheek and lips against him. Marcus supported his weight, lifting back on his arms and relieving tight muscles. "One more place, yes?" he offered, cutting dark eyes to Bello. "Yeah. Oh yeah." Bello squeezed Marcus around the middle and straightened up. His softening cock slipped out of Marcus, and he removed the condom, knotting it and plopping it in the bathroom wastebasket. Marcus stood up, toweling off his sweat before redressing and adjusting his clothes. "And then we can continue this back at home." "Continue?" Marcus lifted his eyebrows. "Indeed." He glanced at his watch and his cell phone. Bello gathered his clothes from the floor, dressing while he cleaned the hotel room. He tossed the lubricant packet and condom wrapper in the wastebasket as he stepped into his pants and fastened them at his waist. He tugged his shirt over his head and combed through his sweat-dampened hair. Do you want to fuck me when we get back to your place?" "If you want me to, I will. Or we can relax on the couch." Bello slipped his feet back in his shoes. "Really?" "Yes. What did you expect?" He shrugged. "I don't know. I didn't think you'd let me fuck you, but I'm glad you did." Marcus rested his keycard on the side table and approached Bello, yanking him into a kiss. He covered Bello's lips with his sex-swollen ones. "You should wash your face before we go." Bello's waning excitement sparked again, and then his cheeks burned. "All right. I'll meet you at the vehicle." Marcus kissed him again, cradling his face in his hand and brushing his thumb over Bello's lips. "I love how you feel inside me." Another kiss, then the man moved around Bello and exited the hotel room.
Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed the story so far. Like I said, this is a 2-part release. So next week, part 2 will be available, and I will put a link in the description box. Thanks, and please enjoy.